This is Audible.
The Steady. Lost Boys Book 4. Written by Kelly Fox. Narrated by Declan Winters. Before we begin, I'm going to let you in on a little secret. This series, for me, has always been about Ren. From the beginning, I wanted a character who used to be the younger one in an age gap relationship and now found himself the older one. I'd handled the death of loved ones in previous books, but it felt important to work through the entire cycle of grief on the page. Once I understood who Ren was, I understood who Mr. Page was, and only then was I able to discover the Lost Boys. So as we near the end of this series, I think it's important for you to know that Ren was actually the start of everything. Ren and Major's story is told in two parts. In part one, we see the messiness that Ren has hidden from the Lost Boys, and we get to know Major. At first, their relationship seems impossible. And then in part two, we explore why it's not only possible, but necessary in helping Ren heal. Content warning. Flashback to Mr. Page's collapse and first aid, brief mentions of homophobia and human trafficking. Part 1. Chapter 1. Major. What an amazing day. We'd celebrated the dual grand openings of the Meeting House, the place where my buddy Beckett ran his alternative, largely agnostic ministry, and my new plumbing and bathroom renovation business. Those two things didn't seem at all related unless you knew the details, but my business and the Meeting House had a shared history that made today especially poignant. Before I could reflect on any of it, however, my apprentice Leo followed me into my office. I was used to being the tallest guy in the room, but Leo had at least 2 inches on my 6'2" frame, and his broad, strong build had been a boon for my more physically challenging projects. "Did you like the people I recommended?" he asked, his nerves on display. Today wasn't just about the grand openings. I'd also opened up a few apprentice spots and had held interviews with candidates throughout the day. Leo had chatted up the program with his classmates, and I'd been shocked by the number of high schoolers and college-age kids who'd expressed interest. The thing about Leo was that, while he'd been working his tail off for the last year, plowing through a chunk of the requirements to get his plumber's license, he was also the human equivalent of a Great Dane puppy. Too strong for his own good, and a little mouthier than you'd like. I loved him like a little brother, but his lack of maturity or any kind of filter didn't usually incline me to take his opinion too seriously. On this occasion, however, I'd been wrong. "They were great, Leo. I'm taking on 3 apprentices for now, and 2 of them were ones you'd recommended." "Sarah and Hugo?" he asked, pushing his light brown hair off his forehead, his blue eyes bright. "Yep. Mario was also a strong candidate, but he's a little young." Leo nodded. "I thought so too, but I wanted him to meet you now so you can maybe consider him next year." "That's really good strategy on your part. I think you'll do a great job helping the apprentices with the basics." He nodded and wiped his palms on his jeans. "I think I'll enjoy helping him. Though, I wanted to ask you a question about that." I frowned. His usual brashness was nowhere to be found, and his voice held a tremor I couldn't account for. I wondered what had him so on edge. "Go for it," I said, adding some warmth to my voice to see if he'd settle. He flushed, opening his mouth, hesitant. I sat forward, clasping my hands on my desk as he found his words. "I've been watching YouTube videos to learn some of the more advanced plumbing techniques," he admitted. "I think I could take on more responsibility once you get the new apprentices going." I blinked, thrown by his sincerity. I must have let this stunned silence go on for too long because he scrambled to explain himself. "I know it sounds stupid, watching YouTube videos to learn something you could teach me, but I thought maybe if I did that, I could move from the simpler stuff to some of the things you do." I hadn't expected that from the guy who'd gotten in trouble at the end of the school year for letting one of his high school friends tattoo the word love on his collarbone with a stolen machine. Clearly, I had to recalibrate. Shaking my head, I answered, "I pull up YouTube all the time to prepare for some of the more complicated fixes. That was very forward-thinking of you." He lifted his head, darting a soulful look to me, only to drop his gaze the second our eyes met. I'm about to turn 18, and I want to be able to earn enough so I can be independent." The thin quality of his normally rich voice revealed how important this was to him. "That's a good goal," I said, hoping some conversation would help him relax. We spoke for a while about his favorite YouTubers, what his senior schedule was looking like, and whether he'd want to stick to plumbing or also look into the remodeling side of things. He liked the idea of being a Renaissance man, and I made a note to get my contractor in on a mentorship path with Leo as well. We'd have to work on his communication skills, but this conversation was, at the very least, a lesson to me in not making assumptions. Leo had intelligence, grit, and willingness to grow, and any business owner worth their salt knows that's the good stuff. Checking the time, I realized Ginger, Leo's supervisor at Lupe, was probably waiting for him. Lupe was the Guadalupe County group home for teens, and Leo was about to age out of the system. I was glad to be a part of the group helping kids like him succeed as they transitioned to adulthood. Leo and I could have talked for hours, but it had been a long day and I still had a few tasks to finish, so I stood and stuck out my hand. "Congratulations, Leo. You're officially a senior apprentice." Leo looked at my hand, then jumped up and made his way around the desk in a flash. He dragged me into a boisterous hug. "You won't regret this, Major. I promise. I super promise. Thank you, thank you, thank you." He buried his face in my shoulder, and hot tears wet my work polo. "I think you're going to do really well in this new space," I told him. He pulled back, his eyes red but crinkled at the edges thanks to his massive smile. His throat worked as he tried to find more words, and I held up my hand. "You're good, kid. Promise." He dipped his chin again, and I patted his upper arm. "Go on now. Ginger's going to let you drive back, right?" Like a lot of kids his age, Leo hadn't raced to get his license at 16, something I never understood about the younger generation. Ginger, however, was insistent that he get it by his 18th birthday. A braver person than me, she was teaching him on nights and weekends. He sniffled, nodded, and ran out through the front office, opening the door and shouting for her. Laughing, I followed, locking up as I watched his progression across the parking lot. Ginger hopped out of the Lupe van, and I winced as Leo pulled her into what looked like an equally crushing hug. She met my eyes and mouthed a thank you. Well, fuck. I swallowed a lump in my own throat. Who knew Leo had it in him? As I watched Leo carefully pull the van out of its parking space, I noticed Wren, Mr. Page's widower, was still sitting in his truck. Mr. Page had been my high school shop teacher, and his classroom had been the one safe place for me and my queer friends, the Lost Boys, in an otherwise hostile environment. Mr. Page had kept in touch with his Lost Boys after graduation, shifting from teacher to mentor. When he passed almost a year ago, he'd bequeathed to us the land under our feet. Today's grand opening celebrations were as much about him as anyone else. The parking lot was almost empty, so I let myself out of the office, figuring something must be wrong with Wren's truck. As I approached the driver's side, however, it became clear that his trouble was not vehicular in nature. Wren was slumped over the steering wheel, his shoulders rising and falling rapidly as he sobbed onto his crossed arms. In the months since Mr. Page's death, I'd only seen Wren cry a few times, never like this. I'd always wondered whether he wasn't a crier or was simply hiding the worst of his grief. It looked as if it was the latter. I hesitated, not sure if I should let him cry in peace or make my presence known. As I debated, a bird landed on the hood and looked between us. He tilted his head at a questioning angle as if to say, "Well, aren't you going to do anything?" Then he took off in a flutter, his wings flashing red in the dying sunlight. Weird, the things you noticed. I tapped lightly on the window, and Wren's head shot up. His eyes flared with recognition, and he turned away, swiping at his tears even as his shoulders continued to hitch. I tried the door and was grateful to find I could pull it open. I leaned in and put my hand on his back. "You don't have to stop crying on my behalf, Wren. I just don't want you to cry alone." He sniffed and glanced at me over his shoulder before looking away again. Keeping my hand on his back, I softened my voice. "I'm here for you, Wren. Why don't you come inside?" Chapter 2. Wren. What a shitty day. Actually, no. It had been an amazing day. The new meeting house was a family project of sorts. Robert, my late husband, had left the land in trust for Beckett, one of his beloved lost boys, who was now an alternative preacher and my son's devoted partner. And the result was better than any of us had expected. I was proud that Robert's dream for this community center was coming true. But it was another bitter reminder that he was gone. I thought, as a mostly secular Buddhist, I was meant to handle this loss a little more gracefully, but instead the ache in my heart had become the counterpoint to every good thing in my life. Just this morning, Beckett and Holden had told me they were considering fostering a child through some connection of Beckett's who thought they'd be a good fit. It didn't hurt that, like the little boy, I was Japanese-American, and Holden already knew some of the language and was conversant with the culture. I could have leapt for joy, while simultaneously wanting to crumple to the ground. I'd wanted to be a grandfather for so long, but I never imagined doing it without my better half. I'd always expected that Robert would be there with me, plying the kid with candy while I showed them the finer details of gardening and drinking tea. What would being a grandfather even look like without him? Holden and Beckett were giddy when they told me, and I wasn't going to let my grief ruin yet another family event. So I did what I always did these days. I smiled and told them I couldn't wait to meet my grandson. The grand opening was nearly painless by comparison. It had helped that many of the gay kids Robert had shepherded into adulthood during his tenure as a shop teacher were there. His lost boys had shown up for Holden and me in so many ways during this awful, awful year. I was also grateful that Robert, who'd known his health was failing, had left a note for me, something I could read and reread on days like this. He'd known, in his infinite wisdom, that I'd struggle with accepting the joyful things. After 6 months of intense grieving, I must insist you button that shit up. Fucking Robert Page. I'd made the mistake of telling Holden about the letter, and he'd asked to see it a couple of times. I finally had to tell him that his pops had shown his typical self-control, none in writing it. I begged Holden to stop asking, if only for his own mental well-being. Wren, I do wish I'd had more time with you. And not only because no one else could suck cock the way you do. Holden had let the subject drop, thankfully, but I had a feeling there'd come a day when he insisted. Maybe he'd find solace in it, as I did at times like this. Maybe he'd laugh at the list of things his father had wanted me to do after his death. In time, you must allow yourself to be loved, and to love in return. I was sure Holden would hate what Robert had to say about my love life. Not that I had any intention of following my husband's advice. As I made my way to my car, I resolved to read the letter again. I pasted on a grin and waved to everyone, watched as they took off, then sat down, put on my seatbelt, and lost it. I'm so fucking angry, Robert. I was supposed to spend the rest of my life with you. That reminded me of that whole inane conversation about the stages of grief. Denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance, my flat ass. As if there were anything neat or orderly about grief. Where were the books on being a hot mess? Robert had always called me his rock. His steady. The idea of me being anyone's rock at this point was laughable, and I was about as steady as a drunken frat boy in heels. By the time I realized Major had approached me, I had fully given myself over to the pain. "Why don't you come inside?" he asked in his deep, resonant voice. Slowly I shifted toward him, tears spilling down my cheeks as my jaw quivered. The second I met his rich brown eyes, I crumpled like a wet napkin, curling in on myself. Major reached across my lap and undid my seatbelt, then drew me into a hug. Unable to stop the torrent of emotions, I threw my arms around him, burying my face in his massive chest as grief poured from me. Unlike most people who would try and fail to say anything of use, he simply held me and let me cry. So I did. I sobbed and sobbed until there were no tears left in me. By the time I was done, twilight had settled in around us, rendering everything soft and gray. "Sorry," I breathed out, my voice a garbled mess. "Nothing to be sorry for, Wren," he said, rubbing my back. "Won't you come in and get cleaned up? Maybe sit quietly with me for a few moments." I pulled back, starting to pack away my despair, shoving it down with everything else. "No, it's fine. I just want to go home." He shook his head, his expression grave. "If you need to go home now, I'll drive you. But I'm not letting you operate a vehicle in this condition," he said, his commanding voice rattling my chest. I realized he would not, could not, be moved on the subject, and a nervous chuckle escaped my lips. "I keep telling Holden that he can't get in the car while upset because I refuse to lose another loved one. Guess I'd be a real hypocrite if I drove now." "I'm glad you understand," he said, laying a kiss on my head. "I didn't want to get into an argument with you." His imposing body reminded me of Robert, and something about that calmed my heart for the first time today. I chuckled again, sniffling loudly. "So, which would you prefer? You can come inside with me, wash the snot off your face, and take a few moments to ground yourself, or I can drive you home." "I think," I said, taking a deep breath, "I'd like to wash the snot off my face." We both laughed, and he helped me out of the car, shutting the door behind me as if to emphasize that I would not be going anywhere soon. That was fine. I was too exhausted to argue. Instead, I leaned against him and nearly sobbed again when he wrapped his arm around my narrow shoulders, supporting me as we made our way past the bright flowers that lined the sidewalk. He led us into the building and walked me over to the bathroom, then stood with me as I washed my face. I was sure I looked a fright, and I was grateful he'd sprung for the nice paper towels as I blotted the water from my skin. Though I'd been avoiding my reflection, I did glance at the two of us in the mirror. Side by side, we could not have been more different. He was a young bear of a guy, tall, slightly tan, with a heavy beard that made him look older than his friends. He also had the kind of belly that was made to be worshipped. Not that I was worshipping anyone these days. As for me, I'd inherited my family's short, slight stature. Even with the silver at my temples and the extra lines around my eyes, I looked like a little kid next to Major. "Would you like some water?" he asked as we passed the pristine break room. "Sure," I said, out of habit more than anything else. He went to the fridge and moved aside several jars to reach the water bottles. "Are those your strawberry preserves?" I asked, accepting the bottle from him. "They are," he answered, sounding a little embarrassed. "I ran out of room in my fridge at home. You want one?" he asked, holding out a jar. I took it, suddenly filled with nostalgia for Sunday morning toast. "Thank you. This was Robert's favorite." He nodded shyly. He did appreciate that the recipe was vegan. Gripping the jar against my chest, I let him lead me to the waiting area near the entrance, and I sank down into one of the soft, comfy couches there. He sat on the couch that touched corners with mine, our knees bumping. I wished he'd sat next to me so I could have a little of his warmth. That thought was accompanied by a blade of guilt right through my belly. Asking for physical comfort from anyone other than Robert was wrong on so many levels. "You can talk, if that would help," Major said. "Or I can. Or we can sit here in the quiet." He rested his forearm on the arm of the couch, extending his hand. Because I ached so badly for touch, I shoved aside the guilt, set the unopened water and the jar of preserves on the side table, and put my hand in his, appreciating the gentle pressure of his grip. The warmth in his eyes told me he was listening. "I just want to sit here," I said. He took a few slow, deep breaths, enticing me to follow suit. The way his powerful chest expanded on each inhale and fell on each exhale soothed my roughed-up nerves. He sat there like my very own mountain, grounding me with a simple breathing exercise, rounding off the sharp points of pain in my heart. We remained there as the sky outside continued to darken and the office's safety lights winked on. "Is it weird that sometimes I only come to these things in hopes I'll get a hug from you?" I asked, remembering how warmly he'd hugged Holden and me after my husband had died. We'd gone to Joel and Ozzy's bar, where they held a sort of impromptu wake, and both of us had the same visceral reaction when Major hugged us. In that moment, he'd felt like Robert, strong and comforting. It had been wonderful and awful in equal measure. "I've been told I give excellent hugs," he said, patting his round belly. "I can't wait till my hair turns white so I can play Santa every year." I squeezed my eyes shut, touched by the visual. Robert had talked about doing the same thing. Tears found their way down my cheeks again, which only pissed me off. I was so fucking tired of crying. Major was incapable of letting anyone cry by themselves, so he got up and sat next to me, and I exhaled in relief. "Come here," he said, gesturing for a hug. Gratitude filled my chest as I turned and glommed onto his side, my hands fisting his shirt. He let his arm drape down my back and held me silently as my tears ebbed and flowed, then ebbed and flowed again. In between crying jags, I tucked my knees and leaned against him, trying to bury myself in his strength. Eventually I settled, and we sat there in the near dark, illuminated only by the safety lights, him still holding me tight. I was surprised, though I shouldn't have been, to notice a few tears slipping down his cheeks as well. I took in the modern, comfortable office, with its sample bathroom setups and consultation area, and I wished Robert were here to see it. He'd have been so proud for the business Major had built, and he would have hated the ribbon of guilt that had wound itself around my insides for accepting comfort. I'd have given anything for this to be Robert holding me, making some obscene joke about our plans for later. He'd have loved turning me on with whispered advances while we'd sat in the coffee shop or attended a party. He'd tease me for hours on end, then get me home and take me apart. It sucked that my libido was returning, because I had a hard time imagining that anyone else could measure up. Maybe that was the real reason I was so fucking mad. "Wow, I am a mess," I said, chuckling as I wiped my eyes on my shirt sleeve. Major grabbed a box of tissues from the side table and handed me a few. Still leaning against him, I wiped my face, blowing my nose. "I'm pretty sure if I'd ever loved anyone as much as you love Mr. Page, I'd be a mess too," he said, reaching down to grab a tiny trash can. I took a few more tissues, blew my nose again, then dropped the spent tissues into the can. Settling back in, I rested my head on his chest, appreciating the weight of his arm on my back. This would look pretty intimate to a passerby, but it felt necessary to me. "Thank you for letting me sit with you," I said, my voice barely audible. Major's arm tightened around me ever so slightly. "You never have to cry alone, Ren." He was a burly man, and it felt wonderful to be held by someone so strong. Robert had been similarly strong for nearly all of our relationship. He exercised regularly and for sure ate better than I did. I hadn't realized how much I'd taken his strength for granted until he got sick and I was the one holding him. It had been my absolute privilege to care for my husband. As Major drew me to his chest, though, I realized that, counting Robert's illness and the 10 months since his passing, it had been over a year since I'd been properly held in a man's arms. What made this more than a hug was the sense that Major was holding my grief for me, as if removing the very weight of it from my chest. For the first time in months, I felt like I could breathe. Robert's words drifted over me once more. "Before the anniversary of my death, I need you to sleep with someone." His note had every ounce of its author's audacity, but I wasn't having it. "Seriously, fuck off, babe. You can't leave me and then tell me to sleep with another guy." My hand absent-mindedly went to Major's belly, rubbing in circles. He was the perfect combination of robust and soft. "Now, before you dismiss me out of hand, hear me out. You can eat my ass, Robert Page." I swear, the cheek of that man. We used to invite other men into our bed, and he'd had fewer requests for the guys fucking me in front of him than he did for my life as a widower. The unmitigated gall. I turned my face, pressing it into Major's incredible chest. I'd heard him talk a few times about his roster of lovers, and I bet those guys loved his pecs. They were so firm and inviting. Still cheesed at my late husband and absolutely not paying attention, I moved so my nose bumped over Major's nipple. Whew, it was on the bigger side, and he shifted under me. My hand drifted lower, and I squeezed at the softness of his lower belly. This was always my favorite part of a bigger guy, the crease between his belly and that cushy pelvic area. I hummed to myself, knifing my hand into the tight space while rubbing my face into his chest. Oops, nipple again. I nosed at it, wondering if Major's bed partners played with his nipples. I bet they did. This was so cozy and yummy, like a shitty, really sweet reminder of everything I'd lost. I let my hand slide down over the bulge in his pants, rubbing it, moaning when he swelled under my touch. "Ren?" Major asked, his voice shaking. I stilled my hand and looked down, horrified. What the fuck was I doing? Now, before you dismiss me out of hand, hear me out. Shut it, Paige. Chapter 3. Major. Several of my friends had fallen in love over the past few months. While that wasn't something I'd ever aspired to, I had started to wonder if I was missing out. Seeing Ren like this, though, made me grateful for my no-strings rotation. If the price of love was this kind of grief, I wasn't sure I could handle it. Something told me we'd be here for a while. But the benefit of owning the place was that I didn't have to worry about the time. So I relaxed into the comfortable couch, hopefully signaling that I was here for however long he needed. At some point, though, he started shifting against me, rubbing his face into my chest, his nose brushing my nipple a couple of times. I tried to ignore the way the back and forth motion was sending jolts of pleasure down to my groin. It was simply a bodily response, and I had been blessed/cursed with super-sensitive nipples. It was a little hard to ignore the circular path of his hand when it brushed my underbelly. Another sensitive spot, unfortunately. I knew Ren liked big guys, and this was clearly a reaction to being up close with a body type similar to his late husband's, so I had to tread carefully. I didn't want to hurt his feelings with a rejection, but there was no way in hell I would take advantage of a grieving man. My honor was immediately challenged, however, when he slid the edge of his palm into the crease above my groin. My breath caught at the intimacy of the move, and I froze, horrified that my cock was beginning to plump under his touch. Even as I prayed, Ren hadn't noticed. He let out a small moan. Brushing his nose across my peeking nipple again, he rubbed the sharp edge of his hand back and forth over my waistband, stopping every once in a while to grab a handful of flesh. Surely I was misjudging his intentions. He was not in the right frame of mind to... Christ. He just slid his palm over the growing bulge in my slacks. "Ren?" I asked, mortified that I hadn't been able to hide my arousal. He drew his hand back as if it had been burned. His eyes flicked to mine, wide and uncertain. We locked gazes for several seconds, twin deer caught in each other's headlights. "Are you okay?" I asked, as blood continued to rush south. He buried his face in my shoulder. "Oh, God, Major. I'm so sorry." "It's okay. You're okay." "No, I'm not. I'm not okay at all." Ren was funny and refined, casual and put together, well-spoken and fond of foul language. His plaintive statement revealed a vulnerability I'd somehow missed over this horrible year. I wished I had the words to make him feel better. "I'm sorry," he repeated, pulling away, no doubt misreading my hesitation. "I'm some gross old guy coming on to you like—" "No," I said firmly. "There is nothing gross about you, Ren. Believe me, I'm just embarrassed about getting this turned on," I said, gesturing to the tightness in my slacks. Don't worry, though. I would never besmirch the memory of my dead husband, Wren asked, his expression pained even as he attempted humor. Yeah, I said, folding my hands in my lap to keep from reaching for him. I wouldn't want you to regret anything. He pressed his forehead back into my shoulder. Maybe I just need a warm body, though I can't imagine finding a stranger to... I grimaced. I'd gone through my roster a couple of times after Mr. Page's death, and it had helped with my own grief. But the idea of Wren having to go out and troll for ass to take care of such an intimate need? No. Sorry, he said, pulling back. My head is a fucking mess. I shouldn't be making this your problem. I wanted to wrap my arm around him, to hold him in place, but that felt too personal. You are not a problem. You've been through a lot and could probably use a physical release. Believe me, if I didn't think it'd be taken advantage, I cut off that sentence before I said something regrettable. Wren's expression, however, turned contemplative. You wouldn't be taking advantage, he said, locking eyes with me. You're the safest person I know. Wren, I said, shaking my head even as I realized that I couldn't let him sleep with some random guy. I'm not. You could do this for me, just this once, Major, he said, bleeding. It won't get messy, I promise. I brought my hand to his face and he stopped mid-sentence, pressing his cheek to my palm. I cursed under my breath. One look at him told me how much pain he was in, and I was not built to ignore the pain of others. I wavered. Surely my friendship with Wren and his relationship with the Lost Boys could survive a therapeutic handjob. Okay, Wren. My words seemed to cut the string of tension that ran through his shoulders. Thank you, he whispered. My words were cut short as he returned to my sensitive nipple, sucking on it over my shirt, wetting the thin fabric with his tongue. His hand brushed mine aside, and he returned to stroking my growing erection over the fine material of my trousers. Do you have supplies? He asked, as he found and thumbed the ridge of my cockhead. What? I inhaled sharply when he lifted my belly to get at my button before lowering the zipper on my slacks. He then slipped his hand over the thin material of my boxer briefs. Condoms, Major. Lube? He asked, running his nail over my covered slit. Fuck, that felt good. His words finally landed when his warm hand slipped under the waistband of my underwear. I groaned when his flesh met mine, my pre-cum perfume in the air. Say yes, Major, he whispered, his voice hitching as my dick jumped in his talented tight grip. I whimpered, pressing my hand over his. He wanted more than a handjob. Way more. The wrongness of that turned me on way more than it should have. Fuck. Yes. He took in a shivery breath, stretching up to brush his lips over mine. Thank you. The way his voice cracked was too much to bear, and I pressed my lips to his. He moaned, softening, opening until he was kissing and stroking me with equal fervor, like a man who'd been given water after too long in the desert. I returned his kiss, and he continued stroking me. We went on like that for a few moments, and then he drew back enough to repeat. Condoms? Lube? Oh, yeah, in my desk. In my office. Good, he said, giving my balls a squeeze before letting me go. Good. I opened my mouth to check that he was certain, but his needy eyes stripped the words right off my tongue. Numb, I rose and walked to my office, my cock attempting a jailbreak from my underwear. I unlocked the top drawer of my desk and ripped a condom from the strip I kept there, then grabbed the travel lube. When I turned, I jumped, not expecting Wren to be waiting in the doorway. Shit, you scared me. Where do you want to do this? He stepped inside, shut the door, and walked up to me. My apologies for startling you. I stood there, condoms and lube in hand, as he fished my cock and balls out of my underwear. He took the lube from me and poured a few drops into his palm, then set the small bottle on the desk. After rubbing his hands together, he grasped my shaft, spreading a barely there layer of the slick liquid up and down its hard length. Squeezing, stroking, twisting just under the head. He repeated the movements until a choked sound escaped my throat. He then eyeballed the packet in my hand and sent me a meaningful look. With shaking hands, I tore it open and rolled the condom down my length. I grunted when I slicked myself with additional lube, surprised that the slight amount he'd used on my skin had amped up the sensitivity. I stood there unable to speak as he unbuttoned his jeans. He pushed them down to his knees, along with his underwear, so tiny and such a bright white. Then he paused, tugging at the hem of my shirt. "Take this off." I did as he asked, and in the middle of this weirdness registered his sharp intake of breath. I was a bit larger than Mr. Page had been, but any concern I had over my size went out the window as Wren face-planted in my chest, grabbing my pecs and squeezing them against his buried face while he thumbed my nipples into hard peaks. After a few moments of sending my eyes to the back of my head, he released the delicate flesh to slick his fingers with lube. He then reached behind himself, grunting as he breached his own hole. A small sound of protest escaped my throat, greedy as I was for the friction of his talented fingers. He responded by trailing his lips across my peck until they found the nipple. Still on double duty, he sucked it into his mouth as he added a second finger to his own preparations. I let out a grunt as his teeth gently scraped my skin. My cock jumped again, and I felt rather than saw his smile. With a final kiss to the red and abused flesh, he stepped over to my desk and leaned on it. Resting his weight on his forearms, he stuck his ass out like a gentleman. "Wren, I need this, Major. Please." I approached him, turned on and confused, but also filled with a sense of responsibility. Surreally, I recalled Mr. Page's words of wisdom. "If something unexpected falls into your lap, kid, run with it." I was pretty fucking sure he hadn't meant this. Somehow, though, I thought he wouldn't begrudge me taking care of his grieving husband. "I've got you, Wren. Can you widen your stance for me?" He did as well as he could with his pants around his knees, and I palmed his petite ass, admiring the dark fan of hair between his cheeks. He had done a decent job of preparing himself, but I reached for the lube, adding more to my cock and a little more to his hole. He startled when I touched him. "If this is too much, I'll stop." "No, I have a promise to keep," he said, his voice oddly clear. I wasn't sure what he meant, but it was obvious what he wanted. "All right. Any time you need me to back off, though, let me know." "I will." I generally preferred to take things slow, but his demeanor told me that wasn't what he wanted right now. Gripping his cheeks with a little more force, I spread them and pressed against his entrance. He rocked back, pushing himself onto me. Hissing, he rocked back again. "No need to rush," I said, releasing his ass to palm his belly. He looked back over his shoulder at me, something like anguish filling his eyes. "Okay, Wren," I said, squeezing his hips. "I've got you." With that, I thrust hard, all the way to the hilt. He dropped his head forward and moaned, chanting, "Yes, yes, yes." I drew back and pushed in again, and he rocked back to meet me, taking me even deeper. He whimpered as I pressed the thick root inside him, but he kept up the pace. "Toe out of your shoes. These jeans are in my way," I said gruffly. He whined but followed my instructions. Still buried in him, I nudged his jeans and underwear down until they fell around his ankles. "Step out of them." When he complied, my mind boggled. He was bent over my desk, impaled on me, and I couldn't fathom how this had happened. I wasn't the longest guy out there, but I was pretty fucking thick, and his pale hole stretched around me perfectly. I was practically splitting him in two, and he was hunching back on me and begging for more. He was tight and so goddamn small. Using my knee, I nudged his legs farther apart, then lifted him by his hips, digging my fingers in as I thrust forward. He was up on his toes, and I held his weight on my fingertips. He'd have bruises at the end of this, but it seemed like maybe he needed them. He whispered, "Yes," with each deep stroke and moaned each time I drew back. I'd had plenty of experience with smaller men, I knew how to make him feel well fucked without hurting him, which was good because I couldn't give Wren pain. I just couldn't. I knew how to pleasure him, though, so I set about making this the best experience possible. I lifted him higher until I was wheelbarrowing him, his forearms squeaking across the wood grain. That sense of so wrong it's right gripped my balls. As I thrust into him, I reminded myself that he'd been married to my shop teacher, and that made me even harder. I used my booted foot to pull my office chair closer, then pulled Wren up so that his back flattened against my chest. I wrapped my free arm around him, thrusting as deeply as I could. Using the toe of my boot, I set the brake on the chair and pivoted, dropping into it and bringing Wren down on top of me with a thump. He let out a horny whine, followed by another yes. "Grab your cock," I whispered in his ear. The visual of him circling his slim fingers around his elegant shaft drove me out of my mind. I reached for the lube, dripping some onto his fist as I set my feet firmly on the floor. "Jack off for me," I ordered as I thrust up. Keeping my grip on him firm, I rocked his hips down against my groin, digging into his prostate. I longed to whisper filthy things in his ear, but this felt like a delicate moment, so I satisfied myself with his harsh breaths and my deep grunts filling the air. I released one of his hips so I could wrap my hand around the hand he was using to stroke himself, increasing the pressure even as I felt him tighten around my dick, still buried deep inside him. Letting go of his other hip, I cradled his delicate sack, gently massaging it. His body jerked as he went over, arching against me, cum spurting and dribbling down our knuckles. The emotional context didn't detract from the physical pleasure of his tightness around me, and I let the sensations drag me past the point of no return, coming right after him, harder than I had in recent memory. We sprawled out on the chair, and he let his head fall back to my chest. We inhaled and exhaled in tandem until his chest began to hitch. Oh, poor sweet man. He sniffled, and I wrapped my arms around him, rocking in and out of him gently as he brought his hands to his face and wept. I rested my palm over his heart. Eventually, the tears subsided, and he whispered a broken, "Thank you. Any time you need me, just ask." "I suspect this should do the trick," he said, humor and sadness entwined in his tone. "Honestly, I'd rather we never mention this again." That hurt, but it was completely understandable. "Of course," I said, keeping my tone even. He carefully extricated himself from me, avoiding eye contact as he dressed. Once we were both fully clothed, he let me hug him for a long moment before we left the office. When I turned to lock the door, though, he kept going. By the time I was finished, he was starting his truck. His eyes reached mine, just for a second, and he sent me a wave as he backed out of the parking space. I realized belatedly that he'd left his jar of preserves on the side table. Maybe I'd drop them off tomorrow. Chapter 4. Wren. Hikaru, Rue as we'd started calling him, pushed past my son and barreled through my front door to run up to me and hug my legs. "Gigi, can you make me some tea?" Holden blinked, his eyes going shiny as he recognized the Japanese nickname for grandfather. He reached for Beckett, whose eyes were just as bright. Beckett's understanding of Japanese was minimal, but even he understood the term's importance. Some time ago, I'd started joining Beckett and Holden when they visited Beckett's friends out at their ranch between Dripping Springs and Johnson City. Ginger from Lupe had joined us for one of the visits and told me that these were the people who'd rescued her and her friend Ant from a human trafficking situation. More than that, they'd been the ones to introduce her to Beckett, who secured the job at Lupe for her. She also informed me that he'd been the go-between for several of the teenagers who'd ended up at Lupe, including Leo. Holden hadn't been surprised by any of these revelations, but I sure had been. I'd spent many weekends volunteering at Lupe since Robert's death, all the while thinking that my much-loved almost son-in-law was simply a preacher with a different worldview. I hadn't realized how dedicated he was to practicing what he preached. When Beckett had warned me not to ask too many questions about their foster child's background, It hadn't taken a genius to realize that the kid had likely survived something similar. When we'd come home with Rue a few weeks ago, I hadn't known what to expect. Moreover, while I was thrilled to get the chance to be a grandparent, I still had that conflicted reaction to any occasion that was supposed to be happy. So, as with Christmas and the grand opening of the meeting house, I'd armored myself. I'd expected welcoming my new grandson into the family to be complicated, to say the least. Yet Hikaru was a pure joy, and I had never been more grateful to live in the same little cul-de-sac as my son and his partner. From the moment Rue and I had laid eyes on each other, I knew that we were cosmically connected, that I was meant to be his grandfather. And despite losing his birth parents to unspeakable violence, Hikaru responded to our love like a flower to the sun. In the short time he'd been with us, he'd started to bloom. His therapist warned us that Rue, no matter how resilient, would still have to work through his traumas, and things might not be so simple when he hit puberty and didn't understand what his body and mind were trying to process. We took her at her word, but there was no suppressing how much fun the four of us were having together now. Wherever Robert had landed in the cycle of life, death, rebirth, I liked to imagine that he'd sent Rue our way, knowing we would all need each other. As much as Rue enjoyed living with Beckett and Holden, he and I had a special bond. It was far too soon for him to refer to them as his parents, and I'd had even fewer expectations. Hearing him call me Gigi was a delight, and my heart only ached slightly for the fact that Robert wasn't here to enjoy it with me. We were taking Rue to the meeting house this weekend to introduce him to Robert's lost boys in the community who would love and surround him for the rest of his life. With the anniversary of Robert's death coming up, our little boy was helping us to see that life could still be beautiful. Grab your cock. Jack off for me. My eyes flew open as the rest of the familiar dream played out in my memory. Major behind me, bending me over his desk, ordering me around. Still half asleep, I palmed my dick, moaning like a wanton lover even though I was alone in my bed with only my memories to keep me warm. Oh, but what memories they were. In the weeks since he'd taken me over his desk and finished me in his office chair, I'd envisioned Major's body against mine more often than I cared to admit. Age difference be damned, there had been times I'd considered calling him to service me again. But, no. My hand would have to do. Well, my hand and the new toy that had arrived yesterday. I pulled the lube and the high-end butt plug out of my side table. With my face smashed against the mattress and my ass in the air, I slicked my fingers, pressing one, then two inside myself, while attempting to lube up the plug with my other hand. There was no grace involved in either proceeding, and twice the plug shot across the bed. I grew clumsier and more desperate with each passing second, so I only did the bare minimum to prep my ass, then set about getting a better hold on the slippery plug. Once I'd managed that, I pressed the tapered end to my entrance, leaning into the initial stretch. As much as I wanted to rush things, my body wouldn't let me, so I stroked my cock, reminiscing about the smell of Major's skin as I slowly inserted the toy. The tight ring of muscle finally relaxed enough for me to begin pushing in the plug past the thickest part. I cursed myself about the mechanics of getting the thing into my body, and I reminded myself that I'd been the one who'd searched out a plug that matched Major's girth. Once it was seated inside me, I had to take several deep breaths. Even as my body grew used to it, I had to move gingerly as I stacked the pillows against the headboard, and I gasped when I propped myself up in a nearly seated position. Despite the executive-level awkwardness of getting to this point, the angle was perfect. Spinning up the memory of Major dropping us into his office chair, I pressed my ass down on the bed, whining as the move lodged the plug even deeper inside me. I remembered so clearly his strong arms around me, and I visualized his meaty hand gripping my cock. My thin fingers couldn't do it justice, but I let my imagination fly, hunching and pushing down against the mattress until the plug found that sensitive spot inside me. I was glad no one was around to see what renewed eroticism looked like on an aging man. Squirming and jacking myself, I imagined Major's strong thrusts, and I started to come undone, ecstasy ripping through my veins, my nuts drawing up so tight I whimpered. Even so, the strength of the orgasm was a shock to my system, and my arms lost their strength as I ejaculated, cum shooting everywhere. I barked out a laugh at the ridiculousness of the situation, even as the orgasm continued to roll through me. By the end of it, the whole bed was a mess, and I was left with a teenager's sense that I had to clean up quickly or I might get caught. It had been years, decades even, since I'd woken up from an erotic dream. I couldn't tell if that made me feel young or pathetic. I shook my head as I wiped my hands on the ruined sheets. Feeling like I'd forgotten something, I reached over to check my phone. It was nearly 7 a.m, late by my standards. As I thumbed the screen to check for messages, I noticed the date, and horrifying guilt sank to the pit of my stomach. I had forgotten something. Something so important I didn't know if I'd ever be able to forgive myself. It was the anniversary of Robert's death, and I had just jacked off to the thought of one of his students. I buried my face in my hands, cursing myself for being such a mess. How had I forgotten? Holden and I had even discussed what we would do today. Oh, God. Holden. He, Beckett, and Rue would be by for breakfast any minute now. We planned to tell Rue stories about his dead grandpa, scatter some of Robert's ashes in some of his favorite places, and then come home and hang with each other for the rest of the day. And here I was, covered in ejaculate and shame, still stretched by a butt plug that I'd purchased with Major in mind. Mortified, I quickly yanked the unreasonably large toy from my ass and winced. Robert would have found this hysterical. In fact, if he were alive, he'd be teasing me mercilessly. 1 year ago. You do know that people looking at our basket will assume all the vegetables are for you and that the donuts are for me, Robert teased, dragging his oxygen canister behind him. It was hard to take him seriously with the shit-eating grin on his face, visible even through his oxygen mask. In truth, I was relieved to see his humor return, given how tired he'd been these last few weeks. More and more, he'd been sleeping in his recliner downstairs, unable to make it up to our bedroom on the second floor. He'd stubbornly insisted on sleeping upstairs last night, even though he had to stop twice to catch his breath. He was feeling better today, though, and we'd been able to go on a walk by the river and then downtown. As I looked at him now, he seemed a little sweaty, and I wondered if we hadn't overdone it by coming to a noisy, crowded grocery store before heading home. Holding my gaze, he reached for the donuts as if to put them back. Though where he might put them, given that we were now standing in front of a bin of oranges, I wasn't sure. I smacked his hand. The donuts stay. We are both mature enough not to worry about other people's assumptions. You can have your quinoa, squash, and nut whatever. I'm getting donuts. I turned to examine the avocados, annoyed that none of them seemed ripe enough for tonight's tacos. Fine, have your donuts, he said to the back of my head. But if you think I'm going to share my nut hash with you, you've... I picked up another avocado and waited for the rest of his retort. He was so easily distracted. I've what? I said, turning around, gesturing with the avocado in my hand. Where the hell had he gone? He was right. Robert! He was laid out on the floor in the middle of the produce department. The squash he'd been holding lay next to his head, and Robert looked like he'd knelt down and then slumped over. Other shoppers were gathering around, but no one seemed to be doing anything. I saw a store associate in their apron and flagged them down. I need an ambulance. My husband passed out, I shouted as I carefully rolled Robert to his back and pressed my fingers to his neck. No pulse. Oh, God. I can't get a heartbeat. Hurry! The kid raced over to a phone on a column and recited a code that went out over the store. I picked up Robert's wrist and still couldn't find a pulse. I'd taken a CPR class at some point years ago and racked my brain to remember the basics. The only thing I could pull from my memory was that awful Bee Gees song. All right, class, do your compressions to the beat of Stayin' Alive. Robert's color made my stomach drop. It was all wrong, but I wasn't going to let him go without a fight. I straddled him, crossed my palms atop his chest, and started pressing down as hard as I could to the beat in my head. Seconds later, the associate came running back with a man dressed in a firehouse uniform. They sent a fire truck? I asked, gasping for air as I tried to count the compressions in my head. No, just got off shift, he said, placing his hand on my shoulder. I'm going to take over now. He sounded confident, so I let him. I'd been doing the best I could, but he was much bigger and stronger. He knelt next to Robert, checked his airway, then started compressions. Within seconds, I heard a rib crack. "Oh my God, you're killing him," I cried. "Stop it." The firefighter shook his head, not missing a beat. "Sir, this is how CPR is done. I'm sorry, but his ribs are not the priority right now." "You might break some ribs, but just keep going. Remember, staying alive." I brought my hands to my head, gripping my hair at the roots, as a woman with manager on her name tag joined us. "I've got the heart hospital on the line," she said, holding out an old-school wireless phone. "I've put it on speaker." "Sir, I hear there might be a heart attack?" asked the tinny voice on the line. "I don't know what it is," I said, agitated. "He's recovering from a double bout of pneumonia. There was something about his valve, maybe." "Okay, we'll get the ambulance out to you as quickly as possible." The fireman, still pushing out compressions, shook his head. "This is EMT badge number 78445, and an ambulance isn't going to cut it. This man needs a life flight." The beat of silence on the line nearly gave me a heart attack. "Yes, sir," the solemn voice on the call replied. "Air Life helicopter is on the way." After that, I only remember the rest of the evening in flashes. Young, fit-looking people racing in with a stretcher. The fireman, who I later learned was the on-call EMT for the local firehouse, giving them the details. Calling Holden. Sitting on the curb outside of HEB, watching the helicopter rise up into the air and knowing I'd never see Robert alive again. Tears streamed down my face as I relived every hopeless feeling, my reverie only broken by the opening of my front door. "Dad, are you awake?" Holden called out. His voice spurred me into action, and I started ripping the sheets off the bed, horrified when the plug hit the wall with a dull thunk. "Sorry, woke up a little late," I shouted back as I struggled to capture the slippery toy one-handed. "Let me take a quick shower and I'll join you downstairs in a minute." "Take your time, I'll put on the tea," he said as Ruse and Beckett's voices joined his in the background. "Oh, Major left a jar of strawberry preserves at the front door. Mind if we break into it?" Not at all." I stuffed the soiled sheets into the hamper, tossed the plug into the small trash bin by the sink, and started the shower. I tried not to cry about the fact that Major had left a jar on my doorstep the day after our encounter in his office, too, and he'd even included a brief note. "Hoping you're okay." As I stepped under the water, I tried to assuage my guilt by reminding myself that what Major and I had done in his office had honored Robert's request. Though I doubted my husband had thought one of his former students would be the one to step up and do the job. The bigger problem was the fact that Major had turned out to be a fantastic lover. He was confident and knew how to mix gentleness with the right amount of force. Had the encounter simply been mediocre, I wouldn't be getting shampoo in my eyes right now. But he had gone and rocked my entire world, and now the guilt of reliving what we'd done was killing me. Jacking off to the memory of it on the anniversary of my husband's death was just the cherry on top. I flushed out my burning eyes, then raced through the rest of the shower, my mind going in a million different directions, all of them sad and confused. After battling to pull clothes over my still wet skin, I finally made it downstairs. Holden handed me a mug of tea and showed me the note that had arrived with today's jar. In memory of Mr. Page. Terrified that my son might read something on my face, I made appreciative noises as I shoved down the desire and shame that threatened to overwhelm me and made the pain of missing my husband even more acute. Oh, Robert, I fucking hate life without you in it. Chapter 5. Major. It was the anniversary of Mr. Page's death, and I was in my office thinking about what Wren and I had done on this very desk not 2 months ago. Was it wrong that I frequently woke up hard in remembering how it had felt to take his body? I felt a tiny bit guilty about those thoughts when he'd texted me earlier, thanking me for the gift. Wren. We had breakfast together as a family, and Rue declared your preserves even better than Smucker's. Coming from an 8-year-old, that's a high compliment. Me. Glad he liked it. Hope you're doing okay. I made a small mess of my husband when I attempted to scoop some of his ashes into an empty prescription bottle for Holden, if that gives you any idea of how today has gone. Don't worry, we got most of him back into the urn. Would several laughing emojis be a completely inappropriate response? Are you kidding? Robert would have laughed his ass off. Grimace emoji. Laughing emoji. Laugh cry emoji. Perfect. As I laughed, another notification popped up in my messages. Skylar. Hey, Big Daddy. I set the phone down with a sigh. I'd been neglecting my usual roster of hookups in favor of my hand for a while. All it took was remembering how delicate Ren was and how hot we'd been together, and I'd be coming in my fist moments later. The lie I kept telling myself was that given how busy I was with my expanding business, it was more efficient. Yeah, I didn't believe that either. I definitely didn't want to pine after the man like my buddy Sawyer did for Hendricks, so I'd be wise to restart my rotation. Oh, what a difficult life I lead, I thought, laughing at the way I'd let Ren take over my mind. There was no need to complicate things, especially when one of my favorite twinks was reaching out. Picking up the phone again, I typed out a quick response. Me. Hey, baby boy. How've you been? Skylar. Missing my daddy bear something fierce. Pout emoji. Ah, we can't have that now, can we? Can you come over tonight? I don't know. Can you be a good boy and wear that frilly robe for me? Yes, Daddy. When can you be here? I can get pretty and make us cocktails. I checked my watch. Baby, that sounds perfect. Meet you in an hour. Yay! I can't wait to see you again. I put away my phone and grabbed a few condoms from the stash in my desk. I wasn't super into the daddy-boy dynamic, but it was fun to play every once in a while. Also, Skylar was 23 and looked nothing like Ren, which should work in my favor. Skylar opened the door to his high-dollar Riverwalk condo wearing his sexy widow robe, stylish makeup, and very little else. He'd put a lot of effort into his look, and I made sure to whistle appreciatively. Daddy, he squealed, jumping into my arms. Hey, baby boy. I kissed him before I set him down. How are you doing? He pulled back, a small frown on his sparkly lips. What's wrong, Daddy? I opened my mouth to deny that anything was wrong, but I couldn't force the words out. Major, he said, dropping to his normal register. What's going on? By this point, I'd normally have carried him to his bedroom and started bossing him around the way he liked. I rubbed my forehead. Sorry, Skylar. You look beautiful tonight. I don't know what's wrong with me. Do you not like the robe? He asked, baring a shoulder. I love the robe, Sky. I've just been so busy that I'm running on fumes these days. He shot me a sweet smile and rubbed my arm. That why you haven't called me in over a month? I nodded, then shook my head. I'm also a little in my head about someone, if I'm being honest. Your text came in at the perfect time, and I thought it was a sign that I needed to get over them. Something like that, I said, wishing I could throw myself into the fun that I usually had with him. Instead, I bent down and kissed his cheek. Sorry for wasting your time, baby boy. I don't think I can tonight. He gave me the cutest pout, even as his eyes held understanding. Don't worry about it, Mage. I've got my own situationship that I'm trying to get over. I hope everything works out as it should for you. I thanked him and kissed his hand before letting myself out of his condo. I hated disappointing him, but there was no way in hell I'd have been able to fuck him. Major, why do you look like you haven't been laid in a year? Leo asked, shaking his shiny new driver's license in my face. I thought you wanted to celebrate my becoming an adult. I'd stop by Lupe to pick him up and take him into San Antonio for a day of shopping and movies. Annoyed at his perceptiveness but trying to hide it, I joked. Why are you asking about my sex life? Aren't you a virgin? No, he said, ducking his head as he put away his license. Well, I guess it depends on what you count. Ah, shit. The guilt was instant. Aside from the fact that I shouldn't have acted like his status was a joke, I'd somehow forgotten the years of abuse he'd endured before he arrived at Lupe. Damn it, that was why he hadn't wanted a big to-do for his 18th birthday in the first place. For years, he'd never even known the actual date of his birth. The life he'd had with his parents was Well, imagine the worst environment for a kid to be raised in, double that, and only then would you have a small glimpse into what could laughingly be referred to as his childhood. So birthdays were tricky for him. He knew I had a weird history with birthdays as well. My parents weren't messed up the way his had been, but their religious beliefs didn't include many celebrations. It was why I'd been the one he'd chosen to spend this day with. Way to fuck it up right out of the gate, Major. Leo, I said, reaching for him. I'm so sorry. He cut me off with a wave of his hand. It's okay. There's a lot of it I don't remember anyway. I knew he was telling the truth because he always did, and that was the most heartbreaking thing of all. I had no clue how he could be this sweet, affectionate person given all that he'd been through. He'd also basically taken over my apprentice program and coached our newbies through some of the basics of plumbing repair. The guy I'd chosen quit the first time he'd had to deal with the realities of a clogged toilet, while the two Leo had recommended were still going strong. Surprising, but not. Just the past weekend, he'd done a great job of getting his friends to show up at Walker's classroom to test out building bunk beds as a project for the upcoming semester. Come to think of it, Leo had been the one to point out that Lupe needed better quality beds to begin with. Seeing him in his element and thinking about how worried he'd been about his future, I'd already decided that he should come live with me. Now that I wasn't doing business out of my house, I had plenty of room. I still had to talk to Ginger and Beckett about it, but for now I had to get our small celebration back on track. So, I said, pulling him into a hug, you ready to make my credit card weep? Absolutely, he said, nearly squeezing the life out of me. And I plan on using your guilty conscience to ask for a pair of Jordan Retros. Leo was wearing those Jordan Retros a few days later when he and Ozzy got bailed out of jail after an argument with Walker's parents. I decided to focus on that rather than on the fact that Rand had quietly joined the group outside the police station and was standing as far away as possible from me, looking more beautiful than ever. I'd planned another hookup with one of the guys on my roster tonight, but seeing Ren made that prospect seem more like a visit to the dentist. While everyone else was chatting through dealing with Walker's parents and buzzing over the fact that Ozzy and Walker had finally figured out how much they'd loved each other, I quietly canceled my plans. Thankfully, my conversations with Beckett and Ginger went well, and they agreed that giving Leo the option to move in with me would relieve his anxiety about coming of age and making it on his own. As if we'd ever abandon him. Even if I was having a hard time moving past Ren, I could at least do right by Leo. Chapter 6. Ren. Life was a fucking nightmare, and everything was falling apart. In the past week, I had broken my reading glasses, lost a critical button during a class lecture, displayed my nipples during said class lecture, backed my car into a utility pole, found a thatch of silver in my pubic hair, and broken my trusty old electric kettle. I'd also technically been late for this morning's class, but I wasn't counting that since no one prioritized a 7:30 a.m. lecture on a Saturday. Class had gone surprisingly well, and for a second I thought I'd moved past this stretch of bad luck. Foolish, foolish man. The other shoe dropped when I came home to discover that my toilet was running slow. While that definitely wasn't the worst thing, it was enough to make my left eye twitch. I turned to Robert's urn, a stainless steel container that resided on a shelf in my bathroom, and snarled. I had no proof, but I knew it was mocking me, if only because my late husband would have taken great delight in this week's list of minor calamities. Stifling the urge to push the damned thing off its shelf, I decided instead to confront the reluctant toilet. I had no idea what I was doing and winced at the heavy scraping noise as I pried off the lid and then set it on the seat cover. Looking into the exposed water-stained tank, it was clear something was amiss with the flappy doohickey and the chain thingy. I did a YouTube search and found a kindly plumber who promised a quick, easy fix. YouTube plumber guy was a goddamned liar. I glared at Robert's urn as water gushed out of the hose leading to the tank. I was pretty sure I'd shut the water off, but I did sometimes confuse the lefty-loosey, righty-tighty of things. Shut up, I growled at the urn. In case you were worried that I was hallucinating a conversation with a funereal container, it's important to note that it had never once said anything back to me. The whole urn on the bathroom shelf thing, by the way, was an inside joke. Robert had loved having conversations while he was on the pot, but I'd found that revolting. Thankfully, in life, he'd honored my request to not share bathroom space while one of us was using the facilities. In his private letter to me, however, he'd asked that I put his urn in the bathroom. "Don't make it weird. I just want to be part of your day." The man I still adored to distraction wasn't truly in that fucking urn. His cremains, a word I despised, were in there, sure, but his spirit had moved on. The container was merely a stand-in for Robert's amused scoffery. All of this toilet drama could have been avoided, of course, had I simply called Major. There was no reason for me not to, save for the fact that I had not one clue what to do with his kindness. Even after what we'd done together, he never gave me funny looks or weird energy when we ran into each other. He treated me exactly the way he always had, which was how I ended up with a flooded bathroom. I did manage to stop the water flow by turning the knob in the other direction, but now I was truly lost as to how to fix the issue. I took a stack of towels down from the cupboard and laid them out on the floor to sop up the mess as I tapped my phone. "Ren, are you okay?" Major's deep voice immediately comforted me, even through the line. I hated it. "If you consider minor flooding okay, then I'm fantastic," I bit out, letting my chin fall to my chest. He chuckled. "Plumbing problem. I'll be there shortly." "Thanks, Major. I appreciate it." "Always," he said before hanging up. See, so kind, so accommodating, so fucking big and sexy and... I scrunched my face, not knowing how to process wanting to bone a specific person. Being a generically horny widower was one thing, but pining for the smell of a particular man's spunk, other than Robert's, was a different animal altogether. I still hadn't forgiven myself for the whole jacking off on the anniversary of my husband's death thing. The urn had mocked me hardcore for that one. After suffering through a day of honoring Robert with a guilty conscience, I'd gone to my grief group the next day and confessed my major sins. The group had assured me that having sex with somebody and then having dreams about that same somebody didn't make me a bad person. I was not convinced. The bullshit of this past week seemed to verify my take on the matter. Thankfully, by the time I was dragging a laundry basket full of sopping towels down to the washer, Major was knocking on my front door. I stopped in the little half-bath downstairs to check my hair, decided that I looked old and ragged, and opened the door anyway. Leo stood there, tall and youthful with a sunny smile. I suppose that was better than having to face Major, save for the crushing disappointment. I swear, don't get married. If the bastard dies before you, it'll ruin the rest of your life. Don't look so worried, Ren, Leo said with a smirk. Major's in the truck taking a call. He'll join us in a minute. Thank goodness. I trust you, Leo, I said, almost convincing myself that I was telling the truth. I'm sure you can do the job. I can, but you looked disappointed when you saw me, he said with his typical bluntness. I'm not, I promise, I said, now fully lying through my teeth. I was a little surprised to see you, but only because I'd talked to Major and was expecting him. Leo shot me a disbelieving look. I prattled on, over-explaining. But he said nothing but wonderful things about your knowledge of the trade. In fact, I've cleaned up the area, so come on up and take a look. Sure. He tripped up the stairs behind me, his boots landing heavily on the treads. Hey, Mr. Page, he said when he entered the bathroom, tapping the urn that held the desiccated, judgmental remains of my husband. It was the first time I'd smiled in days. Leo took one look at the situation, with the tank lid upside down on the toilet seat and my phone on the counter, and turned to me. YouTube? I snarled. Yes, the bastards. Why didn't you call us to begin with? I know how busy y'all get on the weekends, I said, again lying through my teeth. Well, at least you've got the water turned off. That could have ruined your downstairs pretty quickly. I clamped my mouth shut, unwilling to confess that I had gotten my left and right confused again. That, by the way, was not a mark of my advanced age. I'd always struggled with right and left, despite my wedding ring. Make L's with your hands, people told me. But they both looked like L's to me. Why, yes, I was a professor of literature and had mild dyslexia. How droll. Leo bent over and peered into the tank, made a few adjustments, then flushed the toilet. I was somewhat relieved when he encountered the same problem I had. As I looked on, anxiously twisting my wedding ring, a warm presence at my back signaled that Major had joined us in the tight space. I took a deep breath and let it out, my body relaxing for the first time in weeks. Chapter 7. Major. "That's an interesting tank assembly," I said, looking over Wren's shoulder while trying and failing to ignore what his body did to me. Or how good he smelled. Or how his pajama bottoms rested on his barely there ass. Or how his small feet and elegant toes made me want to fuck him raw. Wren stepped to the side, letting me farther into the bathroom. "Get your mind out of the gutter, Major." "I don't think we have this assembly with us," Leo said, straightening up to face me. "You sure about that?" I asked, careful that the question didn't sound like an indictment of Leo's skills. "I am," Leo said, standing a little taller. "I did inventory a couple of weeks ago, and we don't usually keep these in stock." True. I scratched my chin. "I bet Marty has one." Marty ran the local hardware/tchotchke store, and he usually had a little bit of everything. He'd saved us from having to make a trip out to one of the big box stores on more than one occasion. Leo pulled out his phone and called. After a quick conversation, he verified that Marty did have the piece in question and would hold it for us. I sent him a thumbs up, proud of how he'd kept on top of even the smallest details. Despite some initial worries, living with Leo had been going well, and his work ethic in school and on the job had continued to impress me. "If you want, I can go get it and bring us back some coffees and a tea for Mr. Page," he offered. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the truck keys, along with my business credit card. "Go for it. Since it's close to lunchtime, grab some sandwiches for us while you're at it." Leo made a fist and drew it down victoriously. "Yes, and I'm getting double meat." "Leo, buddy, whenever I buy a sandwich for you, I assume it's double meat. Get me double meat as well." We looked at Wren, who raised his hands with a cute little smirk on his face. "Sorry, gentlemen, I'm a single meat kind of man." Maybe I hadn't spent enough time with Wren prior to Mr. Page's death, but his humor surprised me. Leo cracked up and clapped his hand on Wren's shoulder as he made his way out of the bathroom. "You're funnier than you look, Wren." "How do I look?" "Like you might quote Shakespeare at me." "I teach American literature," Wren called out as Leo made his way down the stairs. "I would never quote Shakespeare at you. Only Hemingway or Morrison. Also, get me a London Fog and a turkey sandwich." "You got it." Leo noisily made his way out of the house, letting the door slam behind him. "He's not exactly the quietest human on the planet, is he?" Wren asked, looking up at me closer than I'd realized. I pasted on a grin. "Leo? Quiet? Never. Also, I'm surprised you'd quote Hemingway before Salinger." "His son Holden was named after the main character in The Catcher in the Rye." Wren shrugged. "You have a point, but Hemingway is more quotable." "I'll take your word on that," I said, grinning. "Do you think this is going to be a complicated fix?" he asked. "No. And can I ask why Mr. Page is in the bathroom?" "It's where he has to be placed," Wren said, shaking his head with a fond smile. "Why does that not surprise me?" I chuckled, glad to see him somewhat happy. "Because you knew the man very, very well." His gaze shifted between me and the urn. "It's strange how things ended up." He didn't elaborate, but he didn't have to. I shoved my hands into my pockets, lifting my shoulders. All things truly wicked start from innocence. I wasn't sure what I was calling wicked, Mr. Page's death or what Wren and I had done together. Wren narrowed his eyes at me. "Wait, are you quoting Hemingway at me?" "Maybe," I said, losing myself in the amused expression on his lips. Show off. Ignoring the way this banter was spiking my heart rate, I switched subjects. Can I grab some water from you while we wait?" It was entirely possible that I needed to get out of this room before the energy between Wren and me made my clothes fall off. It was also possible that I didn't want Mr. Page to witness anything untoward. "That'll be $5, he cracked, holding out an open palm. I dug a 5 from my pocket and slapped it into his hand. Fine. Lead the way. As my fingers grazed his palm, the short hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Blood raced south so quickly that I went dizzy. Wren rushed past me and headed down the hall toward the stairs. I stood outside the bathroom, watching him. He glanced back over his shoulder, and when our eyes met, my cheeks went hot at the hunger in his expression. I couldn't maintain eye contact. Maybe I wasn't the only one who'd been waking up with inappropriate boners. I lurched out of my frozen state and started to follow him, my footfalls heavy in comparison to his nearly silent barefoot steps. He stopped 4 stairs down, drumming his fingers on the banister. Wren. He turned and looked up at me, his head tilted to the side. Are you okay? I asked, suddenly breathless. I'm not actually thirsty. He examined the $5 bill in his hand before raising his eyes back to mine. Jesus, he could bring me to my knees with a look like that. Would you fuck me again? He asked, his voice soft but steady. My eyebrows shot up. What? You heard me. When will Leo be back? I scratched my head. Major, how long will it take for Leo to return? I snapped out of my confused trance. It'll probably take him an hour because he and Allie chat like there's no tomorrow. So we have enough time? Enough time for what? I was so lost. Wren put his hands on his hips and took a deep breath, lifting his chin at me. I have needs. You know how to meet them. Wren, where is this coming from? I asked, feeling like I was towering over him on the staircase. I don't know. I've had a bad week, and I don't want to get you a water. I want you to fuck me. I know the anniversary. Yes, the anniversary, he said, slashing his hand through the air as if he was sick of talking about it. I'm in a lot of pain. Do you think you could help me? I opened my mouth, then closed it again. That was a yes or no question, Major, Wren said in his teacher voice. Stitching my brows together, I scratched at my beard. I thought you said that was a one-time thing. I thought we weren't discussing it. That was that. This is this. Sighing, he smacked his fist against his forehead. Scholar of American literature right here, folks. I took a deep breath, and his eyes caught on my belly and chest. Okay, I finally said. Do you have condoms? Shit, he grimaced. Robert and I never used them. No problem. I held up a finger as I dug in my back pocket and pulled out my wallet. Got one right here. What about lube? I've got plenty, he said, stuffing the 5 back in my pocket as he pushed past me up the stairs. I followed, but when he reached his bedroom, he came to a halt in the doorway. Not expecting him to stop short, I bumped up against him. Wren? I really need you to stop saying my name like a question. I really need you to stop doing questionable things. Not likely, he mumbled. Turning on his heel, he pushed against my belly. Guest room. I flattened my lips. Are you sure about this? Yes. You still need lube. Oh, right. Just a second. He dashed into his bedroom like a thief and furtively dug around in a drawer, coming back with a bottle of lube in his hand. He strode past me into the tiny guest room, which had Japanese art posters of cats on the walls and a simple IKEA-like bed pushed against the back wall and covered with a sunshine yellow duvet. The green leafy pothos on the bedside table gave a homey touch to the small space. I hung back in the doorway watching Wren undress. What? We don't have a lot of time, he said, sounding testy as he dipped his thumbs under his waistband. Wren, are you sure you want to do this? He stopped undressing, his eyes uncertain. Wren. He took a big breath. Look, I know I seem erratic. A little, yes. Yeah, well, I'm tired of being that way, and something about you calms me down, especially when you're naked. How do you know? I've never been fully naked around you. It's a guess, a hypothesis, if you will. So, get out of your clothes, he demanded weakly. For science, if nothing else. I wavered for a moment, then reached back and pulled my t-shirt over my head. He inhaled sharply before slipping off his underwear. I stopped breathing. Major, I blinked. Sorry, you're just so fucking beautiful. So are you, he said with a shy smile. It made my heart do a double take. I reached for him, pulling him against me. Fuck, you have the juiciest, most perfect nipples, he moaned, diving in. I loved the way my belly pressed against his front, the way he was burying his face between my pecs. I love his talented tongue against my pebbled nipple even more. He sucked hard, stretching it. I was reduced to moaning with each suck, hissing when he added teeth. He let go with a pop. Too much? He asked, his lips slick with spit. My face flushed, and my breathing sped up. Never too much. I love having my nipples played with. He grinned, bringing his hands up, pinching and squeezing both nipples at once. He bit his lower lip, staring at me as I shivered under his touch. I had a feeling he would have continued to play till the cows, or Leo, came home, so I put my large paws on his slim shoulders. Let me finish getting undressed. He pulled at my nipples once more, then pouted as he stood back. I rolled my eyes and undid my jeans, dropping them to the floor along with my underwear. You are marvelous, he said, his eyes glazing over as he took in my big hairy belly and the thick cock jutting out from under it. I don't often get called marvelous, I said with a smile. He frowned. Don't fuck anybody who thinks you're anything less than amazing. They don't deserve you. Agreed, I said, pointing to the plush green rug on the floor. Now's a great time for you to show me how wonderful you think I am. Chapter 8. Ren. Shooting Major a wink, I went to my knees, grateful I'd begun my yoga practice again. I took his fat shaft in my hand, my eyes bugging out as I stroked it. I'd played with it for a few seconds in his office, but confronted with it in full light, I had to whistle under my breath. Definitely the thickest cock I've ever seen in person, I said, running my nose up its length, loving the smell of soap and man. Why don't you see what you can do with it? He asked, raising his brow in challenge. Robert had never been particularly bossy in bed, so I shivered at Major's command, feeling it between my toes. Without a second's hesitation, I took his fat, flared head into my mouth, sucking on it, pressing the tip of my tongue into his slit, loving the way he swayed. God, he groaned, palming the back of my head. Major was a gentleman, but the hint was not a subtle one. I took him down as far as I could go, locking eyes with him while practically unhinging my jaw to manage the full circumference of him. His breathing stuttered. Fuck, he growled, sucking in another breath as he carefully rocked in and out. I can feel the edges of your teeth. I pulled away, rubbing my jaw. Am I hurting you? He shook his head. Not at all, pretty man. I like it. Wetting my lips, I went in again, nearly to the root, sliding his cockhead over the smooth sides of my molars. After only a moment or so of that, he stumbled and let out a long breath through his nose. My knees get weak when I get this turned on. Then lie down and let me have my way with you, I said, letting a self-satisfied smirk slide across my lips. Major grunted in assent and dropped to the bed, which groaned under his weight. Maybe it was the sumo matches my grandfather had taken me to as a kid, but I'd always loved large, powerful men. If the bed was struggling to keep up, I'd found perfection. Hallelujah, as the Christians would say. Of course, there was a fine line between appreciation and objectification, and I was careful to stay on the right side of things. I'd dated men of all sizes before I met Robert, and my love for him hadn't been based on his body. When it came to Major, however, I had to admit his thighs were a tremendous selling point. He was laid out before me like a mountain range, his cock standing straight up, his balls proportionate and hanging low. Each nut fit my hand perfectly. I leaned forward and took him into my mouth while massaging him, and his deep guttural moan went straight to my lower belly. I worked him over for a few minutes, then pulled back when I felt him get close. He cursed, and it sent a thrill down my spine. "Hands and knees," he ordered. The bed swayed under us as he sat up. I shivered as his deep voice reached into my chest. "Yes, sir." I flipped around, assuming the position. I jiggled my microscopic ass ever so slightly, and his satisfied rumble filled me with pride. The heat ratcheted up when he positioned himself behind me, shoving my head down toward the foot of the bed. Widening my legs an obscene amount, he spread my cheeks and spit on my hole. I loved the rough but careful treatment, and when he pressed a thick digit inside me, I nearly came from the major of it all. I barely held back my orgasm as he prepared me, and I whined when he pulled out. The rustle of the condom and the click of the lube set off another set of shivers. Then 2 slick fingers replaced one, and I bit my fist at the stretch. He thrust in and out, stopping once again right before I would have come. Before I could complain, his blunt cockhead pushed at my hole. I quivered as he hesitated, intimidated at the thought of taking him again. "You still want this?" he asked, his voice rough with desire. "It's okay to say no." "Now, Major." I was beyond caring how needy I sounded. "Hell, oh, fuck." He pushed forward, stretching me to oblivion. I bit out curses and tried to catch my breath as he moved inside me. Maybe my grief had numbed me to the reality of his size last time, but I was fully aware now. I softened, and he slowed as if reading the tension in my body. "You okay?" "Don't stop. Please never stop," I begged. After a brief hesitation, he rocked in, angling me so that his cock hit all the important places, making me harden again. Jesus Christ. I'd been fisted exactly once in my life, by a man with small hands, and this was just shy of that. Like, just shy. He continued his slow, deliberate movements until my body relaxed around him. Then his hands went to my hips and he pressed forward, leaning all that glorious weight against me. The world suddenly seemed a little brighter. "Harder! More!" I choked out. The bed moved with each thrust, the headboard banging into the wall. I'd probably have to repair the wall after this, and I didn't give a shit. In the years before I'd met Robert, I'd been with a number of men who'd had big dicks, and I hadn't been impressed with how some of them thought that meant they could ignore every other aspect of sex. Major, though, was not a lazy lover. He didn't have to try to hit the sensitive places inside me. His thick cock, especially that ridiculously fat head, did all the work for him. He angled his hips anyway, and I was all the better for it. I was practically drooling from his grunting, sweaty efforts. There was no getting around it. He was fucking me to within an inch of my life. With each thrust, I was more and more convinced that I would give up that last inch as long as he'd keep doing it. He let go of my hips to grasp my wrists, pulling them behind my back with a firm, gentle grip. I buried my face in the duvet, sounds spilling from my lips that I'd never made before. Working with him to maximize depth and torque and mind-bending pleasure. I was like a tiny boat being bashed against rocks, falling apart as he crashed over me, unrelenting. "Coming!" I gasped. I could come hands-free with a talented lover. That was nothing new. The combination of rough and calm, however, was a new kind of magic, and I was half convinced that he could make me come from across the fucking room. Major thrust one last time, burying himself inside me as he shouted his orgasm, and my body shivered and arched as I made a mess of my guest bed. With a loud crack, one of the wooden legs snapped, pitching the bed forward, grinding him into me that much more. He cursed, scrambling for balance. Not wanting anything to happen to that magnificent cock, I carefully pulled away from him. Ouch! Fucking ouch! And rolled onto the floor, taking the sheet with me. He went over as well, controlling his fall and landing next to me with a massive whomp. Major's eyes went from concern to smiley half-moons as I threw my head back and laughed. Meanwhile, the bed's 3 remaining legs, apparently compromised by the uneven strain, gave way with a mighty crash. "Shit," he shouted, startled. Grimacing, he pulled me close and nuzzled my ear. "Sorry, not sorry." I leaned into the cuddle. "Yeah, I don't give a single shit about a piece of furniture, Major. Not after that performance," I said, enjoying the soreness in my ass. "Though you're helping me hide the evidence." He kissed me, his eyes blazing. "Fucking hell. I'll buy you a new bed. That was one for the record books." We lost it after that, rolling in cum-stained sheets as we fought for oxygen. God, it felt good to laugh again. "Major? Mr. Page?" Leo's voice filtered up the stairs just as we were attempting to right ourselves. Major clamped his hand over his mouth. After gathering himself, he called out, "Hey, Leo, stay down there. We'll finish up here and take a quick break." "Sounds good." There was a slight plot hole in Major's words. We'd been waiting for Leo, so there was nothing to finish up. But if Leo didn't spot it, I wasn't going to help him figure it out. Silently, because we weren't a couple of teenagers, Major and I raced each other to put on our clothes. 30 seconds later, we walked out of the guest room and closed the door on the evidence. Major followed me with his hand on my ass, and I didn't hate it. "Shit," he whispered as we walked down the stairs. "Your shirt's on inside out." I flipped it right side out and put it back on. By the time we reached the kitchen, we looked decently put together. Or at least we didn't look like we'd just broken a bed while fucking like animals. That said, Leo often saw things that other people didn't. Thankfully, he was also 18 and ravenous. He hadn't waited for us and was already tearing into his sandwich like a man who hadn't seen food in 3 days. We grabbed our selections and joined him at the table. Major took his first sip of coffee. "So, Leo, since this is an unusual type of tank assembly, what steps do we need to take for this fix?" Leo listed off the steps while scarfing down his sandwich. Major's eyes slid to mine, sparkling with amusement. I silently gestured to his hair, which he patted down before Leo looked up again. After we finished our lunches, they went back upstairs and fixed the toilet while I cleaned the kitchen. When Leo took their tools and remaining supplies out to the truck, Major lingered with me. As soon as the front door closed, he moved me away from the window, then pressed me up against the wall before pulling me into a deep, searching kiss. "We are way too good in bed together," he said, kissing my hairline. "Please don't tell me that this was our last time. Also, I owe you a bed frame." "Perhaps it's safer if we ditch the frame, college style," I said as I gasped for breath, loving the way he pressed against me like he knew I needed it. "Another good option." He brushed his nose against mine, then rolled his hips. "Just so you know, I take Friday afternoons off." "What a coincidence. So do I." I usually stuck around after class and got caught up on my grading, but there was no way in hell I'd refuse an offer like that. He grabbed my hand, squeezing it lightly. No pressure, no strings, just us making each other feel good. "That all right?" I let out a sigh of relief, grateful I didn't have to be the one to say it. "That's exactly what I'm looking for." He let his eyes drift from the top of my head down to my toes, then sent me a wink. "See you on Friday." "Count on it." I could imagine the urn smirking at me and reminding me that Robert had been the best lover I'd ever had. I grimaced at that characterization. Robert had, indeed, been the best lover I'd ever had. Past tense. But I wasn't going to be the one to update the scoreboard. Chapter 9. Major. The doorbell rang as I exited the shower, sending my grin off the charts. Ren was early. He and I had been going back and forth between each other's houses, depending on which location was less likely to get us discovered, every Friday for a month now, and it had been amazing. He was so responsive, and even though he wouldn't say it out loud, he seemed to enjoy it when I took charge. Taking a quick second to wipe the droplets of water from my body, I slipped into my robe, tying it as I went down the stairs, intensely grateful that Leo had headed out early to spend time with Lovett. Ren and I had missed our usual Friday link-up yesterday because I'd been knee-deep in a renovation project that had run over, And then we'd had the opening of Kiana's to attend. With Leo gone for the weekend, I'd suggested that we could spend the entire day in bed. Wren had jumped at the chance, saying he couldn't wait for me to crush him into the mattress. I had to laugh at his enthusiasm. In accepting my queerness, I'd learned to take full advantage of my bear identity. The last several years of hookups had proved to me that while bears weren't for everybody, those who did like big guys really liked them. And Wren? He loved bears more than anyone I'd ever met. I'd swear that he was even more excited about my body than I was. Jules had once told me that she had a cousin who loved bears, not realizing that he and his husband were already on my regular rotation. Rolly Martinez was loud about his appreciation for bears, but he had nothing on Wren's quiet devotion. I crossed the living room at a jog and eagerly opened the front door. "Oh, Sawyer," I clutched my robe. "Were you expecting someone else?" he asked, his eyes falling to my clumsily tied sash. Rich, given his own dishevelment. "No," I lied, clenching my jaw. He turned to go. "I'll come back." Back in high school, when we were still learning about ourselves, Sawyer and I had had a no-strings arrangement. We discovered that we both preferred to top, but since it was hard to find people to discreetly explore with in our small town, we made it work. As we'd spent more time together, I'd witnessed his desire for Hendrix deepen, even as Hendrix had begun to explore his twin passions for music and fucking anything on two legs. Despite our incompatibilities, I'd thought I could help Sawyer move on, and offered to be his boyfriend. Sawyer confessed that he was so in love with Hendrix that he couldn't imagine dating someone else. We'd quit fucking soon after that, but had promised each other that our friendship was more valuable than anything. He was already making his way off my porch, but those long-standing bonds dictated that I reach out to stop him. "Sawyer, wait," I said. "Is there a stain on your shirt? And are your shorts wrinkled?" "Shut up," he spit back, his eyes not meeting mine. I'd never seen Sawyer look like this, which left me with a massive dilemma. On the one hand, I would never hesitate to support him when he needed it. But on the other, Wren's perfect hole. Fuck. I couldn't turn my best friend away just so I could get laid. I forced him to come inside so that I could figure out what was wrong with him. Hopefully within the next 5 minutes. After a few niceties, he slumped down on my sofa and I retied my robe. No need to be showing him my business. "What's going on here?" I asked. "I fucked Hendrix," he responded. His flat delivery and lack of preamble failing to hide his internal turmoil. Oh, buddy. After I asked a few more probing questions, he unloaded the whole ordeal. I hadn't kept up with Hendrix as I should, distracted as I'd been by my expanded business prospects and newly upgraded sex life. So I listened as best I could, silently giving thanks for my no-strings, drama-free situationship with Wren. Unfortunately, even while grappling with his own issues, Sawyer noticed that I'd shaped up my beard and gotten a new haircut. I managed to sidetrack him with more talk of Hen. That may have been a bit of dirty pool, but it was successful, at least until my doorbell rang again. Sawyer narrowed his eyes at my reaction and announced he'd taken enough of my time. When I opened the door, he took one look at Wren, and his shrewd expression told me that the jig was up. Wren grinned up at us. "Hi, Sawyer. How's it going?" Sawyer smiled warmly at him, giving the impression that he thought nothing of Wren's presence on my doorstep. I knew my friend, though. He'd be grilling me about this the second he had a chance. "Oh, fine," Sawyer answered. "I'm destroying my life one bad decision at a time, and Hendrix Kavanaugh is driving me insane." His keen eyes returned to my freshly groomed beard and hastily tied robe. Wren, unaware of the silent conversation going on, grimaced. "I'm sorry?" Sawyer's eyes softened, like maybe, just maybe, he didn't think this was the worst idea ever. He said something about getting back before Hen got in too much trouble and took off, though not before mouthing, "Call me." I followed Wren into the house. I knew Sawyer wouldn't go blabbing my business, but he definitely wanted an explanation. Problem was, I didn't know if I had one. I turned to Wren as he shut the door behind us. I'm so sorry. He showed up and... Wren cut me off by grabbing my robe, yanking me down for a kiss. I let the robe fall to the ground and pressed him up against the door, knowing how he loved to be pinned by my big body. His hands roamed, squeezing whatever he could reach. Pecs, belly, hips. When we broke for air, he palmed my chest. "Take me upstairs," he demanded, pulling at my nipples. Groaning, I reached for him, sliding my forearm under his ass before throwing him over my shoulder. I needed this as much as he did. Chapter 10. Wren. I couldn't believe I was hanging upside down over Major's shoulder, my face inches from his perfectly round, perfectly hairy ass. Every time I feel a little too old for you, I remember the benefits of fucking a young guy and I push that thought aside, I said, laughing. We reached the top of the stairs and he set me back on the ground, a disgruntled expression on his handsome face. Had he done something with his beard? Before I could wax poetic about his new look, he said, "You keep going on about your age. What would you say if I started worrying I was too big for you?" I balked, drawing my chin back as my mouth turned down. I'd remind you that I love big men and that your size turns me on. And I'd wrap up my argument by diving between your cheeks, rimming and jacking you until you passed out from coming so hard. He swayed, seemingly distracted by the idea. I wondered if he'd let me record the encounter so that I could watch my entire head disappear between his cheeks. I palmed my growing shaft, only brought back to the present by his proud little humph. Narrowing his eyes, he shot back, "If you can love big men, then I can love older men. If my thighs turn you on, your age can turn me on." With that, he made his way to his bedroom and opened the door for me. As I passed under his extended arm, he muttered, "I love the salt and pepper at your temples, and don't get me started on the strap of silver above your cock." I opened my mouth to protest, but he pushed me farther into the room, cutting me off with a kiss. Major's room was a lot like the rest of his house, plush and inviting. Unlike the bright living spaces, however, his room had been painted a dark charcoal gray that gave the space a luxurious atmosphere. His massive platform bed had white sheets and a velvet duvet in dark teal, and it sat between two beautiful floating nightstands. Mocha-colored leather club chairs adorned the corners of the room, and the floor-to-ceiling windows overlooked a greenbelt. "God, I love your bed," I murmured against his lips, looking forward to disappearing with him under that thick duvet. "Thank you. And don't you say a word against that stripe. I dream about burying my nose in it." Running his thick fingers outside the corner of my eye, he refocused my attention. "I especially like the lines right here. Your smiles come with wisdom, and that's the sexiest goddamn thing on the planet." I pursed my lips, ready to contradict him, but he held up his hand. "I won't put up with age slander, especially not about your age." Moving to the foot of his sexy bed, I crossed my arms. "Oh, really? Are you turned on by the fact that there will be occasions when I won't be able to get it up, no matter how much I'm enjoying our time together, unless I bust out a blue pill? That gets your motor going?" Rolling his eyes, he cupped his hand under the sharp point of my elbow and dragged me onto the bed, crossed arms and all. Using his superior bulk, he forced me to settle down into the soft duvet, then gently pushed the hair off my forehead as he kissed me. "I didn't know you used those pills," he said, drawing my arms down. "Don't feel like you have to, though. If you don't like the pills, we'll work around whatever your old man cock can do." I harumphed, hiding my amusement as I relaxed, leaving my body open to him. "Don't move," Major ordered as he undid my jeans, then tugged them off, along with my underwear. Next, he pulled my t-shirt over my head, sucking in an appreciative breath as he took in my small, spare body. The velvet duvet felt like heaven on my bare skin. "I don't mind the pill," I said as he lay on top of me. I sank under his weight as he rutted against me like a horny teenager. "I just know, right there, Major, that if I haven't slept well enough the night before, Oh, so good. I'll need the extra help. Is there anything I can do to make that easier for you? He asked, drawing more curses from my lips as he trapped my cock with his belly, pinning it against my body. My eyelids fluttered, and I arched against him for a few thrusts. No, you don't need to do anything. Though, it's nice to know you won't judge me if my quinquagenarian cock can't rise to the occasion. He snorted. Quinqua what? Quinquagenarian. Someone in their 50s, I answered. You're a tricenarian, by the way. Way to go, Ren. Keep reminding the hot young stud that you're 20 years older than him. He grunted, scooping his hips in order to rub our dicks together. I would never. Oh, fuck, so good, Ren. Hold that against you. Especially if I can still use your hole, he retorted, grinning down at me. My laugh was reedy and strained, so he shifted to allow me more air. He knew I liked some breathing restriction, but not to be fully crushed. Lovers hardly ever got the mix right, and his attention to that made me feel safe and sexy at the same time. Of course, I gasped, and he withdrew, edging me. Your cock in my ass is the aphrodisiac. You're gonna give me a big head, I swear, he chuckled. I bet that's why Mr. Page always walked around looking so self-satisfied. You don't shy away from giving compliments. Hearing him call Robert Mr. Page should have been an awkward reminder, as if I needed one, about the indecent nature of what we were doing. And yet, it felt like Major brought him up to let me know it was okay for me to think about Robert, even talk about him if I wanted to. Refocusing on the man I was with, I tugged at his nipples, then pressed my face into his chest and squeezed his pecs together. I bet I can make you come twice, I murmured, lost in his massive body. What? He shifted to sit back against the artful stack of pillows and dragged me into a straddle across his lap. My mind went blank the second my eyes fell to his hard nipples. He held his peck, pointing a nipple to my mouth, and I attacked it, sucking on it, enjoying how fat and perfect it felt on my tongue. What had he asked? Oh, right. Talking around the sensitive nub, I answered. I was saying, I bet I can make you come at least twice. I let my body become pliant and he cradled me, supporting my head, seeming to try to work out words as I suckled one tit while holding the other. Why limit yourself? He managed to grit out. We've got the entire day. Ugh, I said, having completely forgotten my change in plans. Holden stopped me before I left this morning and asked if I could watch Rue this afternoon. Jesus, Ren. Seriously? His whine devolved into a moan as I continued to lash my tongue against the delicate skin. Damn, I was looking forward to a little extra time with you. Me too, I thought, even as I acknowledged that spending an entire day with him probably wasn't the safest course of action. Instead of responding, however, I distracted him with my teeth. He let the subject drop in favor of reveling in the bliss of the moment. We went on like that until I was ready for his weight on top of me again. Smacking his ass, I demanded, Hump me. I want your cum all over me. He growled, throwing me against the mattress before landing on me with impressive control. How about I come in you? Would you like that? Maybe we can get tested. I'd stiffened at his suggestion, and he stopped talking, releasing me so he could roll to his side. I frowned and pulled him back on top of me so that I could hide my face in his chest. Ren? I don't think I could do that with anyone else, I admitted, my words muffled. He tapped the underside of my chin until I looked him in the eye. His smile was warm and he winked at me. No worries. Offer retracted. We held each other's gaze for a moment, and I wondered if I'd hurt his feelings. His eyes never lost their kindness, though, so I rocked my hips as I smacked his side, Keep rutting against me, big boy. He rumbled. You're too beautiful to resist. Even your cock is pretty. He emphasized this by thrusting his thick shaft against mine while gathering my wrists in one hand. Yanking them above my head, he pinned me to the mattress. He intensified his thrusts against my body, every bit a dirty beast. My face twisted with pleasure as his weight once again nearly cut off my oxygen. Just the way I wanted it. The pleasure in my body mixed with the ache in my chest, spilling out along all my nerve endings as a massive orgasm worked its way down my spine into my lower extremities. I cried out and came, slightly embarrassed as the wet heat spread between us. My cum slicked the way, and he sped up, thrusting against my oversensitive cock, ripping a whine from my mouth. When he spilled between us, joining his seed with mine, I briefly thought about his offer to get tested. Absolutely not, obviously. Still, the ache in my chest demanded validation of our time together. Proof that this meant something, even if it was only one man helping another to work through grief. I forced my thoughts to the present, hyper-aware of how sweaty I'd become. I ran my hand through my hair and made a face. Major settled his weight on me just a bit more as he kissed me, unconcerned by my disarray. Finally, we separated, and he dragged me with him into the shower. His bathroom was mostly white, with hanging green plants that gave the place a spa-like feel. I followed him into his enormous walk-in shower, the wall tiles a dark gray marble that matched the color of his bedroom. The water came out hot, no waiting. You look refreshed after all that humping, I said, appreciatively running my hand through the wet fur on his belly. Meanwhile, I'm a hot mess. If this is your version of a mess, I don't mind at all, he said, palming my jaw. God, I wish you could stay longer. I made agreeable noises, then let him kiss me under the steaming water for a while. I scrubbed him, and he scrubbed me. I wasn't big on topping, but I enjoyed ass play, both giving and receiving. I had him pull one cheek to the side, and with soapy fingers I worked over the sensitive skin. Rubbing up and down, I glanced my tapered fingertips over his hole, teasing him. He set his forearms against the tile wall, leaning his weight on it and bowing his head. Fuck, I love this ass, I said, grabbing a handful and shaking it. Here, spread your legs a little more for me. He complied. When my fingertip breached him, he grunted, lowering an arm to stroke himself. I pushed deeper, brushing against the nerve bundle. His cock started to revive. So delicate, he said, his voice a deep rumble. Funny how such a small thing can create such big sensations in me. I added another finger, and he squeezed himself, stroking, twisting around the head. When he got close, I removed my fingers from his tight hole and knelt behind him. He looked over his shoulder as I spread his cheeks apart. In the same way I'd buried my face in his chest, I buried it in his ass. He chuckled, and I pulled away. What? At least you're consistent, he said, giving himself another stroke. You're making fun of how much I enjoy your body. Never. I love that you enjoy my body. You can be a little reserved, so I never would have guessed you'd enjoy it as much as you do. It's always the quiet ones, I quipped. He started to laugh, then nearly choked as I went to work on him. I circled his tight entrance, testing it with the stiff point of my tongue. Never had that done before, he gritted out, shifting, murmuring curses as I drove my tongue inside him. Can you even breathe? I pulled back. I can breathe just fine. Here, widen your stance and bend. Just like that. Perfect. I paused to admire the way his heavy nuts swung between his thighs. Before diving back in, I grinned. Don't underestimate how willing I am to go without oxygen in pursuit of a good ass-eating. He hummed, then went silent as I returned to fucking him with my tongue. He stroked his shaft while I fondled his sack, pushing my tongue inside him as far as it could go, loving the sounds that spilled from his lips. Gonna come, he warned, his voice rough as sandpaper. I pulled away, enjoying his pained moan. Ren, please. I slid around in front of him, hungrily eyeing his hard, dripping shaft. He whimpered as I started nursing on his cock while I slipped my finger into his loosened hole. Pride filled my chest when his knees wobbled. Fuck, Ren. He shot long and hard, barely able to hold himself up as the orgasm rolled through him. I swallowed his cum, reveling in his satisfaction. When he regained his balance, I eased myself off him, and he shuddered, wet skin shimmering like that of a god. I rose to join him under the heavy shower spray, and he kissed me, licking into my mouth as he pulled me closer. He then trailed his lips to my temple and murmured, I've never felt so desired and well fucked in my entire life. That ache in my chest flared up all over again, along with a small curl of fear that I pushed aside. We kissed until the water turned our fingers and toes pruny. We continued making out as we dried ourselves, and then he tugged me to the bed to kiss some more. Finally, realizing that I was about to fall asleep, I dragged myself from his warmth. Stay, he begged, wrapping his body around mine. Get someone else to watch Rue. I squeezed his hand, knowing he wasn't serious. No, I can't. Rue needs me. Okay, fine, he muttered through a good-natured smile. Say hi to him for me. Will do, I responded as I searched for my clothes. In truth, I was as reluctant to leave his embrace as he was to let me go, and that was as compelling a reason to leave as anything else. Staying would only confuse things between us. Chapter 11. Major. You've got whipped cream on your mustache, Sawyer said, pointing at my face. We were at Jim's, his favorite greasy spoon in San Antonio, which had the best hot chocolate in the world. The server had been kind enough to add extra whipped cream. To be honest, she may have been flirting with me, but my brain had stopped processing other people the second Ren and I began having sex. So, he said, grinning as I thumbed my mustache clean. A conversation seems overdue. I let out an aggrieved sigh and pushed the hot chocolate away. Fine. He raised his brows, rolling his hand. Get to it, Major. As I'm sure you've already guessed, Ren and I have been sleeping together. Not much to guess about when I found you barely wearing a robe, anxious for him to visit. I shot him the finger, and he blew me a kiss. Tapping the table, he asked, How did it happen? Avoiding eye contact, I gave him the top sheet notes about what happened the day of the meeting house grand opening, and then how we'd started hooking up a couple of months later. So yeah, that's it, I concluded, taking a swipe of the whipped cream. Sawyer remained quiet until I met his assessing eyes. What? I asked. Major, do you think I would judge you about any of that? Honestly, I don't know. Half the time I'm judging myself. Why? I rolled my eyes as though it were self-evident, but he gestured for me to answer the question. Mr. Page? Holden? Hell, Hikaru at this point. I feel guilty for wanting Ren as much as I do. Well, I don't think you need to. I'm a little worried that you seem unhappy, though. What's that about? I thought about deflecting, but I'd gotten this far. You know how I have my roster, right? He nodded. Sure. I set it aside. Haven't seen any of them since Ren and I started fucking on the regular. So the first time was more of a one and done, pretty much like any other hookup? That was the plan. And now? I asked him if he wanted to ditch the condoms. Oh. Sawyer's subtle grimace told me everything I needed to know about his opinion on the subject. Exactly. And what was his response? He said he didn't think he could do that with anyone but Mr. Page. How'd that make you feel? I rubbed my chest. Not gonna lie, it hurt. Like he needed to remind me that we were in an unofficial, non-monogamous, non-relationship. Is he sleeping with other people? I swiped another fingerful of cream. Major? I shook my head. At least I don't think so. Think so or hope so? I lifted my eyes to his and he held up his hands. Got it. It was the middle of the afternoon on a weekday, so the restaurant was fairly empty. Still, I looked around, confirming that we were alone in our little corner before answering. All of a sudden, I just wanted him bare. And you know that's not my style. It was like my brain had gone on vacation and I forgot that condoms were the difference between casual and relationship sex. So him clarifying that felt like shit. I didn't even want to get into how much it had stung that he'd cut our day together short, or that I kind of resented an 8-year-old. And why did it feel like shit? He asked, leaning forward. I was about to respond when the server came by and dropped off our food, a towering burger and fries for Sawyer and a chicken fried steak for me. We exchanged niceties and the server offered me another hot chocolate. Sawyer raised his brow as she walked away. Shut up, I muttered, sawing off a piece of steak and shoving it into my mouth. It sounds like things are more serious for you than they are for him, he said as he tucked his tie into his shirt. He smashed the burger down, cut it in half, and took an enormous bite, pointedly chewing as if awaiting my response. I ignored him in favor of eating my steak, but I only got a few bites in before I set my fork down. I don't think I'm alone in this. The more time I spend with him, the more affectionate he is. Sawyer polished off the first half of his burger, assessing me. Go ahead and say whatever you're going to say. His grimace returned. I'm not trying to be the asshole here, but is he actually showing you more affection, or is that what you want to see? I nearly flicked a piece of fried meat at his forehead for asking exactly the question I didn't want to answer. Truthfully, probably both. He nodded. What makes you think it's possible that it's more than casual for him? The way he looks at me, the way he touches me, the way he shows me his vulnerable side. I pushed my plate away, no longer hungry. Never mind. I'm sure I'm just the idiot who let my lines get blurred. Don't dismiss your instincts on this, Major. That wasn't why I asked. I don't know what my instincts are, to be honest. It was on the tip of my tongue to explain how sometimes I imagined that Wren and I were the gay version of Beauty and the Beast. He was elegant and intelligent and well-read. I read, but different things, and was not elegant. And somehow that meant we were perfect for each other. The very idea was ridiculous, and I'd clearly lost perspective. Easy to do, given how good we were together. That said, only a half-wit would ignore Wren's request to keep it casual. And I was smarter than that. Don't look at me like that, I said. Like what? Like you feel sorry for me. Like you don't have your own situationship fucking you over. Bringing Hen into this was unfair, and I knew it. My thing with Wren was new. Sawyer had been in love with Hendricks for well over a decade. He lowered his chin, shifting his jaw from side to side. I'm sorry, Sawyer. That came out bitchier than I meant. Are y'all still going at it? Yup, he said, fiddling with the salt and pepper shakers. You think you know how it's going to be with someone, but then you get together and it's always different. Different good or different bad? In Hen's case, very, very good. Dangerously good. Stupidly, disastrously, perfectly good. Sawyer looked about as miserable as I felt. You ever going to tell him how you really feel? I asked, dredging my fork through the rapidly cooling gravy. No, he said, examining a fry. I think I'll take that to my grave. Seems healthy. Why are we friends again? He asked, then started in on the second half of his burger. I laughed and rubbed my hands over my face. It makes me wish you and I were compatible, though I suppose I like you too much as a friend now. He shook his head as he chewed and swallowed yet another enormous bite. Even if you were willing, I'm more hopeless than ever. If spending all this time with Hendricks has shown me anything, it's that I'm more in love with him now than I was back in high school. I nodded, completely understanding. I'd only ever thought of Wren as Mr. Page's husband, but now I know for sure that he's so much more than that. He's funny. He curses more than you'd think. And I haven't seen him in a classroom yet, but I suspect he's really good at his job. I took a sip of my hot chocolate. He loves Holden and Beckett so much, and he's so excited about being a grandfather. Do you think that's why he wants to keep it casual? Does he think you wouldn't enjoy being with somebody who's a grandfather? I half nodded, stealing one of Sawyer's fries. The last time we were together, I asked him what he'd think if I was insecure about my body, if I didn't want to be a bear. What did he say? He wasn't having any of that, so I turned it around on him and told him that's how it makes me feel when he talks shit about the fact that he's older. It's not like I'm just willing to overlook it. His age makes me like him more. And not in a creepy way, more in an I like silver hair and sexual experience way. Sawyer chuckled, tossing another fry in my direction. Don't hate me for asking this, but you've spent a lot of time talking about what he does, and what I really want to know is, how does he make you feel? Before I could open my mouth to respond, he waggled his finger at me. And I'm not talking about sexually. It's obvious that you're hot for him. But I want to know what comes up in here when you think about him outside of sex, he said, tapping his heart. I groaned. He's so fucking hot, though. Sawyer's serious expression didn't waver. I curled my lip, knowing he wouldn't let me get away with a glib answer. Fine. The thing about Wren is that he doesn't want people to see how Mr. Page's death crushed him. He hides that from everyone but me. And it makes me feel 10 foot tall and bulletproof that he lets me take care of him. That maybe I'm the only one who can take care of him. The only one he lets see beyond the facade, and I... Sawyer remained silent but attentive as I gathered my words. I can't stop thinking about him, and I miss him all the fucking time. I guess I let out a huff of air as I rubbed my chest. I didn't realize I would actually feel him in my heart, you know. I felt silly saying it like that, but Sawyer nodded along, looking off into the distance as if he knew exactly how I felt. The fact that we were both a mess gave me the courage to be real with him. I don't have much history to go on, but I'm pretty sure I'm falling in love with him. Sawyer shifted his gaze to meet mine. Then he reached across the table to squeeze my hand. Happy? I asked, leaving my hand in his grip as I tried not to lose it in the middle of Jim's. I am, he said kindly. It's nice to hear affection in your voice, Major. I never thought your roster situation was bad, but this isn't the same. I like knowing that you're capable of falling in love. I pulled my hand from his grip and rubbed my chest again. Is it weird to say that I understand how Mr. Page fell in love with Wren? Like, how could he not have? Aside from the fact that Wren is gorgeous, he's so funny and supportive. Kind, I sighed. Perfect. You don't have to convince me that he's lovable. Wren Page is an amazing human being. Despite his words, there was a sadness in his eyes that perfectly reflected the ache in my chest. And you don't have to convince me that you and Hendricks make sense together. I've watched you have this one-sided affair with him since high school, and for most of that time, I thought you were tilting at windmills. But seeing what you look like now that you've had a chance to taste him, I think maybe you need to let yourself be in love with the man he is now. Can you even imagine Hendricks ever returning my love? He asked, and the fragile hopefulness of the question made me consider my answer very carefully. How many times have y'all slept together since last week? A lot, he confessed into another bite of burger. How many times in his life do you think Hendricks has slept with someone more than once? Not a lot. Hardly ever, actually. So maybe you're not the only one doing something new here. He stopped mid-chew to look me in the eyes, as if he needed me to be telling the truth. Wiping sauce from his lips, he nodded. I could say the same about you. If only. Hey, Mom, I said, picking up my mom's call on Bluetooth as I rolled into town. Hi, sweetheart. How are you doing? I'm okay, making my way back from San Antonio. Oh, I didn't know you took calls out in San Antonio. I met Sawyer for lunch. The line went quiet for a moment. Is that your friend? From high school? Yeah, though we're actually just friends now. Oh, okay. Did you need something? Yeah, my bathroom sink got clogged again. I chuckled, shaking my head. Sure, Mom. I've got my sink snake with me. Do you want me to come over now? Your dad will be back from work in about an hour and a half. Do you think that you'd be finished before then? I sighed. Technically, she wasn't supposed to spend time with me, and I knew that she was using the clogged drain, if there even was a clogged drain, as a loophole. It'll only take me 5 minutes. Thanks, son. I'll leave the front door open for you. I ended the call and gripped my steering wheel. My dad wouldn't be mad exactly if he showed up and I was there. My parents' religious beliefs, however, dictated that since I'd left the faith, they were supposed to keep contact with me to a minimum. In his mind, that meant he'd never be the one to initiate contact, but he wouldn't ignore me if I did. I knew they'd been raised this way, but then again, I had been too. I had to wonder if there'd ever be a day when he'd regret throwing aside our relationship for a couple of misapplied scriptures. Probably not. In a matter of minutes, I reached my old neighborhood and pulled into the familiar driveway, the one where I'd learned how to ride a bike, the one where I'd skinned my knee too many times to count, and the one where I'd gotten caught making out with Sawyer. My father had demanded that I take a meeting with the elders of our congregation, but I'd told him no, that I was done. To his credit, my father hadn't kicked me out like I'd seen other kids' parents do. Still, he hadn't tried to stop me when I moved out the day after graduation. I reached under my front seat, grabbed the tool I needed, and approached the front door. Mom opened it before I could knock and greeted me with a big hug. Thanks for coming on such short notice, she said, giving me one more quick squeeze. Any time, Mom, I responded, kissing the top of her head. I followed her through their bedroom and into the attached bathroom. I had to smile because the double sink vanity was a study in opposites. My father's side was neat as a pin, everything at right angles. My mother's side was a cacophony of skincare products and makeup and sticky notes. Grayish water filled the basin, and she grimaced. I try to be careful with my hair, but I'm menopausal, and it's fallen out in clumps. Are you okay? I asked, inserting the snake into the drain. Oh, sure, honey. I'm on hormone replacement therapy, the whole thing. I've tried every supplement out there, but my doctor said that my hair probably isn't coming back, she said mournfully, lifting her bangs to show the slight highways in her hairline. Your hair is still beautiful, Mom. And don't worry, this is super easy, and I'm happy to do it for you whenever. Thanks, sweetheart. Within seconds, I had the enormous clog up and out of the drain, and the bowl was empty again. I tossed the mass of hair into the trash and washed my hands. Mom stood there, awkward, and I wished we had more to talk about. I went to give her a hug and say goodbye when she stopped me. I wanted you to know that I'm really proud of what you've accomplished with your business. I saw the article in the paper and showed it to all my friends. Oh, thanks, Mom. It's a lot of work, but it's also gratifying to help in the community. She nodded, twisting her fingers. It's real good what that Mr. Page did, giving that land to Beckett the way he did. She'd never directly addressed Mr. Page's impact on my life, and maybe it was just the emotional hangover from talking to Sawyer, but I was touched that she brought the topic up. He changed so many lives. We all miss him something fierce, but we're working hard to make him proud. I think he would be, she said with a fragile smile. And I saw that Holden and Beckett are together now. They've got a little boy, yes? I couldn't help but smile. Yes, they do. His name's Hikaru, and he's Japanese like Ren. They get along like a house on fire. Her eyes went a little sad. Grandchildren are a blessing. Yes, they are. I looked at my phone. I guess I'd better get going. Let me know if that drain gives you any more problems, okay? I will. Thank you, Major. I love you. Love you too, Mom. I walked out to my truck and waved to her as I pulled out of the driveway. The drive back to my house didn't take much time. just long enough to wish I had the kind of relationship with my mom that would let me ask for her advice in matters of the heart. At least I had the Lost Boys. Chapter 12. Wren. Major had fucked me into an alternate universe last night. We'd had a bobble the previous week when he'd asked about going bear, but he hadn't repeated the request. And last night he'd been all growly and demanding, like he was trying to work something out with each thrust. It had been fantastic. On top of that, the urn wasn't mocking me. Allie threw in a cookie from her new baked goods line when I'd stopped by for my usual London fog, and parking at the college was, for once, a breeze. Even though I'd had to get up at an ungodly hour for my Saturday morning class, I was in a festive mood. Should have known it was too good to last. After greeting my students who only gave me a small amount of grief for announcing a pop essay, I opened my backpack to grab the essay prompts and realized that I'd left them at home on the printer. "Mr. Page, why don't you do online assignments like everyone else?" Marnie asked, because she was annoying like that. "I like paper," I grumbled, exporting the prompts from my hard drive into Blackboard. Blackboard was a sort of virtual learning space that I'd been forced to use when COVID hit, and I had tried, unsuccessfully, to avoid it ever since. "Does that mean we don't have to do the essay then?" she asked, waggling her brows. They were turquoise today, and had 2 slits shaved into them instead of 1. I glowered at her, and the rest of the students laughed. "Just because I don't enjoy the technology doesn't mean I don't know how to use it," I said. "The prompts are already uploaded, so log on to Blackboard and get going." I let out a huff, which the students also found amusing. Hopefully they didn't realize how nervous I was. I'd barely remembered my password to the site, and if they had any technical questions, we'd all be shit out of luck. Then again, they wouldn't have questions because everyone in my class was a good 30 years younger than I was. Nothing could make you feel old like technology. Thankfully, the rest of the class went smoothly, and I was eager to get started grading the tests from my American Lit classes. Only, the ungraded tests were next to the printed essay prompts at home. Fuck my life, as the kids would say. I walked into my office and sat behind my desk, grumbling about technology and how I'd jinxed an otherwise perfect Saturday. "Did you just mutter 'fuck Blackboard' under your breath?" Seth asked, leaning against my door jamb. I jokingly glared up at him. Seth had been a good friend in the year since Robert's death, taking over some of my classes when necessary, even driving me home after an ill-advised happy hour with the other Lit professors. Maybe. My day started off great, and then I fucked it up by acknowledging my good fortune. He chuckled, flopping into one of the chairs in front of my desk. He and his husband had divorced around the same time that I'd lost Robert, and we'd been there for each other this entire year. I suspected he was interested in starting something with me, but he was cautious and respectful. To be fair, I could do worse. Seth was my age, a bit taller than me, and he definitely worked out. He had started to go gray in his mid-40s, and now, in his mid-50s, he had a glorious mane of silvery white hair. Aside from the messiness of getting involved with a colleague, though, I was uninterested for wholly separate reasons. I suspected Seth thought we'd be a good match because we were so similar. But one of the reasons Robert and I had gotten along so well for so many years was that we were very different in complementary ways. "Seriously, what's going on with you?" he asked. "I don't know. Just been distracted lately." "What's distracting you?" He hitched up one side of his attractive mouth. The question, and perhaps the assumption, prompted my brain to offer a different answer than the one he seemed to be going for. My Fridays with Major had become more and more important to me. More than I'd realized. In fact, the thought of an entire week stretching out in front of me made yesterday seem like forever ago, and next Friday forever away. Seth leaned forward, resting his forearms on my desk. Sending me a private smile, he asked, "What's that look?" Yeah, I was going to have to shut this down. I've started seeing someone, and he's got me distracted. The smile fled as he pulled back. "Oh, really? Do tell." Big bear of a guy, in his 30s, I shook my head. I was tempted to tell Seth that it wasn't serious, but the words wouldn't make their way out of my mouth. It was for the best, obviously, that Seth thought my interest in Major was more significant than it was. I didn't want to make things awkward between us by having to reject his come-on. I didn't have Ren Page Cradle Robber on this year's bingo card. His joke fell flat, and he crossed his arms over his chest. I lifted a shoulder. The heart wants what the heart wants. Also, he makes some damn good strawberry preserves. Come to think of it, I'd finished my jar. I wondered if that was a good enough excuse to stop by and see him. Maybe I wouldn't have to wait until Friday. Seth let his arms fall to his hips, and he slumped in his chair. Guess I missed my window, he said with a painful smile. I traced a bit of wood grain with the tip of my finger, shaking my head. No, it's not like that. I treasure your friendship, especially over this last year. I don't know how I would have gotten through it without you. I didn't want to tell him that I didn't find him appealing in that way. He was a very attractive man, but I never once had even a flutter for him. Most of that was grief, but when I thought of Major, and I did think of him, there was no comparison. On paper, Seth was the obvious choice. Hell, Major had been my husband's student, and he hadn't even been old enough to go to school with Holden. Shit. Major was younger than Holden. How the hell had that escaped my notice? Seth was right. What the hell was I doing? And yet I'd still choose Major over Seth any day. Seth knocked my desk twice with loose knuckles. This time his smile seemed more genuine. It's good to see you happy. You have no idea what's going on in my head, buddy. Thanks. He let himself out of my office, and I exhaled deeply. I felt bad for him, even though I hadn't done anything wrong. I hoped he'd still be my friend after this, because he was practically the only friend I had who was close to my own damned age. I thought it was funny that most of my buddies these days were 20 years younger than me. The Lost Boys didn't have quite the same mentor relationship with me that they'd had with Robert, and instead made me feel like I was one of them. Now I wondered how badly I'd been fooling myself. I contemplated with dawning horror that perhaps I'd somehow become that stereotypical middle-aged man. Instead of buying a flashy car or attempting the latest fashion trends, I was getting railed by a guy in his early 30s and hanging with his friends. Cringe. Even as I was chastising myself, though, I pulled up my phone, hoping Major would be on board with another roll in the hay. Our chemistry was simply too hot to ignore. Me. I forgot to mention that I'd run out of your preserves. An entire tragedy. Major. Oh dear. We can't have that, can we? I grinned, imagining his serious face delivering the joke. I'd hope not. How about I bring you some this evening? My morning toast thanks you. I passed Seth on the way out to the parking lot, and he sent me a small wave, his smile not quite reaching his eyes. Before I could guilt-trip myself about not returning his interest, I got another text from Major. I made some blueberry jam last week, and I think it's some of the best I've ever made. Unless you'd prefer to stick to the strawberry. Would it be too greedy of me to ask for both? Not at all. See you soon. I grinned at my phone and then laughed at myself. If I was going to be stereotypical, I couldn't do better than Major. Chapter 13. Major. Where are you going? Leo asked as I snagged a jar each of the strawberry preserves and the blueberry jam. I hesitated, but I wasn't very good at lying, so I went with the truth. Ren ran out. Wait, you're bringing him one of the blueberry too? Leo asked, eyeballing the 2 jars in my hands. I froze, unsure of his implication. A while ago he'd guessed there was something between me and Ren, but I'd lied and acted like he didn't know what he was talking about. I was even less inclined to bring him in now that I'd grown to look forward to Friday so much that the days in between seemed to take forever. Hell, it had been less than 24 hours since Ren and I last saw each other, and I'd already started getting antsy. I'd never admit how happy it made me that he wanted to see me sooner rather than later. That fucked with my head, and I didn't need Leo adding to that. Not wanting him to get any more suspicious than he already might be, I went for nonchalant. Yeah, he said he wanted to try it. That's not the last jar, is it? Relief flooded my chest, and I almost laughed at Leo's concerned look. I should have known he was focused on the food and not my love life. Sex life, whatever. No, I said. Besides, now that I know how good it tastes, I'll be making more, I promise. Leo pumped his fists and I laughed as I headed toward the door. See you later, Leo. Fine, I'm just going to go count the number of jars of blueberry jam. I rolled my eyes at him, and he cracked up, sending me finger guns. Fucking Leo. I got into my truck and checked my messages. Ren, my car's in the driveway. You can pull into the garage. Me. Got it. See you in a few. I cursed, hating how my chest hurt at the reminder that all this could ever be was a clandestine affair. I don't know why I had to get so dramatic about it. I was damned lucky that Ren wanted to spend any time with me at all. He and I were free to do as we pleased, so I didn't need to get all emotional about having to park in the garage. Just as I reached for the door leading from the garage into the house, I heard another car pull up outside. Doors opened and shut, and Hikaru's sweet voice whisper shouted, "Chi-Chi, we're surprising you with burgers!" Ren's mumbled tones of surprise reached my ears as Holden, Beckett, and Hikaru entered the house. I heard them all move into the kitchen, just on the other side of the door leading into the laundry area, which in turn led into the garage. My heart beat wildly in my chest, and I set the jars on top of the old freezer, not trusting myself not to drop them. I couldn't leave. Not only was the garage door noisy, I was likely blocked in. I also couldn't get back into my truck, not with its squeaky doors. So I leaned against my truck, listening as Ren enjoyed a surprise meal with his family. At one point, Hikaru went into the laundry room, telling his grandfather that he was getting his stuffy out of the dryer. "Gigi, do you have any ice cream in the freezer?" he asked, his voice seemingly inches from where I stood. I eyeballed the freezer with no idea what to do. I could hide behind my truck, but it wasn't a great solution given that the truck itself was kind of a tip-off. The doorknob jiggled, but then I heard Ren's voice. "No, Rue, Gigi doesn't have ice cream." He then switched to Japanese, so I had no clue what he said. Hikaru responded in Japanese, sounding disappointed, but he let go of the doorknob and walked back toward the kitchen. As much as I wanted to let out a sigh of relief, I didn't. That door was awfully thin, and you could hear everything. Thankfully, they didn't stay long, just long enough to eat, and for Holden to worry over his father's lack of appetite, and for Beckett to remind him that his father could take care of himself. As soon as they pulled out of Ren's driveway, Ren opened the door with a guilty look on his face. "I'm so sorry," he said as I grabbed the jars and made my way inside. They'd gone through the drive-thru at my favorite burger place and decided to bring me dinner. I don't think they suspected anything. I wiped my brow. The sweat was mostly from being in the hot garage, but a little from nerves. "I'm so glad Rue didn't." Ren cut me off, throwing his hands around the back of my neck and then yanking me down for a kiss. "Fuck," he said against my lips. "I needed you something awful today." I inhaled his breath as I drew him closer. "Me too." We kissed for a little longer, and then I grinned and pulled back, holding up the jars. "Are those for me?" he asked, lifting a brow. "They are?" He leaned up for another quick peck before putting the jars in the refrigerator. While admiring his adorable butt, I asked, "Think I might be able to take a quick shower in Holden's old bathroom? I got awfully sweaty in the garage." "Of course. You brought me both strawberry and blueberry." I laughed, grabbing him for another deep, searching kiss. "I just need a few minutes. Wait for me in the guest room." He grabbed my hand and dragged me up the stairs. I squeezed his fingers gently, needing the contact. Perhaps more than I should. After rinsing off the sweat and scrubbing a few bits that needed a little extra help, I toweled off and walked into the small, quirky guest room. Ren was stretched out on his side on the now frameless bed, his head propped in his palm as he scrolled through something on his phone. He looked up as I walked in, his expression melting into something hot. "I'm so sorry about earlier." But I'm not sad that I get to visit with your massive cock 2 days in a row. Me either. I joined him on the bed. Plucking his phone from his fingertips, I pushed him to his back and settled on top of him. He let his head hit the mattress as he arched into me. He was already hard, and his neediness turned me on. We kissed and rubbed against each other until we were both more than ready. I wanted to see his face, so I didn't have him go to his hands and knees. Instead, I squeezed out some lube, then slid my hand between us. Snaking past his hard-on and his drawn-up balls, I pressed my middle finger against his tight entrance. He bore down, letting me in as I laid more kisses on him. Though eager, he seemed more clenched up than usual. Pulling away, I kissed his forehead and looked into his eyes. "Are you okay? Is this position good for you?" He let out a scoffing laugh, but I didn't buy it. I set my jaw and maintained eye contact until he relented. "Fine. You know the English lit teacher in my department?" "Seth?" I asked. Wren had mentioned him once or twice, and I'd paid attention. "Yes." He gnawed on his top lip. "For the last few months, I've had the sense that he's had a bit of a crush on me." A low, dangerous sound unlike any I'd ever made before rose from my chest. "Jealous?" He raised his brow with an amused twinkle in his eye. "No. But did something happen today?" I was more invested in his answer than I should be, but he didn't need to know that. "Almost." He wrinkled his nose. "I felt like he was about to ask me out, so I told him I was seeing someone." I rolled to my side, running my hand up and down his trim torso. "What did he say to that?" "That he'd missed his window." That same involuntary sound, something between a grumble and a growl, made its presence known. Wren chuckled, patting my chest. His eyes went unfocused as he got sidetracked by my nipple. "That all?" My breath caught in my throat as he took the nipple into his mouth and dragged an incisor over the sensitive nub. "Pretty much," he said, then started to suck on me again. My hand cupped his head, and I pressed him to my chest. Deepening the suction, he locked his eyes with mine as he ran the flat of his tongue over the tip, back and forth, until I had to remind my lungs that they too served a purpose. He pulled off with a pop, then laid butterfly kisses on the overworked flesh. "I could tell he was really disappointed," he said, his voice distant. "And somewhere in there, I realized something I hadn't considered." "And that is?" I asked, gasping as he pointed the tip of his tongue and circled the helpless bit of nerve endings. He drew back, a pensive look in his eyes. "You're younger than my son." I was sure the skin on my nipple was grateful for the break in the action, but I didn't think Wren knew how close to nutting I was. "And?" I asked, not quite following. "I guess I just never thought about it that way," he said, climbing over me and nudging me to let him in between my body and the wall. He went after the nipple on that side, sending goosebumps to every inch of my broad chest. Fucking hell. What were we talking about? Age? Like I could care about his age as he latched on and made happy noises. My cock, uncomfortably hard, twitched, catching his eye. A single fat drop of pre-cum slid down it, and he caught it with the tip of his finger, swiping it back up my length before sticking his finger into his mouth and sucking it clean. "There's something about you that strikes me as maybe older than Holden. Maybe it's her facial hair, I don't know," he said, touching the tip of his cock to mine. I stroked my beard. "So you're saying I look old for my age?" If I sounded breathless, it was because he'd pressed his cockhead against mine again, this time stretching his tight foreskin over my fat, flared tip. His eyes laser-focused on the task at hand, he continued as he spoke. "No, silly. I'm saying that even though I'm always aware of how young you are in comparison to me, I hadn't thought about your age as compared to my son." He tightened his grip, spitting on my cockhead before slipping his foreskin over it again. I grunted, rolling my hips as for a few blazing moments he docked me and nursed me at the same time. Within seconds I was sitting on a massive orgasm. If you don't mind me saying, I choked out, you seem to be turned on by the fact that I'm younger. He bit my nipples softly as he retracted his foreskin. Maybe. I whimpered, my head spinning. He might not be my professor, but he was absolutely teaching me a thing or two about human sexuality. When he didn't resume blowing my mind, I let my head loll to the side so that I could see his face. He smirked. Oh, I saw how it was. I sat up and went to my knees, dragging him under me. Before he could say another thing about his age or his colleagues or his son, I kissed him hard, pushing my tongue deep into the warm cavern of his mouth. I blindly reached for the lube, spilling some on the bed as I slathered my fingers. I worked him open, first with one finger, then with two. He helped me to roll on the condom, first lightly slicking my cock the way he liked to do. He'd once admitted that he and Robert had learned that trick from a lover in their pre-Holden days. It supposedly made the condoms less likely to break, but I mostly loved how closely it mimicked the feeling of going bare. On that thought, I pushed into his tight body, halting midway to avoid embarrassing myself. After a moment, he brought his knees up, squishing my sides with his surprisingly powerful legs, silently encouraging me to go deeper. Relaxing my weight on top of him, I rolled my hips, loving the muffled groans that I drowned out with more deep, perfect kisses. Needing to hear him, I released his mouth and dragged my lips up his jaw, then down his neck, pausing to suck at the sensitive spot behind his ear. Impatient, he thrust up, taking as much of me as he could as his moans and whines filled the air. "Fuck, you're so thick," he whispered raggedly into my ear before biting the lobe. "I appreciate your willingness to accommodate," I joked, laughing as I sucked a hickey onto his shoulder. I always made sure that my love bites could be hidden by clothing, even if the thought of my mark on his neck made my cock twitch. "I think you like being fucked by a younger man," I said as I ground into him. "Love it." His breathless words matched his stoned-on sex expression, and my hips stuttered. He wasn't saying that he loved me, I reminded myself. Just that he loved being fucked by me. I rocked my hips as I thrust into him, and his noises pitched up all over again. Around everyone else he was cool, calm, collected. Elegant. Yet below me he fell apart, earthy and unrefined. "Suck," I demanded, pulling his head to my chest. He latched on and stayed there, even through my strongest thrusts, letting the movement stretch my nipple. Every time we fucked, I was aware how special it was to have Ren writhing below me, letting me dominate him as he made needy, eager sounds. It was getting harder not to let my imagination go further in these moments, not to picture what it could be like to wake up with him, or to have sex with him in the morning, or to make him breakfast after a night of fucking turn lovemaking. Of all the things, it was the idea of cooking him breakfast that did me in. I'd be the luckiest guy in the world if I could kiss him in the morning light, then watch him eat the food I made for him. I moaned, and my nuts drew up tight as I imagined reaching across the kitchen table to take his hand. More damning, I imagined how it might feel to have him say those words, the ones that would previously have terrified me. "I love you, Major. I'll always love you." On those imagined impossible words, an orgasm like a tsunami slammed into me, dragging me from the shore and tossing me back without a second look. With a roar, I spilled into the condom, wishing it were Ren's body, letting the ecstasy rock me over and over again. Warm heat slipped between my belly and his, and I opened my eyes to watch him come, so unself-conscious, so undone. I wondered briefly if there was any possibility of my imagined scenarios becoming reality, then shoved those foolish notions to the side. If me being younger than his son was a mind fuck, I could only imagine what he'd think if he remembered that I'd graduated from high school with his son's partner. After a few more lazy thrusts into his body, I pulled away to slip off the condom. After knotting it, I set it to the side, grabbing a few tissues from the box next to the bed. I wiped down our bellies. He set his hand over mine as I completed the cleanup. "Don't rush off yet. Post-sex snuggles would be awesome right about now." he said, sounding half drunk. I reminded myself that he was just missing his husband, and I provided an approximation of Robert's physicality. "Consider me your cuddle slut," I murmured, nuzzling his face. He grinned and pushed me back on the bed, crawling half over me, then wound his leg around my massive thigh and set the side of his face on my back. His hot breath stroked the nipples he'd abused, and I hitched, remembering how he'd locked onto my gaze and held the nipple captive, sucking and biting to his heart's content. That visual wasn't quite enough to get me going again, but it did rev up all of those wonderful, ill-advised, yummy post-sex hormones. I had the fleeting thought that this was a dangerous precedent, but then the adorable sound of Wren's snores made any concerns vanish into thin air. It wasn't even 9 o'clock, but I'd had a long day and was feeling super warm and relaxed, so I let myself drop off, securing my hold around him as I lost consciousness. It was perhaps the best and most idiotic sleep I'd ever have. Chapter 14. Wren. I barely slept at all last night. After a brief nap, I'd awakened to find myself clinging to Major like a baby koala, his deep, steady breaths signaling that he was sleeping soundly. As safe as that should have felt, pain lanced through my chest. The last man I'd woken up next to was Robert, and I'd had no idea that would be the last day I'd have with him. My initial thought was that Major had stolen one of my last good memories of my husband, that he'd assumed something he shouldn't have. Fucking hell, we were meant to be fuck buddies, not sleepover buddies, and he knew it. It said about as well as sand in my back teeth. Even as the agitation continued to eat me up, reason reared its ugly head, and I had to admit that Major hadn't taken anything from me or Robert. It wasn't like he fell asleep on purpose. Besides, I'd been the one who'd requested the snuggles. If being wrapped up with someone else put me to sleep, why wouldn't it have the same effect on him? Knowing I was being unreasonable had only served to irritate me further. With all of the Olympic-level gymnastics going on in my head, I couldn't go back to sleep. Not only had my brain decided that I'd cheated on my husband, I missed sleeping next to Robert so badly that I couldn't fathom leaving Major's warmth. Mostly I was confused and angry that I'd never again have this with Robert. I was pissed at Robert, too, because he'd insisted that I find someone after he was gone. He knew how much I loved sharing a bed with him and that I'd sleep for shit in the months after his passing. Every time I read that damned letter of his, I saw him pushing to get me to this place. Most people would look at me, barely a year from losing my husband, and wonder why I had moved on so quickly. They wouldn't understand that I would never move on. Ever. Robert had been and would always be my forever. The words "till death do us part" were pretty fucking meaningless in my opinion. His urn was in my bathroom, his ring was on my finger, and there they would stay. We were never parting. And yet, Major didn't expect me to move on. He assumed that Robert was as much a part of my life now as before, even if the terms had changed. He'd never once avoided the subject of my late husband, often bringing him into the conversation. He'd known and loved Robert in a different context, and his grief was a different shape than mine, but he never viewed him as an impediment to our arrangement. Major had a peace about him that bled into my muscles every time he was near me. Had I allowed myself his comfort, I'd have slept better than I had in months. But I couldn't. It was beyond my ability to let go of the twinged grief and guilt that arose from his brand of solace. For the rest of the night, I'd swung between tears, regret, warmth, and confusion. Now that it was morning, I was exhausted and too emotional to be reasonable. I watched the sun come up through the half-open blinds and caught the flutter of red wings on the tree outside the window. I wondered, vaguely, if this was the season for cardinals. My eyes drifted to Major to find him looking back at me. "Good morning," he said, his voice wrapping me up in its gravelly depths. I couldn't help but smile back, even as the decision I had made settled in my heart. "Good morning." I imagined Robert's look of consternation. I knew he'd be disappointed in my decision, but that was too damned bad. He was dead, and I was alive, and I was the one who had to live with my choices. My brain and my heart couldn't take this level of intimacy for a second longer. "Sorry, love. I can't do this," It hurts too much." Robert, as ever, remained quiet. I knew my husband well enough to know what he'd say in most every situation, but never once in the long months since his passing had I been able to imagine him speaking to me. Something about that pissed me off, especially now, especially when I knew he would disagree. "Say something, you asshole. I know you want to." The fact of the matter was that Robert had never lost a husband. I had, and as helpful as his little note had been, Robert had no clue what it felt like to try and put myself back together, let alone my heart. So yeah, this felt too close, too cuddly. Major, unaware of my thoughts, pulled me into a warm, perfect hug. "Can I make you some breakfast? I hear you like chilaquiles, and mine are." I cut him off, unable to bear him being nice to me. "I'm sorry. This isn't going to work." Major drew back, even as he maintained the embrace. "This as in breakfast, or this as in—" With his arms so warm and heavy around me, I gestured between the two of us. "This as in us." He released me and carefully scooted back, giving me the distance that I needed. It felt as awful as I'd thought it would. Even if Robert remained ever so unhelpfully silent, the other parts of me, my heart especially, got very loud. I knew better, though, so I shoved it all down, then stomped on it till things got quiet in my head. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to," I began. "Did I do something wrong?" he asked, sadness marking his features as he interrupted my apology. "No, you've never done anything wrong," I said, telling the entire truth. "I didn't mean to fall asleep. I wasn't trying to make this more than it was, I promise." One of the many things I'd enjoyed about Major was that he wasn't a liar, which was how I could tell he was lying now. Strangely enough, I doubted that he knew he wasn't being truthful. The way I'd caught him looking at me, the way he'd held me. If I offered more, he'd take it. Speaking of lies, this isn't about you at all. "Is it about Seth?" he asked, wrinkling his nose. "Sorry, not throwing that in your face." I shook my head. "I didn't think you were. And no, Seth has zero chance with me. Every time with you is wonderful. But I can't handle the guilt hangover." He opened his mouth to interject, but I shook my head. "I know we're not doing anything wrong, but I'm unsettled, and you are the one unsettling me. He's also the one who calms you. I didn't know how to balance those two feelings, and I didn't have the strength to explain it to him." "I'm so sorry," he said, leaning forward as if to touch me, only to stop midway and retreat. "I didn't mean to cause you more pain." "You aren't the cause of my pain, Major. In fact, the physical relief you've given me these last weeks has been a miracle." "Initially." His eyes were far too shrewd. "But then you wake up the next day with a massive guilt hangover and, just a guess, then it doesn't feel so miraculous anymore." I rubbed the back of my head. "I couldn't sleep last night. My brain couldn't land solidly on how it felt to lie next to you. I only know that it hurt, and the only way to stop the hurting is to give myself space." His Adam's apple bobbed slowly as he tilted his ear toward me as if listening to every single word I was saying. That was Major, too. He listened. He believed. Gently he moved around me to stand on steady feet. He was naked and my hands clenched, wishing they could reach out to him, touch him, rove over his belly and chest and beard and ass. "You're making a mistake," my soul whispered. "Maybe. But this hurt too much." Calmly he pulled his clothes together and got dressed. "I'm sorry this is ending, but I can't say that I'm sorry it happened," he said. "I'm not sorry either. I wish I could explain it." He held up his hand. "You never have to explain yourself, Ren. At least not to me." With that, he walked out of the room and down the stairs. I lay on the mattress, listening to him open and shut the door between the laundry room and the garage. He opened the garage door, backed out, and closed it. Robert and I had meant to replace the ancient garage door opener, but that particular chore kept falling to the bottom of the list. The house felt quieter after Major left. Quieter, but not better. I got dressed and stripped the bed, then walked down the stairs and heroically didn't cry when I smelled our combined scents on the sheets. I shoved the soiled linens into the washer with extra soap and an extra rinse cycle, just to make sure I wouldn't be antagonized by his pheromones. This house was haunted enough. Even as I tried to believe that this was the best course of action, the sound of a vehicle pulling into my driveway spiked my heart rate. Had Major come back? Had he decided to question my decisions? To fight for me? I didn't know if I wanted that, though the quickness with which I reached my front door and checked the driveway suggested otherwise, as did my disappointment at seeing Sawyer's car. I hesitated, waiting for him to open the door and get out, but he didn't. He seemed to be talking to himself, and I wondered what his presence meant. Maybe all of us who loved Robert were lost. I went up to his car. "Sawyer, is that you?" He grimaced, then exited the car, towering over me in a buzzy, agitated state. He held out Robert's compass. "I have a question about this." I tried to smile, but it felt more like a grimace. I sighed. "I thought you might come to me at some point." "Why is that?" he asked, his tone sharp. I shrugged and led him inside. Robert figured that when you and Hendricks were ready for each other, you'd have questions. He followed me into the kitchen, his mouth open in shock. I doubt he'd thought he'd come over here to talk about his feelings. That was too damn bad because I didn't have it in me to pull my punches anymore. "So," he hesitated, probably wishing he could change the subject. I knew how he felt. Mr. Page knew about my feelings for Hendricks. I rolled my eyes, annoyed that Robert had left it up to me to explain these things. The love of my life had enjoyed being cryptic, and while I was usually amused by his idiosyncrasies, everything about this morning was setting my teeth on edge. My husband could be annoyingly perceptive at times. He always suspected you were in love with Hendricks, maybe even before you knew it yourself. There was a certain amount of agony in talking about love, but that's what Sawyer needed, so I made us tea and let him pour his heart out. As Robert had suspected, Sawyer and Hendricks had succumbed to the magic of the cabin. And now those feelings Sawyer had thought he could suppress, or at least live with, were getting loud. What did that remind me of? "Shut it," inside voice. I could tell that Sawyer was struggling to accept the idea that Hendricks could love him back. He'd spent so many years assuming otherwise that his brain was having a hard time catching up, even though his body was moving full steam ahead. Don't even start. This is nothing like me and Major. I was surprised to discover that Sawyer hadn't looked into the numbers on the back of the compass. I'd assumed a smart guy like him would immediately research their meaning. Maybe he hadn't wanted to delve into the unknown. I understood that. The numbers, plus 89 degrees, 15 minutes, 51 seconds, represented the location of Polaris, the North Star. I showed Sawyer my nearly invisible tattoo with the same numbers, and I didn't even try to hold back my tears as I explained that Robert had seen both members of a good couple as each other's North Star. With my heart beating painfully in my chest, I suggested to Sawyer that he be honest about his feelings with Hendricks. I tried to convince myself that this had nothing to do with Major, but neither my head nor my heart was willing to cooperate. If they were going to collude against me, then I was super fucked. Before I could spiral any further, I heard Holden's voice. "Dad, Hikaru said he was helping you in the garden today." Hikaru often came over on Sunday mornings to help me weed my garden and gather any ripe fruits and vegetables. His arrival today was a godsend because talking to Sawyer had been agonizing, and I needed the distraction. Chapter 15. Major. I'd passed by Sawyer on my way out of Wren's cul-de-sac, and we'd stopped and traded lovelorn updates. He and Hendricks had upgraded from fucking to making love, and that had had Sawyer looking about as pitiful as I'd felt. There were no two fools more miserable than us. Of that I was certain. After our pathetic exchange, I went home and took a shower, needing to scrub the smell of Wren from my body. Then I went to bed, burying myself under the plush duvet, intending to sleep for the rest of the day. My phone buzzed a couple of times, but I muted it and pulled the pillow over my head. About an hour later, I was woken from a dead sleep, Leo's ringtone an unwelcome summons. He was one of only a handful of folks who could ring twice to get through my Do Not Disturb. "This had better be good," I said, my voice wrecked.
"Miss Yulia has been calling our emergency line for the last hour,"
he said, his voice no better than mine. "It's Sunday. I have no guarantees for Sunday emergencies."
"Yes, but it's Mrs. Yulia, and she needs help. Are you not going to help out a lonely 90-year-old woman?"
I let out a long breath, cursed the old gods and the new, and sat up. Maybe helping someone would make me feel better.
"Are you okay?" he asked. "I can come in if you need me to."
"Nah, tell her I'll be there in 10 minutes.
"All right."
By now I was awake enough to hear the warble in his voice. "Leo, what's going on?"
"It's love,"
he said, his voice cracking. "Are they okay?"
Yeah,"
he sniffed.
"They got accepted to this amazing veterinary school in Colorado, with a full scholarship and everything. They've already done all of the prereqs online, and it's a fantastic opportunity."
"Oh, buddy. Shit."
"Exactly,"
he said, sounding like the world's most heartbroken man. "Did you know that they might end up in Colorado?"
"No,"
he said, somehow making that one-syllable answer the most forlorn word in the world.
"I asked them why they didn't tell me about it sooner, and they said that it was such a long shot that it didn't occur to them to say anything."
"When does school start?"
"Their first semester starts in 6 weeks."
Jesus H. Christ. If there was anything sadder than a sad Leo, I'd never heard of it. Look, brother, I'm super sorry to hear this. You and love deserve your happy endings. I know it sucks now, but school is temporary, and life is long. I promise you it will all work out in the end. I was lying. I had no idea if it would work out or not. Given the distance, the odds weren't in their favor, but I couldn't deal with that level of heartbreak right now.
"Okay,"
he said, his voice full of sorrow and longing. "Tell you what, Leo. Take tomorrow off, spend it with love, and figure out how y'all are going to tackle this, okay? There's nothing more important than family, and if it's not too much of an assumption, love feels like family to you."
"They really do,"
he said, his voice cracking.
"Thanks, Major. I'll let you know how it goes."
"Leo?"
"Yeah?"
"Remember that this isn't a bad thing. It's okay to be sad, to know you'll miss them. Hell, it's okay to wish that they wanted something different, something that would keep them local. But if they thought they had no chance of getting into that veterinary school, that means that this opportunity is beyond their wildest dreams. That's impressive, and it deserves to be celebrated, not mourned."
"You're right, Major. I'll make sure they know I'm proud of them."
"You're a good guy, Leo, even if your shoes stink." He laughed, sniffling again.
"All right. Go take care of Mrs. Yulia."
I hung up and got dressed, found the request, and let Mrs. Yulia know that I was on my way. It turned out that it was a simple repair, similar to the one Wren had needed all those weeks ago. Unlike Wren's tank, however, Mrs. Yulia's assembly was pretty standard, and I had a spare in my truck. I had her bathroom up and running in under 10 minutes. Not that helping her out had made me feel any better. "What would you tell me to do, Mr. Page?" I asked, assuming he'd appreciate the impertinence of asking him how to get over his husband. Speaking of Mr. Page, I was reminded that he'd given me something in his will. Most people focused on the fact that I was able to buy the plot of land for my business from what he'd given to Beckett, but his actual gift to me was a seat at the bar run by Ozzie and Joel, one I had not taken nearly enough advantage of. I checked my watch. 10 a.m. Maybe I'd check out their new brunch specials and get in some solid friend time. I'd neglected them, what with the upswing in business and my Friday afternoons with Wren. Time to catch up and forget. I was surprised to find that I needed to park a little farther away than usual. When I reached their block, I realized that Kiana's, the Jamaican restaurant that Joel and Ozzy had opened, was hopping with a brunch crowd of its own. I made my way past the restaurant and snuck into the bar. While the Watering Hole was busier than I'd ever seen it on a Sunday, it thankfully wasn't as crazy as the restaurant. I walked into the leather and wood-paneled space and was immediately swamped with memories of meeting here with Mr. Page and the Lost Boys. Tommy spotted me as I walked in and waved me over. Unsurprisingly, someone was sitting on the stool that Mr. Page had bequeathed to me. Not wanting to make an issue of it, I headed for a different stool, but Tommy stopped me. He tapped the bar in front of the overwaxed gym bro in my spot and told him to move. When the guy started to complain, Tommy raised his brow and... I didn't think I'd ever seen Tommy's no fucks left to give face. It was effective. The guy grumbled, but he picked up his basket of fried food and his mimosa and moved a couple of seats down. "Major, been a while," Tommy said, wiping down the bar in front of me. "How are you doing?" "I'm all right," I said, starting off with a small bit of fiction. "What's good today?" "We got some fancy Bloody Marys on special, along with Joel's new cider. I do have to put a food order in with your drink order, though." I chuckled. Texas alcohol laws ought to be studied. You know it. It was good to see Tommy thriving. He now managed the Watering Hole and was responsible for the new brunch offerings. "I'll take the fully loaded tater tots then," I said, "and add 2 fried eggs." When Joel and Ozzy had taken over the space next door for Kiana's, they'd connected the 2 spaces through a door by the office, which came in handy. They had someone in their kitchen who handled the bar's brunch offerings that went beyond the usual fries and nachos, and they'd bring the dishes over when they were done. It worked better than anyone had thought it would. "You've got it," Tommy said, punching the order in the system. A few moments later, he carefully set down a ridiculous Bloody Mary adorned with a bouquet of skewered bacon, olives, and lime wedges. "Seriously, Tommy?" I asked, marveling at the spiky drink. He grinned. "Only for brunch." I chuckled and freed an olive from its skewer. As I popped it into my mouth, someone slid onto the bar stool next to me. "Hey, Major," Ozzy said, Walker at his side. "Joel's cider not good enough for you?" "Hey, friends," I said, rising quickly to pull him into a hug. "And no, I was planning on making my way through all of your drink specials today, but I hadn't accounted for the fancy brunch version. I wasn't sure I'd meant to say all of that." "You okay, buddy?" "Sure," I lied, smoothing my expression. He wrinkled his nose. "I don't believe you. Your energy's all wrong. You're usually peaceful, but today you look like you'd punch someone for saying the wrong thing." I stalled by taking a drink, and nearly poked my eye out with a bacon skewer. Oz raised his brow as he grabbed a napkin. "Let me try that again," he said, unfolding the napkin and then setting the skewers on it in a neat line. "How you doing, buddy?" I took another drink, grateful for the strong mix. Setting down the heavy glass, I finally answered. "I had a shitty morning. Figured I'd get a couple of drinks and some brunch in me and try to feel a little better about it." "Business going okay?" Ozzy asked as Walker gave Tommy their drink orders. "Are you getting any renovation projects?" I nodded. "That contractor who worked with you on Kiana's, he and I collaborate on the renovations, and he's been great. He's even showing Leo some of the ropes." He tilted his head. "Then why do you look like your dog died?" I loved Ozzy like a brother, and I knew he wouldn't stop until I gave him a real answer. "Got my heart broken," I admitted. "Oh, man," he said, squeezing my forearm. "I'm sorry." "Happens," I said, then took another drink. "True, though I feel it necessary to point out that you're finally taking advantage of that bar stool and you're not even here for business." I chuckled dryly. "Mr. Page gave me the idea. Y'all helped with the planning and I ran with it. The stool has already done what it needed to do." "Maybe," Ozzy said, bumping my shoulder with his. "But if I can't help you with the business side of things, I'm happy to lend an ear for your personal troubles." I shrugged. "It's kind of crowded in here, so we could go upstairs," Walker suggested as Tommy brought over a basket of tater tots laden with fried eggs. Ozzy rapped the bar with his knuckles. "Good idea.
Nobody's at the rooftop lounge, and we'll have Tommy send up another round of drinks.
You sure? I said, eyeballing the pile of tater tot goodness.
Of course, man. I grabbed my basket and my Bloody Mary and followed them upstairs to the empty but beautifully appointed rooftop. High-end artificial turf carpeted the rooftop, which was dotted with seating areas, large planters filled with local flora, and colorful sails to protect against the harsh Texas sun. We went to a shady corner and made ourselves at home in a cushy outdoor dining set. "So what's happening?" Ozzy asked, sitting across from me. He leaned his forearms on the table, paying careful attention. "I fell for the wrong person," I sighed, my body slumped in defeat. "What makes this person the wrong person?" Walker asked. And wasn't that just the million-dollar question? We agreed to keep it casual, and I'm no longer feeling very casual. That's surprising, considering you've got a pretty good roster going, Ozzy noted. I shook my head. I had a roster going. I haven't seen any of them in a couple of months. Ozzy whistled quietly. Prior to Ren, I'd usually gotten laid once or twice a week at least. Mostly men, couple of non-binary folks, the occasional couple. Nothing complicated, everyone having fun. And the person you've been with isn't interested in more? I don't think they're capable of anything else right now, I said, more of a question than a statement. Anyway, we had a really intense time last night, and I think he figured out I was feeling some kind of way. He ended it this morning. Shit, Walker shook his head. I'm sorry to hear that. Thanks, man. I took a slug of my drink, already wishing I'd grabbed another. Ozzy and Walker also sipped their drinks, but their curious, concerned eyes never left me. After another deep pull, I set the Bloody Mary down. Anyway, I'm a bit of a mess about it, and I don't know what to do. Any person who's been with you and doesn't want to make it a full-time thing is an idiot, Ozzy pronounced, crossing his arms, clearly offended on my behalf. Walker nodded, and something about that made me feel better. Neither of these guys was the kind to blow smoke up a person's ass, and it felt like they knew I'd been wondering if something was wrong with me. It doesn't help that he's got a work colleague who's been sniffing after him. According to him, he nipped that in the bud, but it wouldn't shock me if they ended up together. Why? Walker asked. Who would choose someone else over you? Ozzy jokingly gestured between himself and Walker. Sorry, Major, I'd choose Walker over you every day of the week. I rolled my eyes, grateful for the humor. I didn't want to answer Walker's reasonable question because Ozzy would put the pieces together pretty quickly if I said something like age or education. I get it, Oz, I said, tossing it back to avoid the subject. I'd choose Walker over you, too. Ozzy opened his mouth and touched his hand to his heart in fake offense. Excuse me? We've been friends since before the Lost Boys. How you going to do me dirty like that? Have you seen your boyfriend? I asked, gesturing at Walker. I wasn't interested, but he was a solid piece of pocket-sized hotness. Ozzy tilted his head. You make a good point. Walker had gone red all the way up to his roots. You two need to stop embarrassing me. Ozzy laughed. Never, love. They leaned in for a sweet kiss, and it only hurt a little to watch. Walker pulled away first, returning his focus to me. I know you and I aren't as close as you are with the rest of the Lost Boys, but you're a good person to be around. And the work you're doing with the kids who apprentice for you, life-changing. I shrugged, poking at the eggs so the yolks ran over the tater tots. I wasn't sure my apprentices would agree with Walk on that one. Save for Leo, I had them all doing the simple, usually nasty stuff. Walker shook his head. As we speak, you're changing Leo's life. And like Ozzy said, anyone who doesn't want in on what you have to offer is a fucking idiot. The passion in his words made my chest itch. I held on, though. Just barely. Thanks, Walk. You're a real one. He flushed again, and we resumed drinking. I shared my tater tots with him, and we agreed that the fried eggs were a good touch. Ozzy sent a text down to Tommy, who brought up a round of Joel's cider, which was a lot stronger and easier to drink than I'd anticipated. I appreciated that they hadn't pried for a name, and Ozzy did a great job of steering the conversation to less painful topics. like the fact that Sawyer and Hen were clearly an item and very good for each other. "Don't worry about driving, Mage," Ozzy said, pushing another pint glass in my direction a while later. "We'll get you home." I accepted the cider, sinking into a fuzzy stupor. My heart still ached, and it was gonna suck to get over Wren. But at least I had the kinds of friendships that made it possible. Chapter 16. Wren. "I was happy to see you on the schedule," my therapist said, inviting me into her bright office, which was lined with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking a grove of gnarled live oak trees whose winding branches created interesting shapes in and amongst the leaves. She was set up in the same complex in Austin as Hikaru's trauma therapist, so I'd offer to drive him to his appointment today. My grandson goes to therapy in the building across the way. Figured I'd take advantage. "I'm glad you did. You're looking good. How are you feeling?" she asked, sitting at her desk as I took the small sofa across from her. "I'm not sure." That was a lie. It had been less than 2 weeks since I ended things with Major, and I felt like horseshit. Her brows raised as she reached for her iPad and stylus to take notes. "Not sure in what way?" "You remember that my husband was a teacher, right?" "Yes." "And how his class sort of became a safe space for the queer kids at the school?" "Yes, it was a lovely thing he did for them." I hesitated, not sure how much I wanted to get into this. She looked up from the tablet. "Wren, is there a reason why you brought that up?" "For the past couple of months, until recently, I'd been sleeping with one of his former students," I said, deciding to be direct. Fuck it, I was paying her, right? "So, former student as in someone who's college-aged?" I shook my head. "He's in his early 30s now." "I see. Was he one of those, what did your husband call them?" "Lost boys." "That's it, the lost boys," she murmured as she scribbled a note on the screen. A small grin tilted my lips. Robert would have loved the combination of psychology and technology. Then I remembered that he was the reason I was here, and the smile fled as quickly as it had arrived. Focus, Wren. "I think the last time I came in for a session, Beckett was about to open up the new meeting house in Seguin on property that Robert had left to him." "Yes, that's right. How was that?" "It sucked, mostly," I said. "Did things not go as planned?" I shook my head. "The celebration went off without a hitch. I just felt like I had to hide how sad I was." "Surely your friends and family would expect you to be at least a little sad, especially given your husband's ties to the land and the cause." "I know. But everyone else was so happy. They were emotional. They remembered Robert in some very lovely ways, but I felt so out of place. They all found joy in remembering my husband. And I was left sobbing in the car." "I'm so sorry to hear that," she said, greasing her eyebrows in thought. "What happened after that?" "Excellent question," I said. "I was approached by one of his former students, Major. His business is on an adjacent tract of land. He'd purchased the property to help Beckett fund the meeting house, and his grand opening was the same day." "So this Major is deeply entwined with the group of people who knew your husband?" "Very much so." "What happened?" "He saw me crying and wouldn't let me drive in that state," I said. "Sounds like a good friend." "A very good friend." "He said he'd drive me home, or we could go into his office and sit for a while until I had calmed down." "What did you end up doing?" "We sat in his office, and it was great, but not." She tilted her head to the side. "What wasn't great about it?" I looked up at the ceiling, trying to find the words. "He's a peaceful sort of guy, and I felt so fucking touch-starved. Needy. When I started to cry again, he sat next to me and let me lay my head on his shoulder." "And?" I wasn't thinking, or maybe my brain just went to Robert because they had a similar build, but I started touching him. When I felt silent, she prompted me to continue. "And how did he respond?" "It turned him on, but he stopped me." "How did that make you feel?" she asked, no judgment in her tone. "Like a dirty old man, especially after I begged him to continue." She didn't seem surprised, which was a small comfort. What happened next? More kissing and touching. And then we had sex in his office against his desk, I admitted, my face flushing hot. You seem to be troubled by that, she noted, not sounding particularly disturbed by my revelation. Do you feel as if you pushed him into a sexual situation? I definitely instigated things, but he was into it and ended up taking excellent care of me. We agreed that it would be a one and done. But it wasn't, she guessed, scratching out another electronic note. No, it wasn't. A couple of months later, I needed his help with a plumbing issue, and our chemistry was so good that we went at it again. And after that, we kept seeing each other. But you're not seeing him anymore. I shook my head. We'd agreed to keep it casual, but I could tell that he was starting to develop feelings for me. She stopped writing and lifted her eyes to mine for a moment. Was he falling in love with you? I bit the inside of my cheek. Maybe. Do you think I made a mistake in being with him? She finished her notes and paused to consider her words. Real talk, I'm not particularly concerned that he was one of your husband's students. He is well past the age of majority, and since he owns his business, can I assume he's a mature sort of guy? I nodded. Very mature. In fact, I kept forgetting how much younger he was. Some of it is that he has this beautiful thick beard that makes him look a little older. And some of it is this peacefulness about him. He's so calm. You like that about him? Very much. She tapped through a few screens with the stylus, then gave me an assessing look. Do you think it's possible that he's not the only one who developed feelings? I drew back, shaking my head. No? I just can't. I can't deal with this right now. I can't deal with feelings. I love my husband too much. And loving Robert means that you can't love someone else? I don't know. I considered her words, then shuddered at the thought. It's too soon. Too fast. Too much. And Major's such a good guy, I couldn't let him fall in love with someone who wouldn't be able to give him what he needed. What does he need? I don't know, but I'm guessing it's not some old guy who still grieves for his husband. She frowned. Is he not also grieving your husband? He is. They all are. And did he make your grief seem like a problem? Did he want you to ignore or hide the loss? I shook my head. He brought him up all the time, still calls him Mr. Page, which kind of weirds me out. But no, he never minded me talking about Robert. Interesting, she said, jotting down another note. What? What the hell is interesting about that? Scrolling through a few different screens, she shook her head. He sounds like a lovely man, but if the timing's off, the timing's off. Well, the timing's never going to be right. I ignored her disbelieving expression. And he's so wonderful he should have the opportunity to be with someone else, someone he can make really happy and who'll appreciate him the way he deserves. She didn't respond immediately. Instead, she set down the stylus, folded her hands on her desk, and leaned forward, raising her brow at me. What? I asked, frustrated. Don't you deserve to be happy? Or do you think he wouldn't be able to make you happy? The sound I made was a cross between a snort and a whimper. Huh. He'd make me so happy I'd probably love him for the rest of my life. But I don't think I could deal with the guilt of it. She smiled as though I'd said something right. Can you repeat that last part? I rolled my eyes. I said that I didn't think I could handle the guilt of being happy. And why would being happy make you feel guilty? Annoyed by this line of questioning, I spat out. Because it means I have to accept that Robert's never coming back. That seemed obvious enough, but suddenly it was as if all the oxygen had left my body. I eyeballed the tablet on her desk, wanting to pitch it through one of the massive windows in this godforsaken office with its fucking greenbelt views. He's never coming back, I repeated, bringing my fists down onto my thighs. The words felt like a punch to the chest, and my anger bled out into despair. I leaned forward, trying to breathe. She got up and rounded her desk. Sitting next to me, she put her arm around my shoulders. Take it easy, Wren. Small breaths, then bigger ones. I wanted to shake her off me, but if I did, I'd either scream or go flying into the atmosphere. Instead, I bit the inside of my lip until it bled. We sat there in awful silence until my brain could wrap around this big, horrible truth. After several moments of just fucking remembering how to breathe, tears tracked down my cheeks. I know he's gone, I said, my voice weirdly calm. I'm aware that he's dead and that he's not coming back. But maybe my body hasn't caught up, you know? She nodded. I do know. And I think you might be right. It's been over a year. I shook my head, confused. Robert said I had 6 months to grieve, and then I had to button it up. Oh, did he? She asked, giving me a little space. Yes. He put it in a letter and everything. I shook my head. You just what? I wiped away a tear, then met her gaze. Why does it still hurt so badly? Why can't I be happy? Because no matter what Robert said, grief doesn't go away. It becomes integrated. Your job is to figure out how grief and happiness work together. One does not negate the other. Now that your husband has died, you get to spend the rest of your life figuring out how to feel both. She could have kicked me in the stomach and it'd have hurt less. Seems like the kind of thing you could have told me from the beginning. She shook her head. No, sorry. I had to wait until you were ready. I took a deep, ragged breath, wishing I had Major here to remind me how it felt to be peaceful again. Talk about the shit end of the stick, I finally managed. Yup. After a beat, she added. But it's better than the alternative. Guess I'll have to take your word on that. Had I realized that the universe was going to beat me upside the head with a baseball bat in this therapy session, I would have had my son accompany us so that I could weep quietly all the way home. Instead, I carefully packed away the pain because my grandson needed his Gigi. Rue did a little hop and dance when I arrived to pick him up. Apparently, his therapist hadn't pulled the rug out from under him. H-Mart? He asked, giddy with excitement about going to his favorite Asian grocery store. Shit. I'd forgotten I'd promised to take him there. We didn't have much in the way of Asian groceries in Seguin, so it was smart to take advantage while we were in Austin. I just wished I didn't feel like I'd been sucker punched. H-Mart, I responded with a plastered-on smile. Watching his eyes light up as we pushed our grocery cart into the store made me a little happier in spite of myself. Gigi, they have Pocky sticks! Rue had run straight to the candy aisle, and I didn't have it in me to limit his choices. We chatted in Japanese, and he let out a squeal when he found the Kit Kat section with all the Japanese flavors. They have the matcha ones, he cried, holding the package in the air like a prize. An older woman passed us in the aisle, and Rue sent her a small bow and greeted her in Japanese. She smiled down at him, returning the bow and the greeting. She and I bowed to each other as well. It's good that you're teaching him the language, she said, giving us another bow before leaving. I didn't bother to correct her, but Rue's Japanese and his etiquette were better than mine would ever be. Given the amount of sugar Rue was about to consume, Holden would probably never let me take him into Austin again. But my grandson's broad smile and the way he cheerfully called me Gigi helped put a bandage on the wound that had been ripped open in the previous hour. I didn't yet know how to fully live with grief and happiness, save for my time with Rue. For him and for my son, I would try to figure out the rest. Chapter 17. Major. I didn't know which end was up. I'd been satisfied, even happy with my life until I started sleeping with Wren, and now everything was awful. Now that feelings had come into play, I was having a hard time getting excited for casual sex. Still, I had to start somewhere, so I'd scheduled a night with Rolly and Heath. Since they lived in Austin, I decided to drive in early and knock out a few errands. I first stopped by my favorite warehouse store to pick up some canning jars and bulk dry goods, especially important now that I was living with a 6-foot-something goat who would eat anything in his path. I'd also started following a woman on social media who had an easy-to-follow kimchi recipe, and my first couple of attempts had been pretty good, so I went to the nearby Asian market to grab the ingredients for another batch. I was tossing some daikon into my basket when I heard Hikaru's happy voice shout something about matcha Kit Kat. His excitement was infectious, and I was about to greet him when I heard Ren's reply. Not wanting to be seen but unwilling to go, I slid into an adjacent aisle, listening as they went back and forth in Japanese and English. From what I could tell, they were discussing the various Kit Kat flavors, laughing and joking about the fact that Rue's fathers would never let Ren take him shopping ever again. "But you're my Gigi. You'll always be able to take me shopping." Ren had explained to me how meaningful it had been when Rue started calling him Gigi. Even though I couldn't see him, I could imagine Ren's proud smile, and I heard the emotion in his voice when he responded. "That's true. I am your Gigi, and I plan on shopping with you for a very, very long time." "Does that mean I can get both Kit Kats?" Rue asked with all the pluck of your typical 8-year-old. "Okay, but we have to hide one of them." I laughed, shaking my head. Part of me wanted to peek around the corner and surprise Ren, but this was one of his prized grandfather-grandson days out, and I didn't want to interrupt or make things awkward. I doubted he'd be as happy to see me as I'd have been to see him. So I stayed in place, listening to the conversation of a man who adored his grandson. Eventually, their voices drifted off as they moved to another department, and feeling like I didn't belong, I left my handbasket in the aisle and made my way out of the store. Rolly opened the door in a pair of criminally short shorts. He was a twink hunk through and through. His short stature and rippling muscles, not to mention his gorgeous features, always got my motor running. Or at least they had. As with every other time I tried to fuck Ren out of my system, I wasn't feeling it. Still, the appreciation that instantly lit up Rolly's eyes, plus the way his hands went to me as he pulled me down for a saucy kiss, made me feel a little better. One of my very favorite bears," he said, dragging me past the kitchen and into the sunken living room. The three of us had had lots of good times in this room, and Heath was waiting on the couch, his robe open. I dropped onto the cushion next to him, cuddling into him immediately. Heath made a noise of surprise and wrapped his arms around me. "You okay, Major?" he asked, his rich voice settling my nerves. "No," I said, burying my face in his thick arm. Rolly came up on the other side of me, holding me from behind and rubbing my chest. "What happened?" We were friendly, perhaps even friends, but there was no question what was supposed to be on the menu tonight. I was grateful that they saw what I needed and were willing to pivot. "Pretty sure I'm in love with my high school teacher's widower." "Mr. Page's husband?" Rolly asked. "What was his name?" Keith asked. "Ren, right?" I'd forgotten that I'd told them all about Mr. Page and his wonderful husband, and it was heartwarming to know that they'd been paying attention. I nodded. We started sleeping together a couple months ago, and he ended it recently when he saw that I had feelings. "Oh, honey, I'm so sorry." Rolly kissed my shoulder. "I don't know if this helps at all, but if I lost Heath, I can't imagine falling in love with someone else. I bet he was so scared to know that you could feel that way for him." I nodded, hugging Heath's arm. I know he was. And I had no expectations. I went into it thinking it would just be like everyone else. "But it wasn't," Heath said, kissing my forehead. "Not in the slightest." I let out a sigh, embarrassed that my eyes were prickling with tears. "I'm sorry, guys. I can't. Tonight's not going to work for me." Heath shook his head. "Of course not. Obviously, if it would make you feel better, we're more than willing. Even if sex isn't on the table, though, we're still here for you." I looked up, and his eyes held a warm understanding that I couldn't begin to fathom. "Why don't we go to bed?" he suggested, placing a soft kiss on my lips. "Not to fuck, but maybe for some affection. Would cuddling feel good?" I swallowed thickly. "I think I'd like that very much." He smiled and took my hand, leading me to their bedroom. We'd always kept our activities to the living room, so I'd never been back here. Like the rest of the house, their bed was a mix of modernity and comfort. He had me lie down in the middle of the plush mattress, and he and Rolly settled on either side, both holding me. "Sorry that I couldn't make tonight happen," I said, feeling like I'd spent the last few months apologizing to everyone on my roster. They held on a little tighter. "This is just as important," Rolly said, and I knew he meant it. We lay there for a while, Heath big spooning me as I snuggled into Rolly. I hadn't been getting much rest lately, and the comfort of being held by two sweet men was enough to help me fall asleep. I woke the next morning a little embarrassed, but they were still so kind. Heath got up and made us breakfast, and we parted as friends, better friends than we'd been when I'd arrived the night before. As I drove back to Seguin, I resolved to get over Ran once and for all. I couldn't live like this. Part 2. Chapter 18. Ren. 6 months later. It had been months since Major had been in my bed, and weeks since I'd last seen him. I avoided him where possible, though both seeing him and not seeing him gave me heartburn in equal measure. When I did see him, my hands tingled with the desire to touch him. My body wanted to melt against his, and I missed his weight on top of me. I downloaded Grindr a while back to see what the kids these days were doing, but deleted it the second I received my first dick pic. Holy shit, I was not ready. Now that Sawyer and Hendricks were truly together, they were moving into Sawyer's newly built home and hosting a housewarming for all the Lost Boys. Unfortunately, I'd faked an illness for one too many of these events and had to go. Besides, this celebration was special. Per Robert's instructions, I'd be giving Hendricks the wooden likeness of his mother that he'd carved in high school. All of which was to say I simply wouldn't be able to avoid Major. So I wrapped the framed artwork and hoped I could make it through the night without embarrassing myself. The cheery beep of Beckett and Holden's brand new Subaru shook me out of my cycle of self-pity. I joined Hikaru in the back seat with the gift on my lap, and we chatted in Japanese. Holden was uncharacteristically quiet, and it took me a moment to piece together why. Having made tonight all about my discomfort, I'd forgotten the significance of where we were going. Worst father ever. It wasn't like I'd forgotten the call that Robert and I had received the night Holden was nearly beaten to death by that horrible DeWitt kid and his shitty friends. They'd been at the senior summer bonfire, which was supposed to be a fun way to say goodbye to high school and hello to college. But DeWitt had tricked Holden into following him into the woods. Holden had a crush on the boy and thought they were going to make out. That was not what happened. It had taken months of recovery and years of therapy to take back what they'd stolen from him. The land had gone up for sale last year, and Sawyer quickly bought it. It was certainly his right to buy whatever property he wanted and build whatever house he liked. But as I was learning, he was a lot more thoughtful than his stoic outer shell would indicate. Sawyer was equal parts practical and kind. The parcel was close to his parents' home, but he also wanted to rewrite the story about that God-forsaken spot of earth. All these years later, just driving past the site would still make Holden's shoulders stiffen. That had gotten better the moment he'd found out that one of the Lost Boys was repurposing it. Tonight was different, though. Tonight would be the first time he'd set foot on the property since that awful night. Sneaking my hand forward between the front passenger seat and the door, I gripped my son's shoulder. "You okay?" He took a few deep breaths. While I couldn't see his expression, I could feel the tight muscles under my fingers and hear his rough swallow as he sought an answer. Beckett took his hand and made eye contact with me in the rearview mirror. It's been a little bit of an uneven day. Hikaru wrinkled his button nose. "Dad's been crying. He said he got hurt there a long time ago, but that Sawyer was going to make it a place where the Lost Boys would always be safe. And he said we'd be roasting marshmallows." Once Holden had left for college, Robert and I went to trauma therapy, mostly so we could understand what our son was going through, but also because certain memories remained acute even years after the incident. That same pointed feeling rose in my chest now, and I tried to believe what our therapist had explained, that it was a warning system, my body's way of trying to prevent harm to me or my family. I told her that the feeling had never dulled for any of us, that it was still sharp, like a knife. Her response? Yes, but it's your family's knife. The three of you can wield it however you see fit. I repeated that line to myself. The sharp pain, these terrible memories, they belonged to us. And I would fucking stab anyone who tried to harm my son or any of his friends. Thinking of his friends meant I circled back around to Major, of course, but that couldn't be helped. By the time we reached Sawyer's property, we'd all worked through whatever we needed to. Holden whistled as the trees parted and Sawyer and Hendrix's house came into view, set like a jewel in the clearing. Their relationship had started in one of the rental cabins I'd inherited from Robert, and the location had clearly made an impact. Their new home was reminiscent of that cabin, though grander and more modern. This place is a perfect mix of the two of them, Beckett noted, leaning over the steering wheel to get a better look at the house. I gasped when I spied the small hand-carved sign by the driveway. Liebesnest. Robert had named our rentals, and that was the cabin I'd put Sawyer and Hendrix in. It was German for love nest. As I rubbed my chest, I couldn't help but imagine how much Robert would love the fact that they incorporated that name into their new house. Sawyer had invited us to arrive a little earlier than the other guests, to give us a few moments to ourselves in case things got emotional. We exited the car and were greeted by Sawyer and Hen, who showed us around the property. Hikaru excitedly pointed out the beautifully stacked bonfire. I didn't need anyone to tell me that Major had done that, because he was the one who worried about everyone's safety. Our hosts were especially proud of the pool area in the back. We'd known Sawyer's builder had raised the wooded area where Holden had been hurt, but we were surprised to discover that he'd dug out the ground where Holden's blood had been spilled and put in its place a pool and a pool house decorated with local stones and greenery to create a serene oasis. Holden shed a few tears, but he was smiling the whole time. "It's like you flipped my nightmare," he said, pulling Sawyer into a side hug. Startled, Sawyer stiffened momentarily before giving in to the gesture. "I just wanted a place where the Lost Boys could enjoy themselves and, bring their kids," he said, darting a look to Hikaru. The symbolism couldn't have been more meaningful. Joy and life over hatred and death. Hendrix grinned at the sight of Holden's arm draped across Sawyer's shoulders. "I know it doesn't look like it, but Sawyer's thrilled that Holden likes what he's done," Hen said, giving me a friendly nudge. We were about the same height, so I slid my arm around his waist. Robert would be a blubbering mess right about now. "Good," Hen said, turning his head to wipe away his own tears. "That's good to know." We stood there, taking it all in. The sound of more cars coming up the drive put a nice period on the moment, and we made our way back to the front. It didn't take long for the rest of the Lost Boys to join us, and it was good to see everyone. Even Major. Especially Major. He had reached out to Beckett and Holden ahead of time to see if they thought Hikaru would like to light the bonfire, and of course they trusted him implicitly. Now my grandson ran up to Major, hugging one of his tree trunk legs. Major produced a comically large match, approximately the length of Rue's forearm. We gathered around as Major helped Rue drag the match head along the specialty flint and touch it to the perfectly stacked kindling. The stack went up with a thrilling whoosh, and watching Rue's eyes light up with Major at his back, making sure he was safe, tugged at my wretched heart once more. "Hey, Dad," Holden said. "You okay?" I'd stepped away as everyone gathered around the flames with marshmallows on long sticks. Perhaps it was a little too obvious that I was trying to avoid the group. I shrugged, unable to speak for the catch in my throat. "It's bittersweet, coming out here like this, isn't it?" he asked, wrapping an arm around my shoulders. I leaned into his warmth. "It really is. You don't have to separate yourself when you get emotional, you know. The Lost Boys, Well, it's okay if this is hard. There's no need to hide how much it affects you to be reminded of the past." I let out a long breath. "When did you get so smart?" "I've always been smart, Dad. You and Pops were the first ones to see it and encourage it. If I had to describe parenthood to someone who'd never experienced it, I'd say it was a bunch of hard, strung together with moments like this. I was damned lucky to have Holden as a son, and the fact that he appreciated what we'd tried to do as parents lifted an unvoiced worry from my heart. All we did was make sure you had food, clothing, and shelter, and then we did our best to stay out of your way. Your best was a hell of a lot better than what I'd had before I came to you, he said, his eyes roving the tree line. I looked up at him, scanning his features. Are you sure you're okay being here? Yes, he answered quickly. Then he paused, a grin spreading across his face. There's something reassuring about knowing that if Chase and his cronies showed up right now, they'd find themselves in a world of hurt. And that's just from me. I tried to make it sound like a joke, but it wasn't. I'd never admit it to anyone. But there were still days I wanted to drive up to Dallas and beat the shit out of that man. I'd overheard, however, that he might actually enjoy that sort of thing. I suppose that a more evolved person would be happy that Chase DeWitt had finally freed himself of his family's clutches and found acceptance in the queer BDSM community. But that was never going to be me. Forgive and forget? Highly fucking unlikely. Pretty sure Beckett, Walker, and Hendricks would compete to see who could break his nose first, I retorted, enjoying the visual. Don't forget Major, he said. As if I could. He's quiet, but he's got some serious muscles, Holden continued. I bet he'd make quick work of that entire crew. I stifled the panic rising in my throat at hearing Major's name come out of my son's mouth. He doesn't know anything. Don't overreact. Instead, I said, can you imagine Major ever getting violent? To protect someone he cares about? Sure, Holden said as he watched Rue and Beckett roast marshmallow after marshmallow, a small smile playing on his lips. With everything spinning in my head, it was easy to overlook the wonder of watching my son become a father. And he was such a wonderful father. Hikaru was my little buddy, sure, but the way he'd come out of his shell under Holden and Beckett's care was nothing short of a miracle. I probably used the word miracle a lot for someone who was on the more secular side of things, but I had to wonder if there wasn't some kind of invisible string that had always attached the four of us, making us bound to become a family. I wished like an ache that Robert could have lived to see it. Tears spilled as I imagined how much he'd have loved being the grandfather of such a special young boy, even if the title would have wounded his pride. Holden kissed the top of my head and pulled me into a full hug, rocking me as I wept quietly into his shoulder. I just missed Pops so much sometimes, you know? Yep, he said, his voice just as wobbly as mine. But I keep trying to remember how lucky I was to have him in my life and how he'd want us to find a way to be happy. Nothing made him smile more than making us laugh. In my mind, that means we should remember him with joy, not tears. So you're saying happiness shouldn't make me feel guilty? Holden shifted to search my expression. After a moment, he said, I'm saying that Pops would have preened like a peacock to know that we loved him this much. But he'd be even happier knowing that he'd loved us well enough that we could be happy without him. You're so fucking smart, I said on a wounded smile. Thank you for reminding me. Love you, Dad. He gave me an extra squeeze, then released me. Now let's go join Rue before he eats all the marshmallows. Chapter 19. Major. Seeing Wren at the housewarming this past weekend had been a gut punch. Whereas Hendricks had gained some weight and some color in his face, Wren had looked tired and underfed. I'd wanted to reach out, to hug him, to ask what he needed, but I didn't dare chance his rejection. Instead, I'd given him a wide berth and tried to focus on other people at the party. Watching Hendricks give his mother the art piece he'd made for her years ago brought all of us to tears. And that was before Sawyer capped the evening with a proposal. Hadn't knocked Sawyer to the ground with his enthusiastic yes, and Rue's delighted laughter was forever etched in my head. As I'd driven home, I'd wished I could have told Wren how well things were going for me, professionally at least. My company was growing along with the town, and we had bathroom renovation projects booked 6 months out. On top of that, the plumbing repair work was steady, especially now that Leo was working full-time. He was a few hundred hours shy of taking his Tradesman Plumber Limited exam, and I could not have been more proud of him. After everything had gone down with Wren, I'd told myself that I couldn't get serious about a relationship until my business was doing well. Now that it was, the loneliness was acute. I found myself wanting to talk to Wren about that, too. He was still on my mind days later as I found myself wandering through the produce section of the grocery store, trying to find something I'd remember to eat rather than fishing it, limp and inedible, out of the crisper 2 weeks later. When he appeared before me in front of a massive stack of avocados, I wondered if I was imagining things. "Wren?" I asked. It was Wren, and he turned to me, an avocado in his hand. His eyes were red, and he looked like he was about to fall over. I left my cart and approached him. "I thought I could do it," he said. "I thought I could start shopping in the store again, but I think I fucked up." That reminded me that Mr. Page had collapsed in this H-E-B the night he died. I seemed to recall that it had happened in the produce section. I put the avocado back on the display and led Wren outside, convinced that local grocery retailers were going to put me on some list of people who abandoned their baskets. When we reached the parking lot, he turned to me. "Do you mind taking me home?" "Not at all. Do you want me to call Holden?" "No." I escorted him to my truck and opened the door for him, then helped him climb into the seat. We got on the road and he shook his head. "I'm so sorry, Major." "You don't have anything to be sorry about. I don't mind driving you home. If you'd like, I'll grab one of the guys and we'll bring your car back tonight." "No. I mean, I'm sorry for what happened. I'm sorry that I pushed you away." I went quiet, letting the road noise fill the cab as I considered his words. "You didn't do anything wrong," I said after a long moment. "I caught feelings, and you didn't feel the same way. Nobody to blame." Robert's urn has a completely different take on that. I chuckled. "That urn's still mocking you. Daily. Probably never forgave you for spilling him that one time." He turned to me, amusement and sadness mixing in his expression. "Okay, but how does an urn know the difference between, say, spilling its contents on the bathroom floor and being scattered in memoriam?" "Couldn't tell you. My family are a burying people. We don't carry around the remains of our ancestors like some ancient curse." Wren scoffed. "Robert wishes he could be a curse. He's more like a judgmental paperweight at this point." "Don't annoy the urn, Wren. Soon you'll have a powdery ghost roaming your halls, leaving dust everywhere." And he knows how I loathe dust. I laughed as I turned into his neighborhood. I'd forgotten how funny he could be, and I kind of liked it when he got a little dark. I parked in his driveway as Beckett turned into the cul-de-sac. He pulled in beside us and got out. "Hey, Wren, something wrong with your car?" Wren hopped out and smoothed his clothes. "No, I tried to shop in-store rather than ordering curbside." I joined them as Beckett frowned. "I'm sorry. I told you that I'm always happy to pick up your groceries for you." Wren's shoulders slumped. "I know, Bex. I just thought I was ready." "Want to go with me to get his car?" I asked, hooking a thumb at my truck. Beckett waved me off. "Nah, I'll go with Holden a little later." Turning to Wren, he offered, "Why don't you eat dinner with us tonight? You know Rue loves it when you come over." "Okay. And Major, you're welcome to join us." I shifted awkwardly, then opened the door to my truck. "Oh, that's okay. Thanks for the offer, but I've got a basket of groceries to claim before H-E-B puts out a hit on me." Beckett laughed, and Wren sent me a tremulous smile as a streetlight buzzed on. "Thanks for driving me home," he said, stumbling forward and surprising me with a hug. I gently returned the gesture. "I'm happy I could help." I wished I could say more, but with Beckett looking on, I had to keep the rest to myself. "You didn't push me away, Wren. I'm right here, whenever you need me. Chapter 20. Wren. I nearly stepped on a miniature fire truck as I walked into my son's house, then laughed as I spotted the trail of toys leading from the living room up the stairs. Despite the fact that this was definitely a house where a kid lived, it retained Holden's cool Pacific Northwest vibe, with lush greens on the walls and warm wooden floors with lots of potted plants scattered throughout. Beckett's framed Frida Kahlo prints and modern retro kitchen appliances fit the vibe perfectly. The family wall had pictures of all of us, and my chest ached at the sight of Robert's image. "I miss you so much it hurts." "Dad?" Holden said, stepping out from their funky, pretty dining room. "Beckett tells me that Major had to drive you home. Are you okay?" I shook my head. "No, but I will be." Spotting Rue at the table, I clapped my hands. "I hear there's dinner. If you have enough for me." "Of course." Holden, taking the hint, drew me into a hug. "It's lasagna, Rue's favorite." Dinner was delicious, and Holden only pried a little. By the end, I was able to drive with Beckett to H-E-B to pick up my car, and I felt silly about our family's ongoing drama with the local grocery store. As I walked into my empty home, I felt more alone than I had in the weeks and months after Robert passed. The feeling got worse as I readied myself for bed. I stood under the shower until the hot water ran out, and when I pulled on my pajama bottoms, they were inside out. I left them that way, just happy I'd managed to get the t-shirt on correctly. Walking into the bedroom from the ensuite, I toweled off my hair as I looked forlornly at the king-size bed I'd once shared with my husband. I still slept on my side, even though it was the side farther from the bathroom. Tonight, however, I went to Robert's side of the bed. He and I had long ago determined that we each needed our own flat sheet and duvet because one of us, me, was a bit of a cover hog. Our bed had always been a little less neat as a result, but we'd agreed that sleep and marital happiness were more important than perfectly aligned sheets. I pulled back the linens and blinked away tears as I took in the indentation where he'd slept. I didn't tell anyone this, but every once in a while since his passing, I would lie in the well created by his heavy body. Sniffling, I ducked under the covers and pulled his pillow over my head. His scent was long gone, but I could feel a bit more of his presence this way. Lying there, I thought about Major and how he was still taking care of me. I was annoyed to be grieving both my husband and an impossible relationship that I should have gotten over months ago. A loud bang against the bedroom window tore me from my reverie and sent my heart pounding in my chest. What the hell could be banging on my second-floor window this late at night? The curtain was partially open and another bang had me out of the bed. I grabbed the massive flashlight that Robert had always kept on hand and tried to peer through the window, which was near impossible with the lights on. I could only see myself, underweight and sleep-deprived, gripping the flashlight like a baseball bat. Middle-aged and alone, I stood there, barely able to breathe, waiting for the next bang, only to be greeted with light tapping. At first, that was just as distressing as the louder noises, but beyond my reflection, I spotted a flash of red. Finally, panic receded enough for me to think logically. There was a tree on this side of the house, but only the thinnest branch sat outside this window. There wasn't any way for a human to get up there. However, until we added a few stickers to the window, it hadn't been uncommon for birds to mistake it for an opening and smack into the glass. I turned off the overhead light and pushed the curtains aside so that I could unlock the window. I could have left the window closed, but I needed to verify my hypothesis. I wouldn't have been able to sleep otherwise. There, perched on the windowsill and dimly visible in the moonlight, was a cardinal. I hadn't seen one in a long time. It looked up at me expectantly as if it were waiting to be fed. I grabbed the stash of trail mix I kept on my side of the bed and brought it to the window. The cardinal hadn't moved, so I shook out a small handful of nuts and raisins onto the sill. Using his beak to sort out the good from the bad, the bird grabbed a raisin and ate it. I shuddered. I hated raisins, but this was the snack Robert and I had shared. He used to eat the raisins, so I didn't have to. The cardinal nosed through the rest of the offering, picking out all the raisins, plus a few sunflower seeds. "Are you my new trail mix buddy?" I asked, half expecting the bird to answer, perhaps in my husband's voice. Instead, he looked at me, tilting his head in that jerky way that birds do. I felt as if he were expecting something, but I had no idea what he could expect from me. I was just a lonely widower who'd spent the evening feeling sorry for himself. The cardinal plucked one final raisin from the windowsill, then fly-hopped over to the narrow, swaying branch before taking off into the night sky. I slid my window shut, locked it, and drew the curtains back across the darkly mirrored glass. If I believed in such things, I'd say that had been Robert looking at me like I was wasting my time, wondering what I'd been doing with my life since his death. If anyone asked me, I wouldn't have a clue what I'd accomplished since then. My thoughts, as they frequently did, drifted to Major. I picked up my phone, as I had many times in the last several months, my thumb hovering over his number. I didn't trust my voice to hold, so I sent a text. Me. Can I come over? I was immediately horrified by how needy that sounded and wished I could take it back. The bouncing balls fluttered to life. Major. Of course. Are you okay? You don't have to drive. I can come over there. No. This house feels a little haunted tonight. Okay. I'll put on some chamomile for you. I nearly wept at the kindness in his words, or simply from relief. I couldn't tell at this point. I shoved my feet into my old slippers and grabbed a light sweater, not bothering to change into street clothes. Chapter 21. Major. Sawyer had once told me that watching Hendrix grind himself down on tour was killing him, and I understood the sentiment perfectly. So when I got Ren's text, I nearly broke with relief. He needed me and was willing to let me take care of him. The knock on my front door came 20 minutes after Ren's text. It was nearly 1 a.m. and I was wide awake. "Hey," he said as I swung the door open. I gestured for him to come in, and he walked straight to me, throwing his arms around my broad waist and burying his face in my chest. Thank fucking Christ. I closed the door and followed his lead, wrapping him up in my arms. You okay? No. I'm sad and lonely and I miss you, and I don't know what the fuck to do about it. I just know that I can't keep ignoring how I feel. I let out a breath I might have been holding since I read his text. I've missed you too. He squeezed harder, still avoiding eye contact. Can I sleep in your bed tonight? Of course. Silently, we made our way up the stairs. Halfway up, Ren froze. Shit. Leo. I shook my head. Love is visiting the ranch, and Leo went out there to meet them. He grimaced, his fingers gripping the banister like he was worried he'd fly off. Sorry, I don't mean to be. You're not being anything, I said, kissing the top of his head as we arrived at my bedroom door. You need comfort and I want to give it to you. That's all this has to be. Please let it be more. He made a plaintive sound as he smashed his face into my shoulder, and I tried very hard not to be too hopeful about it. He took off his sweater, and I realized that not only was he wearing pajamas, the pants were on inside out. I didn't comment. I simply crawled onto my big platform bed and pulled back the covers so he could join me. He stepped out of his slippers and dove in, shuddering as he wrapped himself around my side. After a moment, he took a deep inhale and let it out. He repeated the pattern a few times, and eventually some of the tightness left his body. That filled me with more pride than any of our sexual encounters ever had. Even without my prowess on display, I reveled in the fact that he could relax against me. Better or worse, it was too early to tell. We both needed it. Soon his breathing evened out and he fell asleep. I fell right after him. I woke up to a warm hand squeezing my pec. That didn't seem right, so I cracked an eye open, remembering belatedly that Ren had texted me in the middle of the night. I gently palmed the back of his head, and he blinked awake, automatically giving my chest another gentle squeeze. Good morning, I said, my voice extra gravelly from sleep. He paused, his eyes meeting mine before drifting to my chest. Good morning, he responded, pulling his hand away. Sorry, I probably shouldn't have. I cut him off. I like it when you touch me. I know, but
You think we shouldn't, I answered for him, my heart breaking a little. He rested his forehead on my chest. There's should, and then there's the fact that I've been needing this for a very long time. I don't know how to make it make sense, but I also don't know how to stay away from you. Sorry. You don't need to apologize. I'm just afraid that in the end, what you and I need are two very different things. What do you need? Wren asked, running his nose along the crease of my armpit. I'm hesitant to say, because the last time I tried, you sent me away. I'm sorry. He snuggled in closer to me. But I'm here now. Please, tell me what you need. I want to hear it. I held him close, considering my words as hope flapped its battered wings. You can tell me anything, he said, squirming to get just that much closer. I knew he wanted to play with my body, and I was grateful he held off in favor of listening to me. I took a moment to gather my thoughts, deciding that holding him without looking at him made me feel a little braver than I truly was. Wren, you're one of the most wonderful people I've ever met. I thought that I had the perfect setup with my roster. Good people, good times, no strings. But that fell apart the moment I started spending time with you. I paused. This next part couldn't be unsaid. As if he knew I needed the encouragement, Wren ran his hand over my heart. Thing is, I started, my voice pitching up, I can't imagine not falling for you. If we're together like this, you have to understand that I'm going to need everything from you. Everything. This could never be casual for me. He nodded into my chest, skimming my ribs with his free hand. It tickled, so I laughed, then quieted as he started to speak. My husband left a detailed list of things he wanted me to do, Wren said, flattening his palm on my stomach. But he didn't leave any instructions on how to get over him. We've had this conversation, I said, sliding my fingertips underneath his chin to encourage eye contact. I don't expect you to ever get over Mr. Page. Wren shivered, then shook his head. Could you please call him Robert? Knowing that you still view him as your old teacher kind of makes all this harder. Or weirder. Okay, I said, pulling him closer. It was hard of me to think of Mr. Page as Robert, but that was his name, and this was his husband. I don't think that a prerequisite for opening your heart again is getting over the love of your life, I reiterated. I think everything just gets bigger and adjusts for it. You can and will love Robert as much as you always have. This next bit was the scary part. You don't have to stop loving him to love me. You wouldn't mind being in a polyamorous relationship with a dead guy? He asked, chuckling. I laughed at his characterization while trying not to overthink the fact that he didn't blanch at the thought of loving me. No, not at all. It certainly wouldn't be my first poly situation. His mouth dropped open. Are you saying I'm not your first widower? No, I'm saying it's not the first time I've gotten involved with a couple, though in those cases all parties were alive. Oh my God, he said, his eyes lighting up. Anyone I know? I grimaced and he smacked my arm. Tell me. Fine. Jules has a cousin about her size, and he's married to a big bear of a guy. His husband and I may have had our way with his tiny ass a time or 12. Does she know? He asked, his eyes as big as the moon. I shook my head. Absolutely not, and you will never tell her. He mimed zipping his lips and pocketing the key. I giggled at his antics, but I hadn't forgotten the seriousness of his initial question. I ran my fingers through his hair. If you and I are together, I know Robert will be as much a part of the relationship as we are. His happy expression fell and he sucked in his lips as if trying to hold back tears. By silent assent, we started to breathe deeply, perfectly in time with one another. After a few moments, he nodded and kissed my cheek. Something lingered, however, in his expression. What does this look, Wren? I asked, rubbing a finger over his wrinkled brow. What about the fact that my son is older than you? Oh, I don't care about that. At all. As much as I meant it, I could tell that he wasn't yet fully assured. Looking him in the eye, I said, I'm not ignoring the issue. I've considered it, and if we ever get to a point where we can be together openly, I would do everything in my power to make sure that Holden understands how much I respect and care for you. He sawed his jaw from side to side. But why would you want a mess like me? You could have some bright young thing. I happen to think you're pretty fucking bright, I said, running my knuckle along his jawline to still it. Also, I'm pretty sure I'm the one who gets to decide what I like. And I like you. A lot. He blushed, resting his forehead on my chest. If you're willing, I sent a silent prayer to the universe. I can show you how much I like you. I might be up for that, he said, then grimaced. I don't suppose you have an extra toothbrush. My heart felt like it was going to fly out of my chest. Be cool, Major. Be cool. I have an extra head for my electric toothbrush. Will that work? That'll do, he said, giving my nipple a sharp suck. I growled and pushed him toward the edge of the bed. Let's go. He got up and stretched, his hard-on comically tenting his loose, still inside-out pajama bottoms. We took turns brushing our teeth and taking care of business. As I rinsed my mouth, he whipped off his clothes, leaving them in a crumpled pile by my hamper as he walked back to my bedroom. So it's going to be like that, huh? I called after him, a grin nearly splitting my face in half. Is that a complaint? He retorted. Sounded like he was arranging the sheets. I disrobed, then grabbed a hand towel before joining him in the bedroom. He was laid out on the bed, propped up against my small mountain of pillows, hands clasped behind his head. The heat in his eyes was unmistakable, and I knew what he needed. More importantly, I knew how to give it to him. I slid over him and supported my weight on my forearms. He pouted as he wrapped his legs around my middle, using them to pull me flush against his body. Let me feel you. Yes. I slowly let my weight down onto him, pressing his hard-on against his flat belly, loving the way his eyes rolled back. I need this so badly, he said, his expression a smile and grimace as he shifted under me. Me too, I said, rocking forward for a kiss. Our lips met and it felt as powerful as a New York firework exploding overhead. Pure joy obliterated the painful confusion of the last several months. We were right together, and I didn't think it was in spite of our ages or the fact that Mr. Page had been my teacher. The messy parts felt as necessary as everything else. I just hoped that he'd be okay with loving me because I didn't think there was any way I could avoid loving him. Pushing off thoughts of the future, I deepened our kiss, plunging my tongue into his mouth, reveling in the beautiful sounds I was pulling from him. For such a quiet man, he was so very noisy in bed. I loved it. I kissed a path from his jaw to his ear, nipping at the outer edge and increasing the suction on his earlobe when his whine pitched up. He'd once mentioned how he loved the feel of my beard against the sensitive skin of his neck, so I moved down, gently sucking along the veins, not bothering to hold back my proud smile when his moans turned to whimpers. Please, please, he begged. Please, what? I dropped another kiss on his reddened lips. Fuck me, Major, I need it. I sat back on my haunches and took hold of his narrow hips, flipping him so that he was face down on the bed. He thumped the sheets, whispering, yes, into a pillow. I slipped the hand towel under him, then took lube and condoms out of the drawer in my bedside table. He jumped when I flipped open the lid, moaning at the sound of the lube being squirted onto my fingertips. Warm or cold? I asked. Whatever's faster. I pressed the chilly lube to his crack, realizing how much I'd missed that soft fan of hair between his cheeks. He jumped, burying his face in his crossed arms. I slid the tip of my middle finger into his puckered entrance, working him the way I knew he liked. Not too slow, not too jerky, just right. Before he was fully comfortable again, I added my ring finger. As he relaxed into the additional stretch, I curved the two fingers inside him till I found the slight bump of flesh I knew could send him through the stratosphere. He did not disappoint. Fuck, stop, he spit out, pulling away from me. I removed my fingers and leaned forward, surrounding him because I knew it would calm him. I'm sorry, did I hurt you? He shook his head, rocking back and forth. I was about to come, and I don't want this to end so soon. I grinned just as he said, I can hear you smiling. If you had this view, you'd be smiling too, I retorted, resettling us so I could nip at his tiny ass. He jumped and moaned. You're not making this any easier. It's not my job to make it easy, sweetheart. It's my job to make it good. Mission accomplished, he moaned into the pillow. I kissed up and down his spine, stopping at the top of his crack to whisper. So, are we ready to continue? Or do you need a little more time? You don't have to sound so smug. Oh, I know I don't have to. I want to sound this smug. I paused long enough to suit up. He laughed and wiggled his ass at me. Then prep me and fuck me, big boy. I chuckled low in my chest so he could feel it. He shivered beneath me as I sat back up and returned to stretching him out. I avoided his most sensitive parts this time and got him to relax onto 3 fingers before pulling him out and admiring my handiwork. I added more lube to my cock, stroking a few extra times as I gazed at his slender body. Ready for me? I was ready 20 minutes ago, he complained. I said fuck me, not tease me. A little too pleased with myself, I pressed into him, loving the arch and sway of his hips as he tried to accommodate me. Fuck, he was tight, even after all of that. We moved with each other, slowly, slowly. Once he was relaxed enough to take me fully, I set my belly on his ass and dropped onto my forearms, caging him as I rocked forward. He panted, timing his backward pushes to my forward thrusts, a rumble building deep in his chest. I allowed him to take my weight a bit more at a time, and with every extra inch his happy, horny noises pitched up. We worked together, rocking harder and harder until we were going at it full speed, just like the time when we had broken the frame on his guest bed. My bed, however, was built for large people, and it barely made a sound as I took him to the limit. His noises, meanwhile, became more insistent and desperate, and I figured a little of his own medicine would do him good. Switching my weight to one forearm, I snaked my free hand underneath him to capture his nipple between my thumb and forefinger. The sound that came out of him was indescribable. Fuck, he hissed. Do that to my other nipple. I did as he asked, and he squeezed even tighter around me. My sheets would smell like his faded cologne, and even as I was inside him, I imagined rolling in them, bringing myself off again and again at just the scent of him. Gonna come, he panted, hunching against me like it was the only thing he could do in the world. I let my fingers drift down his sensitive torso, then found his cock and stroked him gently. More, fucker. I enjoyed his frustration a little too much, giving him 1 or 2 more light strokes before taking him in a proper grip. Then I jerked him hard and fast, and as much as he wanted to arch, I had him trapped beneath me. His cock twitched in my hand, and he let out a gasp as he came, mostly on the small towel. I didn't mind getting messy, though. His tight grip on my body and the sounds of his pleasure did me in. I went as deep as I could, barely pulling out before I pushed in again, deeper still, spilling into the condom. He reached beneath himself and dragged the hand towel to the side, then collapsed onto the bed as I pumped those last few strokes into him. I dropped on top of him, grinding him into the bed, stealing his breath. Fuck, I whispered raggedly into his ear. If I could sleep like this inside you, I would. If I could breathe properly, I'd let you, he wheezed, turning his head to kiss my shoulder. I carefully pulled away from him, grinding my jaw at the sight of his perfect hole, stretched by my cock, pleasured to the max. I pressed my lube finger inside him, stroking the overworked nerves, loving how soft and loose he was. Carefully, I knotted and disposed of the condom, then lay back on the bed, face up, and pulled him to my side. He lifted his brows, a queer little smile growing on his lips. Setting the side of his face on my chest, he gently took my nipple into his mouth, the suction so gentle I could barely feel it. You have the best nipples in the world, he whispered sleepily. Love them so much. You're welcome to them any time, I said, palm in the back of his head as I enjoyed the hypnotic low-level hum of eroticism in this simple act. Thank you, he murmured, giving a few more absent-minded sucks before drifting off. As much as I wanted to enjoy the feel of his body against mine, the late night had taken its toll, and I fell asleep wrapped around him, happier than I'd been in 6 months. Chapter 22. Wren. I didn't know how the hell I was supposed to make it to Friday. I was going out of my skin with need. On my way home from class, I wondered if it would be too presumptuous to show up at Major's. Except Leo would be there. Shit. No problem, I'd have him come to my house, sneak into the garage, and have his way with me. Easy peasy. By the time I reached my neighborhood, I was a horny and distracted mess. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw something that made me wonder if extreme desire led to hallucinations. I stomped on the brakes, lucky no one was behind me, and stared at the familiar truck parked on the street, company logo painted on the side. Everly Plumbing and Bathroom Renovation. I pulled out my phone. Me. Are you on Churchill Street? Major. Yes. How did you know? I was passing by and saw your truck. I'm parked outside. Give me 30 seconds, then let yourself inside the house. A shivery thrill zoomed through my chest and out my fingertips, and I smiled, glad it hadn't been a hallucination. I could imagine Robert rolling his eyes at my excitement. Hey, you're the one who dropped to the floor in the middle of HEB from a heart attack. I've had to get curbside service ever since. I parked behind Major's truck. That wasn't a particularly subtle move, but I was pretty sure the people on this street didn't know me. Still, I gave myself half a minute, then undid my seatbelt and walked into the house as if I owned it. Actually, if I owned this place, it would be a lot neater. But that wasn't the important part. Major was waiting for me in the hall, looking tall and hunky as ever in his well-worn jeans and tool belt. Just happened to be passing by, huh? This is my neighborhood. Also, I may have been driving myself crazy trying to figure out how to see you again when your truck miraculously appeared in front of me. It's not my fault. He chuckled, grabbed my crisp button-up, and pulled me in for a deep, searching kiss. This might be a bad idea, but it was my favorite kind of bad idea. We're pretty sure that the owners won't show up in the next 30 minutes or so? I asked. You're being awfully optimistic if you think I can last a whole 30 minutes with you, he said, running his nose along my neck. Anyway, they're out of the country. I'm updating their bathroom while they're gone. I guess I should have asked you if you were in the middle of a dirty job, I said, stepping back from him. He smelled delicious, but I shouldn't have assumed. He shook his head. I'm measuring everything out today, so we're all good. Also, you should know that I'm skilled enough at my job that my clothes stay clean. He paused, then added, usually. I grinned at him. I have a lot of respect for what you do, but I'm a little bit of a germaphobe, I said, holding up my thumb and forefinger about an inch apart. I didn't tell him that it was the result of months of having to be very careful around my husband. I would never touch you if I'd been doing something nasty. I'd take a full shower beforehand, I promise. Why is that so sexy? He shrugged, and I reached up, pushing my fingers into his thick beard and grabbing gently to pull him down to my level. A rumble emanated from the back of his throat, and he gripped my hips, picking me up and placing me on the bar pass-through between the kitchen and the living area. Tugging at my zipper, he pulled my pants down to mid-thigh. I gasped when my cheeks hit the counter, and I swore 1,000 oaths to de-assify the surface as soon as we were done. Before I could consider the logistics of cleanup, Major fell onto my cock, completely wild. As he took me to the root, he undid his own button and zipper and began stroking himself. I was quickly approaching the point of no return, but it wasn't enough. I needed more. Fuck me, Major. Please. He grunted in response and pulled away, moving his hand from his cock. My jeans fell to my feet as I hopped off the counter. I awkwardly snagged a belt loop to pull them up enough to fish for my wallet. I found it and thumbed out the hopeful condom inside. I grimaced, realizing that I was missing an important component. I don't have any lube. He chuckled and dug out his wallet. I do. I handed him the condom and he handed me the lube, and we each prepared ourselves, too desperate to take things slowly. I probably could have used a little more prep, but I needed his cock in me right now. Facing the bar, I rested my forehead on my crossed arms and thrust my ass out. He stepped behind me, spreading my cheeks and then pushing inside me without hesitation. My mouth opened in a silent moan. Fuck, he was thick. I definitely needed a bit more preparation, but he was gentle as I relaxed around him. Then he wailed into me the second he could. Get a tight grip on the counter, he commanded. Widen your stance. Still impaled on him, I slipped out of my loafers and did as he asked. He took my hips in his hands and fucked into me as I held on for dear life. He grunted like an animal with each punishing thrust, and as physically strenuous as this was, I didn't care. At this angle, his cock could do no wrong, and within seconds I was shouting out my release as it wrung me out and left me boneless. His hips sped up, and then he froze, pumping into my body. We moaned, leaning against each other, breathing heavily. I'll toss this at home, he said, shivering as he removed the condom from his hypersensitive shaft, and I grabbed some paper towels to mop up the mess I'd made. Think we can get tested? I asked as I watched him knot the latex and set our trash in an old shopping bag he'd scrounged from a cabinet. He jerked up, shocked. You'd want that? Unless you don't. Oh, I do. I really do. Then let's get it done, I said, like I was some kind of badass or something. Hint, there was nothing remotely bad about my ass, but I couldn't help what I wanted, needed from him. It was Friday, near the end of the morning, and this day could not have gone more perfectly. Major had sent me a video of him jacking off and coming, which I then used to do the same. We had also separately gone to a diagnostic clinic in Seguin for testing, and this afternoon we'd be going bare. Until recently, I couldn't imagine doing that with anyone but Robert. Now I couldn't wait. On top of that happy thought, I'd given a pop quiz that morning, and the students' groans were everything. My quizzes were highly passable if you'd done the reading and participated in class, so their complaints didn't bother me. A few grumbled and teased me on their way out, but they all agreed that I'd gone easy on them. I grinned as I straightened the stack of quizzes, looking forward to grading them over the weekend. Yes, I enjoyed grading papers. I started as a jar of blueberry jam slid into view and a familiar warmth blanketed my back. Look at that smile, Major said, kissing the back of my neck. I bet you're itching to take a red pen to that pile of quizzes, aren't you? I spun in his arms. What are you doing here? I checked the hall before pulling him down for a quick and dirty kiss. Figured I'd bring you some jam for your office fridge, take you to lunch, then get you home and do terrible things to you. I put my hand to my chest. A man after my own heart. He lifted a brow. That too. He'd been blisteringly open about his developing feelings for me, but I couldn't put together the words to assure him that I felt the same. The truth was, I didn't know how I felt. I only knew that I needed him. I just have to grab a few things from my office and we can take off. He followed me and we stepped into my shared office space. Major closed the door behind us, locking it. You do know that other teachers work in here, right? I asked as he approached me. Is your office mate going to be here in the next 5 minutes? I shook my head. Already gone for the day. Excellent. He spun me around and bent me over my desk. Major, if you don't want this, say so now. I've been nursing a hard-on for you all morning and seeing you now in your little professor outfit. I can't help it. I need you, he said, pressing his steely length against my ass. It's not a professor outfit, it's just an out... I bit off my words as he tugged my slacks down. Cold lube made its way between my cheeks, and my cock responded. Fucking hell. It'd be less messy if I went with a condom right now, he said, biting my shoulder. No, I want to feel you. He huffed out a breath against my overheated skin, licking it as he pressed one, then 2 fingers inside me, giving me a quick stretch. He then notched his bare cock against my hole. I groaned as he pressed that fat fucking head inside me. Too much. I shook my head. Just go slow. His hand on my hip was gentle. Of course. My body, already used to him, relaxed quickly with his careful thrusting. Fuck. You feel fantastic, he rumbled into my ear as he slid all the way home. I can't believe you're fucking me in my office, I hissed. We can take this back to my house. Don't you dare fucking stop. Clamping one hand over my mouth and the other around my cock, Major fucked me hard and fast. It hurt in exactly the way I wanted, and his hand felt like it had been made specifically to jerk me off. Leaning back against him, I held on tight as we rolled together. Shit, I'm gonna come, he bit out. I would have loved for this to go on forever, but I could hear my colleagues in the hall. They wouldn't try to come in here, but it was a little too close for comfort, and whatever else I was thinking of, I forgot it as his heat bloomed inside me. That alone was enough to do me in. I shot hard on the front panel of my desk, and I could barely hold myself up. He wrapped one big arm around me, supporting me as he reached for the box of tissues on my desk. He flattened me against the desk and pulled my ass cheek to the side, then growled low and long as cum dribbled out of me. They're going to wonder if a werewolf is in here, I muttered, laughing as I rested my face on the cool wood. There's a dripping hole in front of me, he said, his voice in the basement as he carefully pressed the tissues to my entrance. I can't help it. I somehow felt both self-conscious and sensual as he gently, so gently, wiped me clean. Before I could overthink it, he'd arranged his clothes and helped me pull up my pants, then tucked me in. Grabbing a few more tissues, he cleaned off my desk and tossed all the debris in the trash. Right as I collapsed into his chest, the doorknob jiggled. Ren? Seth asked through the door. I grimaced at Major and reached for the room spray, which did nothing to cover the scent of cum. Now it smelled like we'd fucked in a rose garden, and there wasn't much to be done about it. Major winked at me and sat in one of the chairs in front of my desk. Hoping that I didn't look freshly fucked, I opened the door, a puzzled expression on my face. How did that get locked? I asked. Seth's eyes immediately went to Major, then to me. Oh, I left my backpack here. Seth's desk was close to the door, so I reached for the backpack in question and handed it to him. Here you go. He looked between the two of us again, and Major sent him a winning smile. You must be Major. That I am. You must be Seth. He raised his brow, surprised. Nice to meet you. Same, Major said, his grin practically feral. Seth backed out of the office, carefully closing the door behind him. I waited until his footsteps faded, then turned to Major. You enjoyed that way too much. His expression was unrepentant. Just marking my territory. Chapter 23. Major. Ren closed the garage door after letting me in. I really do need to get the automatic opener fixed, he said. I mentally added that task to my list, loving that I could take this off his shoulders. I slipped out of the truck and closed the door with my hip as I dragged him into a kiss that lasted a while. It made him nervous to have to hide the truck, and it filled me with pride knowing that he wanted me to come over anyway. If you want to do anything tonight, I'll have to take something, he admitted, coloring slightly. I'd usually need a few hours' worth of recovery after what you did to me at the college. I already told you. I have no problem with you needing to take something. As long as you're comfortable, I said, pausing to kiss his forehead. Nothing about that is wrong or makes me overthink your age. Oh, you mean the way I'm overthinking my age, Ren groused, tucking his slim fingers into my waistband and pulling me into his house. Exactly. I happen to think your age is really fucking sexy, and a little blue pill isn't going to change my mind on that. What about the white streak in my pubic hair? We've already discussed this. I like the white streak. I like all of your hair. I like your body. I like your cock, and I love how accommodating your tight little asshole is. It'll take at least 30 minutes for the pill to take effect, he warned, as if that would scare me away. So what you're saying is that I get to edge you for half an hour, I asked, slipping another jar of blueberry jam into his refrigerator as we made our way through the kitchen. Shaking his head, Wren grinned as we got to the stairs and sprinted to the top. I closed the distance and grabbed him, tossing him over my shoulder. He let out a whoop and I turned toward the guest room and our sex mattress. "Actually, we can go to my room," Wren said, his voice suddenly serious despite the ridiculous position I'd put him in. I gently set him down, checking out his body language. "Are you sure? I don't mind using the guest room." He rolled his eyes and held up his left hand, which still bore his wedding ring. "I'm pretty sure my husband would enjoy the fact that I'm taking some young stud to our marital bed. If I was keeping it real, I could see it. Hell, Robert would probably tease Wren for being the older one now. And sure, it still weirded me out to think that I'd begun a relationship with the husband of a man I admired and still mourned. But I didn't think Wren and I had been able to avoid this connection between us. As long as I'm the young stud in that equation, I'm okay with it." Grabbing a handful of my polo, he nudged open the bedroom door, then dragged me inside. When we got to the foot of his bed, he held up a finger and left me there, marching into the bathroom. A few seconds later, he emerged with a glass of water and a blue pill on his open palm. He raised his brow, keeping my attention as he popped it into his mouth and swallowed it down. Let the games begin. After we tore off our clothes, I sat on the edge of the bed and pulled him onto my lap so that he was straddling me. Hey, he replied, running his fingers through my beard. I wrapped him in my arms and touched my lips to his. The contact unwound every muscle in my body, as if I was doing this with the person I was always meant to be with. The mind fuck of it all was knowing I'd give it all up if it meant he could have his husband back. But that wasn't an option the universe was offering. So in the reality we had, all I felt was gratitude that this was the path we'd taken. Wren opened up to me, and I slid my tongue into his mouth, licking and caressing. We sat and made out for several minutes, not worried about a thing, kissing until our bodies were as close as any two people could ever get. We pulled away for air, and his dark eyes settled on mine. I love kissing you, he said. I nodded in agreement. Kissing you is so good I don't even have to have sex. I ran my beard up one side of his neck just to see him shiver. Sitting here, kissing you would be enough. Wren narrowed his eyes. I've already taken the pill. Sex is on the agenda. I chuckled, running my beard down the other side. Duly noted. With that, I grabbed Wren by his shoulders and threw him onto the bed. His surprised shout followed the arc of his body, and he landed with a chuckle, making grabby hands at me. I planted myself on top of him and kissed him again. After spending some additional time on the sensitive column of his neck, I moved farther down, kissing across his collarbones, sucking one of his flat brown nipples into my mouth and increasing the suction until he cried out. I then moved to his other nipple, repeating the process. How do you always know what I need? He asked, his voice racked. I peered into his lust-dark eyes, shaking my head. I'm only doing what your body tells me to do. He gestured at his seemingly disinterested cock. Don't let this asshole fool you into thinking that you're not doing it for me. You are 100% doing it for me. He just needs a little time. I raised a brow at him. Why do you act as though enjoying your body is a chore? Shuffling down till I was face to, head with his dick, I whispered. It's okay, buddy. I'm in no rush. You take your time now, you hear? Wren's laugh drew my attention upward. Are you giving my prick a pep talk? Maybe. I widened my eyes for comic effect, locking onto his gaze as I took his cockhead into my mouth and sucked lightly. He threw a hand over his eyes, trembling with laughter which only encouraged me. I caught him peeking between his fingers, so I shot him a maniacal smile before taking the entire soft shaft. His cock in this state was way easier to handle than when it was at full length and hardness. Reminded of the way he sometimes sucked on my nipples for comfort, I settled in for a few moments of gentle cock nursing. Damn, I love your mouth, he murmured, sinking back into the pillows to enjoy the experience more fully. I responded by reaching up to rest my hand over his heart. He laid his delicate hands on top of mine, and my pulse soared. I loved teasing a lover as much as the next man, and that had been my initial plan here. But now I was simply loving on him with no expectations or timelines. I'd have been content to relax into this until his meds kicked in, but then I spied a bottle of massage oil on his side table. The thought of drawing every ounce of pleasure from his skin was too good a prospect to pass up. He whined when I slowly pulled away, carefully placing his pretty dick on his small sack, idly wondering if he'd ever let me take a picture of him like this. It would make for one hell of a photo. Every bit of his body relaxed and sensual, cradled by high thread count sheets and fluffy pillows. I plucked the bottle from the nightstand and opened the top with a flourish. Roll over. Let me take care of you. Reddening, he did as I asked, his body so small and vulnerable on the enormous bed. I warmed the oil in my hands, then spread them over his back, up and down, around his shoulders and down his arms, then up and down again. After a few minutes, his ribcage ballooned on a large breath before slowly releasing, his muscles like butter under my touch. Using a little more oil, I dragged my palms down the backs of his thighs, his calves, his feet. After going up and back a few more times, I focused on his butt. He'd been self-conscious about how flat it was until I'd convinced him that I enjoyed his trim aesthetic as much as he enjoyed my heft. Now, instead of worrying, he simply moaned into his pillow, and I took that as confirmation of a job well done. Using my thumbs, I applied pressured strokes in an upward and inward pattern, starting at his hips, each stroke taking me closer and closer toward his lightly furred crease. He squirmed at each progression, widening his legs and rocking his hips. After a few more minutes, he lifted his hips, bringing his hand underneath him for a quick adjustment. "The pill's starting to work?" I asked. "More like your hands are starting to work," he said, sounding drunk on endorphins. Parting his cheeks, I let a bit of oil drip down into his crack. I rubbed it in, savoring each and every satisfied moan, letting my fingers catch on his used entrance. I held his shoulder with my left hand while teasing his hole with the middle finger of my right. I was extra careful as I pressed inside him, using my grip on his shoulder to pull him back onto the thick digit. His hips tilted again, and he rutted into the bedspread beneath him. "Please, Major, you're killing me." I added a second finger, then a third. "Let's turn you over," I said when I was satisfied that he was ready. I helped him flip, letting him see my proud smile as I took his cock, now at full mast, in my oiled-up hand. "So pretty," I murmured, stroking him as I briefly finger-fucked him again, needing to see his desire. "Please, Major, please," he begged, fisting the sheets. I pushed his knees toward his chest. "Okay, baby. Can you hold your knees for me?" He nodded, his chest rising and lowering rapidly as I bit my lip, admiring the sight of his perfectly prepared hole. I warmed up more oil in my palms, then used both hands to stroke my cock and massage my balls. Unhurried, I pressed my cock to his entrance, then slid inside on a smooth stroke. My hands shook from the pleasure of it, and I grasped his cock as I bottomed out, distracting him as he acclimated to the stretch. My hand went to his shoulder, then shifted over his neck. His eyes glittered with desire. "You're so beautiful," he whispered, still obediently holding his knees back for me. His lust-drunk words made my heart race, and I took his legs in my hands, pushing them back and wide until he was practically bent in two. "Yes," he choked out. "More." I happily gave him more. My hips were slow, insistent as a metronome, as I invaded his body again and again, building toward a dizzying peak as his mouth fell open in abandoned ecstasy. Going back to the thought of taking a picture of Wren in this state, I realized no digital rendering could do him justice. His pleasure needed to be captured by a painter, an artist who'd studied at the feet of the greats. Someone with Klimt's passion, Cézanne's use of color, Da Vinci's exquisite eye for the body. I inhaled his allure, wishing that I could exhale the words I held on my tongue. I didn't say them, but they were there, and I felt them in every cell in my body. I was in love with this man. I would be in love with him for the rest of my life. That certainty drove my hips forward. Controlling myself so as not to hurt him, I went as deep as I could, and with each thrust I told myself how much he meant to me. We stared into each other's eyes, and he began to fall apart around me. Maybe he could hear my silent words. His eyes darkened, pupils taking over, and his beauty sharpened, elevated as he spent on his pale belly. I stroked his cock a few more times, reveling in the pulse of his shaft in my hand. Letting it go, I ran my fingers through his cum, then brought them to my lips. Even mixed with a little oil, I loved the taste of his desire. As I sucked the last bit of it from my thumb, my own pulsing orgasm took over, inelegant and rough. If he was a classic Peyton, I was an old-fashioned gas station sign not fit for his presence. Still, like a thief, I sank into his body, our eyes never parting as I filled him, marked him. Mine, I whispered, taking him in a deep and searching kiss. Yours, he whispered as I released him, sealing my fate. Whatever happened after this, my heart was forever altered. Forever his. My back ached as consciousness returned, and I grumbled at the early hour. We were going to need to get Wren a better bed. I understood that he'd be hesitant, of course, but Robert's side of the mattress wasn't fit for sleeping anymore. I made a note to research how to bring up such a delicate subject, then pulled him against me. Back issues aside, waking up next to Wren after what we'd done last night made me happier than I'd been in a long time. Making love and waking up in each other's arms the next morning was a whole nother level of good. As I sank into my swirl of romantic, possibly dramatic thoughts, my reverie was broken by the high, light sound of Hikaru's voice. "Gigi?" Footsteps. "Where's Gigi?" Shit. "Hikaru, wait here. Gigi might be asleep," Holden said. Even from the other side of the house, I could hear the warmth and patience in his voice. I doubted he'd be so patient if he found me in bed with his father. "Wren," I whispered, shaking him. "Your family is here." Wren blinked, confusion marking his features until Hikaru called out for him again. "Gigi?" That woke him up with a jolt. "Oh no," he said, stumbling out of bed. "He's going to come upstairs if I don't get down there right now." "What should we do?" I asked. "Should I stay up here?" "I don't know," Wren said, grabbing a pair of shorts from the dresser and nearly face-planting as he pulled them up over his slim hips. God, he has sexy legs. Realizing that my nudity wouldn't help any part of this situation, I reached for my jeans. The waistband had barely crossed my junk when the door to the bedroom began to open. Beckett's head appeared, his eyes widening in surprise as he watched us yank on whatever bits of clothing we could find. Wren looked terrified, but Beckett, bless him, held his finger to his mouth. Turning toward the stairs, he called out, "Looks like Gigi was sleeping. Let's give him a second to wake up." "Wait, really?" Holden asked, his voice coming from halfway up the staircase. "Dad slept in? Is he okay?" "I had too much caffeine yesterday and took an Ambien last night," Wren called out frantically, looking like he might throw up. "I'm moving slow this morning, but I'll be downstairs in a sec." "So, Major," Beckett whispered. "Is Ambien your new nickname?" "Shut up," I mouthed as I pulled my company polo over my head. I don't like Ambien," Holden remarked, his voice thankfully seeming farther down the staircase. "Oh, I don't know, son," Wren said, flicking Beckett's shoulder. "Ambien's been pretty helpful to me this last year." Beckett shook with laughter, looking all the more absurd because he was wearing his collar. Jesus fucking Christ. "All right, well, glad you're okay. We'll meet you outside," Holden responded, his voice now filtering up from the back of the house. We waited with bated breath until we heard the back door open and slam shut. Then Beckett snorted a laugh into his closed fist. "Don't even start," I said through gritted teeth, shoving my phone into my pocket. To be fair, I was about ready to pass out from relief at the fact that his reaction to us was amusement, not judgment. I'm guessing your truck is in the garage? He pressed, his eyes dancing. Yes. Got it. He turned to Wren, his expression softening. Rue got up at the butt crack of dawn wanting to start work on the butterfly garden, and since you're usually up early, we figured you wouldn't mind. Wren zipped up his shorts, which he'd somehow forgotten to do. I normally wouldn't, he said, sparing me a guilty grimace. But maybe we should have a house rule about showing up before 7 a.m. unannounced. Easy enough, Beckett said, seeming weirdly okay with this thing between me and Wren. And don't worry about sneaking out the big guy. Rue will be good and distracted, and Holden will be occupied with preventing him from getting into the sharp tools. Once you join them, I'll help your illegitimate lover make his getaway. Wren put his hands on his hips, a gesture that would have been more effective if his hair didn't have that freshly tongue-fucked a light socket look, or if a rumpled inside-out pair of tighty-whities weren't lying at the foot of the bed. Beckett snorted when I grabbed them and tossed them into the bathroom. Wren turned puce, and Beckett's laughter filled the room. I'm so glad you're enjoying this. Oh, this is just the beginning, father-in-law dearest. I'd suspected something was up between the two of you, but this confirmation is... He brought the tips of his fingers to his lips. Chef's kiss. Asshole, I groused, smiling at Wren, who couldn't seem to help smiling back. Beckett hip-checked me, reminded me that Wren and I weren't alone. I may be an asshole, but I'm the asshole who's about to help you get out of this house without being caught. I gestured at his church gear, eager to change the subject. Is this how you help in the garden? Beckett chuckled, then flicked the tag on the inside-out and backward t-shirt Wren was sporting. I have a couple of appointments this morning, so I was just dropping them off on my way. I'd been hoping to snag myself a cup of English breakfast, but this tea is so much better. Wren pulled off his t-shirt while stepping into some very ugly shoes that I assumed were meant for gardening. Okay, joining Holden and Rue, he said, tugging the righted shirt over his head. Beckett, I owe you one. Beckett tipped an imaginary hat at Wren. I expect my son-in-law of the year trophy any day now. Wren pursed his lips. You'd actually have to marry my son to get that trophy. Beckett winked. I'm working on it. The back door opened and slammed shut, jolting us all over again. Gigi, where are the seeds for the butterfly plants? Rue asked, his light feet making their way up the stairs. Wren pulled me down for a quick, fierce kiss, then stepped out of the room. Rue, buddy, I can't believe I overslept, he said, smoothing the nerves from his voice. The seeds are in the shed outside. Come on, let's go find them together. Beckett and I stayed silent until we heard them go out the door. Then he let out a low whistle. Shut up, I growled, but there was no heat in it. He shook his head, utterly delighted. Oh, hell no. I love everything about this. I hate you so intensely right now. Sure you do, he said with a jackass grin. Once we were certain that Rue and Holden were engrossed in the garden project, Beckett and I snuck downstairs, through the kitchen and laundry room and into the garage. He carefully lifted the door. Shit, I still have to start the truck. Beckett shook his head. Put it in neutral. We'll push it down the driveway and you can start it once you're in the cul-de-sac. The driveway had a slight slope that made backing out a fairly easy proposition, though we had to navigate around Beckett's Subaru, which was a challenge. I felt like a silent movie bad guy, but we got the job done. Once the truck was out of the driveway, I hopped in and started it up. Beckett came to the driver's side window. Just because I have other shit to do right now doesn't mean that you and I won't be getting into exactly what this is, he told me, smacking the side panel. I gripped the steering wheel, lightly bashing my forehead against it. Okay. His amused chuckle followed me out into the neighborhood. Chapter 24. Wren. Beckett joined us in the garden wearing a shit-eating grin. Is Gigi telling you all about the kinds of flowers we can plant to attract butterflies? He asked as Hikaru showed him the flower he had picked. Yes, they love this flower. And what do we normally do with flowers? I asked, warily eyeballing Beckett. Let them grow, Hikaru dutifully said. But if the flower is about to die, like this one, we can pick it to make room for others. Excellent. You are so smart, I said, kneeling next to him and then pulling him into a big hug. Whenever I thought about how lucky we were to have Rue in our lives, tears came to my eyes. In a similar vein, when I thought about what Major meant to me, I shivered. Given what Holden and I had gone through, losing Robert, I couldn't allow anything to come between us. But there was no denying how much I needed Major. I needed his hands on me. I needed him drawing pleasure from me. I needed him listening to me. I needed his peace. I knew that I'd have to tell Holden, and I would, once I figured out how to explain that I was falling for someone who wasn't Pops. He'd told me a few months after Robert died that he didn't want me to be alone forever. Still, saying it was one thing. Being faced with the reality was another. In the meantime, I wanted to keep this bubble that Major and I had built for ourselves a little while longer. Beckett kissed Holden and Rue goodbye, and I followed him out. "Thank you," I said, at a loss for words. Beckett's smile was sincere, though there was worry in his eyes. "Say something," I said. "I'm guessing you think this is a really bad idea." He frowned. "Not at all. You and Major seem good together. I can see how he would be healing for you." Even though I was touched, I rolled my eyes. "I don't need healing." Beckett leaned against my front door and pulled a face that told me exactly what he thought of that statement. "Are you sure about that? Because I'm still healing from the loss of Mr. Page, and he wasn't my husband. And I can't imagine anyone more willing and able to make you feel love than Major." Beckett crossed his arms as if to cut off any debate on the subject. I curled my toes in my gardening shoes, nowhere near comfortable discussing this with him. "Major and I haven't talked about love or anything like that. This all started out as pain relief." "Sure, but what is it now?" he asked, using his gentle preacher voice. "It's more," I admitted. "And it's the kind of more that I'll have to talk to Holden about eventually. But I need time." Beckett nodded. "I understand. Just know that the longer this goes on without you telling him, the more serious it gets between you and Major, the harder it will be for Holden. He'll want to know why you didn't bring him in at the beginning." I let out a frustrated sigh. "I do know my son. I know you do. The same way I know that you don't have any control over his reaction to this. I only ask that you make this as painless as possible for him." I took in Beckett's worried eyes, the determined set of his jaw, and the way his tattooed hands now rested on his hips. He was serious in a way I didn't often see from him. "I agree," I said, wishing I knew how to navigate this tricky situation. "You have to know I didn't anticipate this. I wasn't aiming for it. I didn't expect it. Major was there in a really rough moment, and it didn't take me long to figure out that he was somebody I could confide in, rely on. That's who Major is at his core." Beckett rocked on his feet, considering his words. "As much as I want you to be careful for Holden's sake, I'm going to ask you to be careful for Major's sake as well. If he's in this with you, it's new territory for him, and he's probably terrified." My eyes fell to the family portrait on the hall table. I ran my finger along the frame as Robert smiled up at me. I was grateful to have someone to talk to about this. "I will. You're a good friend, Beckett." "Damn right I am," he said with a laugh, surprising me by pulling me in for a hug. "Remember that." We held each other for a moment, and fine, I'd let Major's affection heal me. "Do you have time to join us for breakfast before your appointments?" I asked. All these strong emotions so early in the morning have drained me. He pulled his phone from his pocket and checked the screen. "Sure, but I can only stay about 20 minutes. You think we could convince Rue to eat before we start our little project? Do you have any bacon? Pretty sure he'd sell one of my kidneys for some bacon." I chuckled. I always keep some on hand for him. You go grab the two of them and I'll get the food going. By the time I had the bacon frying, Holden and Hikaru had started foraging for the rest of breakfast. "Rue, can you grab the jam for the toast?" Holden asked. "Yes, Daddy." Watching them work together made my heart happy. We would be all right. We had to be. Rue opened the fridge and started sorting through the condiments in the door. "Oh, blueberries," he said, pulling out the jar that Major had brought me. I grinned, enjoying the fact that he was a part of this meal even though he wasn't here. Rue set the jam on the counter in front of Holden, then went back to the refrigerator for the fresh squeezed orange juice that he loved so much. Holden finished buttering the toast and picked up the jam. His relaxed expression sharpened as he examined the label. My heart stuttered in my chest. Did having Major's jam give me away? Oh, stop freaking out, you ninny. Major gives his preserves to all his friends. It's fine. Right as I'd talked myself down, however, Holden's eyes shifted from the label to me. Dad, can I talk to you in the living room for a second? His tone was glacial. Beckett shot me a look as he took the orange juice from Rue and started pouring it into the funny little juice glasses Robert had found during one of our Saturday morning market dates. Sure, son. Still gripping the jar, Holden stalked out of the kitchen, past the main entryway and into the living room. I followed him, then froze when he turned on me, showing me the jars labeled to which a yellow sticky note had been affixed. Fuck. I'd forgotten that Major liked to do that. To Wren. From Major. In case you ever foolishly forget, I am never not thinking of you. Virginia Woolf. Major's efficient, blocky handwriting somehow underscored the sentiment, and it set my heart racing. In that singularly brutal moment, I understand how one could feel two diametrically opposed things at the same time. Major's words buried themselves in my chest, and the sentiment gave me hope of a future when my own brain had struggled to see it. I wanted to take the note and frame it, set it by my bed to have something lovely to read right before slumber. But the agony on my son's face, I didn't know how to bear it. I couldn't have spared him the grief of his father passing. This, however, felt preventable because I was the one hurting him. Holden. I thought he was my friend, Holden said quietly. When I considered the pros and cons of moving back to Texas, my main consideration was you and Pops, but I also thought of myself as becoming one of the lost boys, especially after Pops died. And there was something about Major that reminded me of Pops. I thought, he's not replacing Pops, I said gently. Holden's eyes sharpened, locking me under his gaze. Isn't he? Before I could answer, understanding dawned on my son's face. Wait, he shook his head. Is that why you shuffled us out to the garden earlier? More awful realization. Bex walked in on you, didn't he? Is that why he's still here? Your dad was waiting for the right time to tell you, Beckett said, entering the living room. The hurt in Holden's eyes deepened. So you knew? I suspected. I only had it confirmed this morning. Holden nodded, though I doubted he was agreeing to anything. And how long were you going to withhold that information from me? Not long, Beckett said, reaching for his arm. Holden stiffened but didn't pull back from his touch. Beckett and I knew how Holden struggled with trust, both as a result of his previous relationship and from being so badly hurt by that fucking DeWitt kid. So we stood quietly and let him gather his thoughts. Finally, he said, I want to talk to Major. Call him back. Beckett and I shared a look. I couldn't imagine Holden lashing out at anyone, let alone a friend. But I had no idea how he'd handle this. He might be on a job, I said softly. I don't care. Have him come back. Beckett lowered his chin, thoughtful. After a moment, he nodded to himself, then directed his attention to me. Call him. I excused myself and ran up the stairs from my phone, which I'd left on the bedside table. Major had somehow remembered his phone but forgotten his wallet, which would have amused me in any other context. I brought up the text app. Me. Holden found the note on the jar of blueberry jam. Can you come back? He's upset and wants to talk to you. Major. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Chapter 25. Major. I pulled into Wren's driveway, no longer concerned about hiding the truck in the garage. That wasn't as comforting a fact as I would have liked. I cursed myself for the 100th time as I climbed down from the cab. The sticky note had been a last-minute addition. Influenced by Wren's love of literature, I'd started rereading the classics, and something about Virginia Woolf sat with my soul. The note was my way of telling him that I loved him. I thought I'd been so clever, adding it when he wasn't looking. And wanting to surprise him, I hadn't warned him not to let anyone else see the jar. I walked up to the front door, and before I could knock, Wren opened it. "I'm so sorry," I said as I crossed the threshold into the familiar hallway. Wren wrapped his arms around me in a brief hug. Stepping back, he said, "It was going to happen sooner or later. Thank you for returning so quickly." Putting his hand at the small of my back, he led me toward the living room. Before entering behind me, Wren glanced into the kitchen. My heart dropped when I spotted Hikaru sitting at the table with headphones on, playing on the phone as he ate breakfast. This had never been about just Wren and Robert. It was about the entire Page family. Sure, Robert's passing had impacted all of us, but his family had had a hole blown into the center of their souls. Even though Wren and Holden had done an admirable job of rebuilding their lives, nothing about this was easy. The living room's warm wooden floors, colorful rugs, and overstuffed couches flanking the fireplace would have seemed cozy on any other day. Today, however, Holden stood facing the fireplace between the two couches like a painting, his only tether Beckett's hand awkwardly placed on his elbow. I cursed again as I realized that Beckett's presence meant he'd canceled his counseling appointments, something he never did. I'd put him in a terrible position, a truth made clear by his tight expression and the amount of space Holden left between their bodies. Beckett and I had known each other since we were kids, but Holden was, and would always be, the love of his life. Wren rubbed my back, then let his hand drift down to my waist as they turned toward us. It felt as though we were facing a firing squad. Holden went to the side table where the cursed jar sat. He plucked the sticky note from the glass and thrust it toward me. I took it, rereading the words I'd so carefully written out for Wren. "She's English," Holden said, accusation in his tone. I didn't follow. "I'm sorry, what?" I asked, noting how grief and pain and anger seemed to be at war in his expression. His mouth was a thin line, but his eyes shone with unshed tears. "Virginia Woolf. She's not an American writer. She's English." Dad teaches American literature. Why would you give him a quote from an English writer?" "Oh." I looked at Wren. "I thought she was American. I'm sorry." He shook his head. "I loved it. Thank you." My eyes returned to Holden, who'd folded his arms over his chest. His jaw trembled as he sucked in his upper lip, and he turned away from us to wipe at a tear. "Son," Wren started. "Leave it, Dad. I'm fine," he said. He uncrossed his arms, then crossed them again. "How long has this been going on?" he asked, lifting his chin at me. "Since the opening of the meeting house," Wren answered, keeping his gaze on his son. "We only saw each other a few times after that, but reconnected recently." Holden's eyes widened and his chest hitched. Beckett moved to touch him, but Holden stopped him with a gesture. "So," he said, his breath ragged, "you didn't even give Pops a year." I took Wren's hand, knowing how he'd been struggling with guilt over allowing himself happiness again. Beckett, with a stubborn gleam in his eye, stood in front of Holden, waiting until they made eye contact. "Oh, baby, grief looks different for each person," he said, resting his hands on Holden's folded arms. Holden shrugged off Beckett's touch. Over Beckett's shoulder, he sent me a glare that probably shaved a few years off my life. Wren tilted his head, redirecting Holden's focus as he kissed a muscle on my arm. "Major has been here for me, Holden. Also, according to Pops, I'm running behind schedule. He knew I worked better with a partner." "Dad, Major's younger than I am. Do you want him to go through what you went through?" Wren rubbed his chest as if he'd taken a direct hit. I like to tease him about our difference in age because it never truly bothered me. I hadn't considered his side of the equation, or the fact that if we were both lucky enough to live into old age, I'd lose him well before my time would come. Son, you've seen my grief. I wouldn't wish that on anyone. He looked up at me, chewing on his bottom lip. But I don't think I have any choice in the matter. Even in this awkward, painful situation, his words wrapped themselves around my heart. Those same words, however, made Holden's face fall. You did have a choice to be honest with me, Dad. But maybe I shouldn't be so surprised. What does that mean? For one, I have not seen your grief, he said, jutting his chin out, defiant like his pops. Maybe at the beginning, when you couldn't hide it. But now I only get to see the brave front. He paused, shaking his head. You almost never let me see you cry. Wren stiffened beside me. Holden wasn't wrong. That was not intentional, Holden. I wasn't actively keeping that away from you, I promise. Wren stopped, looking down. I should have let you in, and I'm so sorry that I didn't. I thought he'd let go of me at some point and go to his son, perhaps offer him a hug. But he didn't. Instead, he turned to press his face into my chest, his shoulders trembling. I wrapped my arms around him, comforting him as best I could. I chanced to look at Holden and winced at the sadness and confusion in his eyes as he watched his father cry from 3 feet away. God, this was so hard. I took a slow, deep breath and was heartened to see Holden follow suit, even if it was an unconscious response on his part. In our own way, I began quietly. We each fought this. I'm not one for relationships, or at least I thought I wasn't. Your dad wasn't looking for anything serious either, and he could never replace your pops. He wouldn't even try. I went quiet after that, letting the page men work through their emotions. After a moment, Wren pulled away and wiped at my tear-stained shirt. Sorry, he choked out. Baby, it's fine. Holden startled at the endearment, and I ground my teeth, cursing myself for not doing a better job of hiding how much I was in love with his dad. Wren straightened his shoulders, spotted the box of tissues on the table behind one of the couches, and picked it up before returning to my side. He held the box out to Holden first, who seemed surprised to find that he was crying. He took a tissue and blotted the tears from his cheeks. Wren did the same and delicately blew his nose. Were we not in the middle of a family crisis, I would have found it incredibly endearing. Hell, I found it endearing anyway. Then he put the box back on the table and resumed his place at my side, leaning against me with his arm around me. Whatever he needed to say, he clearly needed my support, so I gave it to him, unreservedly. I was in agony, and Major was there for me. Like he said, neither of us wanted anything serious, and being with him took the edge off the sharpest part of the pain. Then I started developing feelings, and that left me so guilty I pushed him away. We were apart for over 6 months, and now we both know we don't want to stay away from one another anymore. The living room went quiet as his words sank in. I'd needed to hear those words for a different reason altogether. Do you really think Dad would have approved of this? Holden finally asked, his tone more even. Wren nodded, resolute. Your dad wanted to be remembered and properly mourned, he said, using air quotes. But more than that, he wanted us to be okay. Major makes me okay, even on days when I'm a mess. I love him. I inhaled sharply and looked down at him. You love me? Wren looked up at me, tears once again streaming from his eyes. Yes, he said simply. Given the seriousness of the occasion, I stifled the fist pump and instead wrapped him up in a hug, whispering into his hair. I love you too, even when you're a mess. Especially when you're a mess. Holden watched us for several intense, silent seconds, Then his shoulders lifted and lowered on a big breath. He took a few more deep breaths, lost in thought. Beckett approached him again, and this time Holden let himself be held. They breathed in time with one another, Beckett whispering over and over that love was a good thing, the only thing. Holden's emotions surged a while longer, until they bled out of his body. Beckett reached for the tissues, wiping his beloved's tears with heartbreaking gentleness. Then Holden turned to me. I froze, waiting. "Thank you for taking care of my father," he said, his voice cracking on the last bit. "I'll always take care of him," I responded, looking directly into his eyes. He must have seen my sincerity because he extended his hand. Surprised, I looked at his open palm, then carefully took it in mine. His smile was thin but real. "Sorry, Major. I needed a minute and maybe a few more after this." He stood a little taller. "But I'm not going to get in the way of Dad's happiness. Pops would hate that." It was a small miracle, I thought, watching someone with a broken heart do the work of making space for a piece of family they hadn't expected. Just know that I'll never willingly hurt him, and that as much as I love him, I'd trade that in a heartbeat for you to have your Pops back. Holden's expression crumpled in slow motion as my words landed. He brought his hands up to his face, hiding the fresh wave of tears. I stepped up and pulled him toward me, and he went with the gesture, falling into my arms and then sobbing into my shoulder. I wrapped him in a hug and let him cry. A few more dips and swells of emotion later, he pulled away, sniffling loudly as he chuckled. "Great!" Sniff, snort. "Now both sides of your shirt are soggy." I laughed, joined by Beckett and Wren, and pulled Holden in for another brief hug. Totally worth it. He wiped his tears and turned to his father. "I can see why you love him. His hugs feel so much like Pops' hugs. But there's something more serene about him." Wren nodded. "I am never more at peace than when he hugs me." I kissed Wren's hand, and Holden shed a few more tears, then went thoughtful. Quiet. "Son?" Wren asked, still worried. "You said that Pops knew you didn't work well alone. Do you still have the note he left for you? Can I read it now?" Wren's brows met as he took Holden's hand. "Do you think for a second that your Pops edited himself?" "Absolutely not," Holden answered, a smile playing over his lips. "But knowing Pops, he wrote it guessing that I'd eventually insist on reading it." "A reasonable assumption," Wren agreed, walking around to the table behind the sofa. Opening one of the drawers, he fished out a plain white envelope and handed it to Holden. "Consider yourself forewarned." Chapter 26. Wren. Holden carefully raised the flap of the envelope and drew out the pages. He sat on the couch to the left of the fireplace and unfolded the delicate paper, which bore the signs of how often I'd read and reread it. "Just so you know, I've scanned it electronically. Even if the paper disintegrates, I'll always have his words," I said, gesturing for Major and Beckett to join us. Major and I took the couch to the right of the fireplace, and Beckett sat next to Holden, craning his neck to read along. Major slipped his arm around my waist, watching as Holden and Beckett grimaced and laughed through the letter. "Really, Pops?" Holden muttered on more than one occasion. "You know how he was, son." "Yes. A menace to the end," he said, smiling sadly. His eyes flicked to Major. "He should read it too." Major recoiled. It wasn't meant for me. I don't want to disrespect Robert's wishes." Holden and I laughed. "Something tells me that Pops would have loved for you to read it. He was a troublemaker that way," Holden said, once again offering the letter to Major. Major exchanged a glance with Beckett, whose smile was warm and a little mischievous. Taking the pages from Holden's grasp, he sat back down next to me. and I laid my head on his shoulder, rereading the familiar words in Robert's looping scrawl. Sweet cheeks. If you're reading this, may I say a final "I told you so"? Major stopped, shaking his head. Damn it, Robert. I do wish I had been wrong about my health, but one thing I never truly told you about was how I could feel my heart failing. I spoke to the doctor about this and learned the issue. I needed a new valve, but I was too weak for the surgery. I guess this is how a life ends. You fight as hard as you can to live, but that's no guarantee. And darling, I fought like hell to stay with you. Wren, I do wish I'd had more time with you, and not only because no one else could suck cock the way you do. He paused again, this time squeezing his eyes shut, no doubt thoroughly embarrassed to be reading this in front of my son. I could hear Robert's rumbly voice clearly in my head, and I bet Major could too. Major darted a quick look at me. Tapping the last sentence, he gave me a grin and a subtle thumbs up. Oh, God, Holden said, shaking his head, likely guessing what part of the letter we'd gotten to. It seems that your father valued the truth, Major joked. It was a bold move, teasing Holden like that. Holden surprised us both with a laugh. Oh, no. There's two of them. Major shook his head. Your father influenced me greatly, but I can promise you he was one of a kind. And I am my own man. I grabbed his hand and kissed it. True. We returned our focus to the letter. That said, it would be rather selfish of me to insist that your mouth remain cock-free for the rest of your life. It would be a shame to let such magnificence be mothballed for the sake of a dead man. So, love of my life, possessor of the tiniest ass known to man, if I must share you with someone after my passing, I have a few requests. Certainly, you would honor the wishes of a dead man, right? Your pops was a real nightmare, Major muttered before sharing another boisterous laugh with Holden. Wren Page's honey-do list. Hold my funeral in the old pizza shop. It'll be ridiculous, but Beckett is the only man I'd want to memorialize my life. Read the letter addressed to the lost boys at the funeral. Don't wait for the estate. Most of what I'm giving has no material value save for the land, and I think my boys need to hear it. I wish to be cremated and placed in a moisture-proof urn that shall reside in our bathroom. Don't make it weird. I just want to be a part of your day. You are allowed to grieve me intensely for 6 months and only 6 months. I mean it. I want snot tears, sad songs, rent garments, missed days of work, sleepless nights, the works. Mourn me decadently, my love, because you're gonna hate what comes next. After 6 months of intense grieving, I must insist that you button that shit up. I did talk to a grief counselor who said that I couldn't put a limit on your grief for me, which I decided was bullshit. Even if I cannot insist that you stop actively grieving for me, I can request that you don't allow your grief to limit your life. I'll apologize ahead of time for this one, but it must be done. Before the anniversary of my death, I need you to sleep with someone. Now, before you dismiss me out of hand, hear me out. He won't compare to me, naturally, so you're off the hook on that front. However, I want you to choose someone who will remind you that love is always there for you, that kindness remains in the world, and that losing your husband doesn't end your life. Understand, I'm just jealous that I won't be there. When we were young and beautiful, there was nothing I enjoyed more than watching another man pleasure you. So, while I don't believe in an afterlife, just know that if I'm wrong, I'll be watching. Major turned to me. This is why you said that we were basically in a polyamorous relationship. Yes, except that one of us is dead. Holden moaned into Beckett's shoulder. I'm gonna need so much therapy after this. I warned you, I told him. Can't believe I'm signing up for this, family, Major muttered, then picked up where he left off. You may need a few months after that to adjust. I know you. You'll want to cocoon yourself and work through the guilt of enjoying another person's body. Just know that guilt is such a wasted emotion. Major stopped to give me a look as he pointed out that particular gem. I shrugged. What can I say? Robert knew me very, very well. Shaking his head, Major kept reading. Again, I insist that you enjoy it slightly less than being with me, but without guilt. However, you cannot stay in that state forever. In time, you must allow yourself to be loved and to love in return. Don't wait. Don't lose years of your life. Grieve your great and wonderful husband, but work quickly to find the love of the second half of your life. Nothing less, because that would be a terrible waste of your ass and your heart. Don't shame me by investing in some sort of half relationship. So, Wren, light of my life, you must love. Love fully. For me. God damn it. Major wiped away the tear falling down his cheek. He was a good man. That he was, my love. That he was. Of course, I expect you to speak of me often. Try not to make them feel bad about the fact that I was by all measures the better lover and better husband. Second best to me is still pretty damn good. Major touched the pages to his forehead, laughing in that deep, joyful way of his. Fucking Robert Page. You should have tried living with him, I said, a fond smile tugging at my lips. He was impossible. I may have made impossible sound like perfect. Both were true. Before continuing, Major said to Holden, Your pops was right. I'm not trying to take his place. But I love your dad. And I want to be this person Robert talked about. I want to be lucky enough to have him in my life. He turned to me. Forever. Holden's eyes reddened all over again, but he gestured for Major to move along. Keep reading. My dearest Wren, the fact that our time together has been cut short is my greatest regret. Genuinely. I'm angry that I won't be spending the rest of your life with you, the man who has always been my rock. My steady. I know that you'll do what is necessary to find love and to enjoy life again. As much as it sucks to be the one dying, it can be no picnic to be the one who survives. But that's only true if you let it be. And I can think of nothing more awful than living half a life. So I must insist that you find joy and love. I insist it with all of my heart. Yours always, Robert. Major let out a long breath and wiped away another tear before carefully folding the papers and handing them back to me. He's right, Holden said softly. Life is too precious to stop loving at the midway point. He was being funny, but it was the kind of funny he was when he was broken-hearted, I said, the words catching in my throat. He wanted so much to live. But if he couldn't, then he wanted us to live for him, Holden said. He paused for a moment. I promise, I'm not upset. I just needed a second. Of course I want you to love again, Dad. Of course I do. I mean, I told you that months ago. And I can't imagine anyone more worthy of you. I stood, and so did Holden, and we met in the middle, holding each other, letting the emotions wash over us. After a moment, something like recognition lit his eyes. Major is your steady, Dad, just like you were for Pops. I hadn't really considered it that way, but Holden was right. Yes, I said, nodding. When the world starts tilting in all the wrong directions, Major is the stable ground under my feet. You deserve that, Dad. After everything, you deserve it. As we were pulling ourselves back together, Rue walked in with his headset around his neck. Why are you all crying? Is it because Major loves Gigi? We startled him with our laughter, because of course he'd been able to see what Major and I had together. Yes, but these are happy tears, Beckett said, patting his hand over his heart.
Dad, Holden said, can we... I miss our walks. Can we just walk together? I kissed Major's cheek and took Holden's hand.
Of course.
As we hit the sidewalk, Holden took my arm in his. We didn't say much at first, making our way around the cul-de-sac and out to the main road. This was an older neighborhood, so the sidewalks were broad, and most of the lawns were well kept. It had always been one of my favorite things, taking walks with Robert and Holden. As we made our way down the block, I was reminded how strange it was to have raised a son who now towered over me. I remembered the day he'd passed me up. We'd measured, and he had me beat by a good half-inch. He'd been only 13. "What's that smile?" Holden asked, tightening his grip on me. "I was just remembering how smug Pops got when he compared our heights and discovered that you were, in fact, taller than me." Holden's chuckle was a little watery, but it was sincere. "That was probably my single proudest day as a kid. Not that it meant anything, because you were still my dad, but it felt like an accomplishment." "I suppose it was," I said, leaning against his shoulder. "Pops wasn't nearly as smug when you passed him up, though. I take it back. That was my proudest day." We made our way to the end of the block, and I gestured over to the park. "They've recently upgraded the walking path, and I haven't had a chance to check it out yet." "Let's do it." We both double-checked oncoming traffic, neither of us willing to take risks after all we'd been through. We made it across the street and hit the path at a good stride. "I love the flowers here," Holden noted, gesturing at the lantana and bougainvillea. "Me too. It makes everything seem serene. Mix in the mature trees and the pretty sky, and it's hard to beat." Holden nodded in silent agreement, and we continued walking, not ready for more words. In the quiet peacefulness of the setting, my tears began to fall again. Holden wrapped his arm around my shoulders, and I did what I could to sniffle quietly. "God, I miss your Pops," I finally said. The words, scraping a path out of my lungs and through my throat, nearly caught on my tongue. And it's just like Major said. As happy as I am now, I would trade it all to have your Pops back with us. "I know, Dad. Pops was always funny, acting like he was joking about needing to be remembered." I sniffed again. The reality was he was worried about being forgotten. "Is that because his parents didn't approve of him?" "They didn't just not approve. They acted like he never existed. Did I tell you that early in our relationship we ran into them at the Walmart just north of San Antonio?" "No, what happened?" "Nothing. Absolutely nothing. It was as though they didn't see him." Holden sucked in a breath, his free hand going to his chest. "It's hard to conceive of it, isn't it? Now that you have Hikaru, you probably can't even imagine it." He shook his head, tears spilling freely down his cheeks. "I think I'd rather be beaten than ignored. Though, having been beaten, I can't recommend it." I chuckled. "You know you have your Pop's sense of humor." "He was so proud of that," Holden said, tears giving way to a smile. "Remember that time I got in trouble with Mrs. Hardy?" A bark of laughter escaped my lips. "Oh my God, how could I forget? We read the note she sent home with you, and I don't think she intended for y'all to laugh as hard as you did." "Oh, absolutely not. She was big on corporal punishment and assumed we would take up the banner to chastise you appropriately for your grave misdeeds." I shook my head. "There was no way we were going to put a hand on you, and we let her know that when we met with her and the principal the next day. We then showed the principal her letter, and she was written up." Holden did a little fist pump, and I laughed. "What was it that you had told her again?" "We were learning about World War II, and when she got to the Japanese internment camps, she did a fake, jokey Asian accent. I said that wasn't funny, and she said I was being oversensitive since your parents immigrated after all that." I told her that if genius skips a generation, her children would be brilliant. I laughed so hard I snorted. You stole that insult from Pops. By that point, Holden could only laugh and nod. Soon we could barely walk for laughing so hard, and we had to lean against each other to stay upright. We were so loud that the birds in the trees above us flapped off, annoyed. That was Robert's go-to insult when people gave us shit out in public. Holden nodded, his laughter dying off. I remember. They made that one guy so mad, but Pops was like twice his size, and the guy wasn't willing to get into it. Amen, I said, linking our arms again. Pops was one of a kind. Never duplicated, Holden said, his voice a little shaky. I took a deep breath, knowing I needed to say this next part right. You do understand that falling for Major doesn't mean I love your Pops any less, don't you? My love for Robert will never be past tense. Holden went quiet but nodded despite the fresh tears. We walked in silence for a few yards, and then he began to speak. I do know that, Dad. I've resented at least one thing every day since he died. Even falling in love. I hated that I couldn't talk to Pops about it. Pops saw the direction you and Beckett were going in. He was so proud of you for fighting through the fear you had to be feeling every time you went out the door. He was proud that you left that asshole in Portland, and he was glad you were open to falling in love with Beckett. Beckett is, one of our favorite people in the whole world, and one of the few we felt was worthy of you. Holden went quiet, caught on a thought, dipping his chin as his cheeks reddened. Beckett's one of the best men I've ever known, and an even better father. Watching him hold these deep, in-depth conversations with Rue, it means so much. Even the way he brings in his own dad is amazing. I know they had their problems, but Beckett works hard to make sure that he's as much a part of our family as anyone. Holden stopped and shook his head. I love the life we're building together, and I hate that it doesn't include Pops. It does include Pops, Hold, I said, kicking a pebble off the sidewalk. Pops is in everything you do, in all your decisions, and all your jokes, especially the bad ones, and the way you raise your son. Pops is very much there. The way you make sure that Rue knows how much he's loved. You bring Pops in every day, I promise. Holden inhaled sharply, his hand going to his chest. Thanks, Dad. While our emotions settled, we quietly completed the loop around the small neighborhood park. The thing about Major is that he's never going to try to take Pops' place, I reiterated as we crossed the street, going back toward home. He's only ever going to be himself. Holden slowed his stroll, wrapping his arm around me. I do believe that. Once I can see it, I think he's as in love with you as Pops was. And you need that. I mean, everyone needs love, but you thrive when you're in love. I don't know if you know that about yourself, but it's like you're lit from within, and while I hate that it's not Pops making you look this way, I am genuinely grateful that you're able to be happy again. Thank you. I would do what I needed to take care of myself, but having your approval means the world to me. After making our way back to the cul-de-sac, we let ourselves into the house to the sound of laughter. In the living room, Major had Rue on his shoulders. My grandson was sticking out his tongue in concentration as he reached for a bouncy ball that had settled into the light fixture. Well, what is going on here? I asked. I was trying to show Major how high I could bounce the ball and it got stuck. Major said he was tall enough to get it himself, but I said I wanted to get it. Major's eyes found mine and his smile was brilliant. Sincere. Steady. Chapter 27. Major. After discussing it with Holden and Beckett, Wren and I decided to let the rest of the Lost Boys know about us at the next Meeting House Saturday cleanup. I drove separately, while Wren went with his son and their family.
I arrived early so that I could grab a few things from the office. With that taken care of, I stopped by the gardens to chat with Walker and Ozzy for a bit. Ozzy's parents were visiting, and Kiana's eyes lit up when she saw me.
"Major, you get more and more handsome every day," she said.
"What about me?" Preston asked, wrapping his arms around his wife and kissing her temple.
"You know I think you're the sexiest man alive, husband. Don't you worry about that," she said, kissing his cheek.
Preston's blush went all the way up his bald head, and I had to admit the two of them did look happy and sexy together. Before I could get into any conversation, however, Hikaru's voice rang out across the parking lot.
"Major, we're here with Gigi."
I was happy that we were telling everyone today because 8-year-olds didn't know the first thing about keeping a secret. Ozzy was already tilting his head, funny at Rue's greeting. The four of them approached us, Holden and Beckett grinning broadly as Hikaru ran up to me and threw his skinny arms around my big belly.
"Major, you missed pancakes. Gigi makes the best pancakes."
"I know," I said, ruffling his hair. He scowled at me, but it didn't last long. That kid was built to be happy. Ren went around Holden and Beckett and walked directly to me. "Hey," he said, his smile more than a little mischievous. I reached out and cupped his face. "Hey." Kiana whistled under her breath, and Ozzy's mouth dropped open. It was Walker who asked, "Is there something going on here that we should know about?" Ren wrapped his arm around my waist. "We are in a relationship. It's serious, and before you ask, that husband of mine insisted that I find the best person for me after he was gone. And I didn't have to look any further than Major." Shit, I wasn't expecting all of that. Heat flashed up in my cheeks and down into my chest. "Troublemaker," I stage whispered. "You're troublemaker," he shot back, a gorgeous smile lighting up his face. Ozzy was still in shock. "You okay, dude?" I asked, clamping my hand on his shoulder. His eyes ping-ponged between me and Ren, and it took a good 30 seconds for him to respond. "I'm fantastic. This is, like, the best thing ever." Rue thrust his hands up in the air, victorious.
"I told you they would like you two together."
We all laughed, and Walker looked at Holden. Lifting his chin, he asked, "And you're okay, too?" Holden sent me a crooked smile, the same one he often directed at Ren.
"More than okay. Major takes care of Dad and doesn't expect us to forget Pops."
Walker patted his chest. "That's all I needed to hear." Sawyer and Hendricks were the next to make their way up the walk, entering the gardens with their heads tilted toward one another. The most surprising thing about their relationship over these last several months had been its sweetness. Sawyer adored Hen, and Hen soaked up his love like sunshine, reflecting it back like the black light goth he was. It took them a few seconds to pull their attention away from each other enough to notice that something was going on. "What's happening here?" Hen asked. "Why's the vibe different?" Ren and I had drifted from each other as we caught up with everyone, so he returned to my side and put his arm around my waist. Hendricks blinked, not quite registering what he was seeing. He opened his mouth and shut it, only to open it again as he pointed at us. "Well, look at that," Sawyer said, chuckling as he kissed the side of Hen's head. "You rendered my fiancé speechless, and that's not something that happens every day." Hendricks, still unable to say anything, mouthed, "What?" and the entire group cracked up. He shook his head as if warding off a hallucination. I'm so glad to see Ren happy. I couldn't stand seeing him sad." It didn't shock me in the slightest that he'd perceived Ren's unhappiness when so many others had been fooled by his facade. "Me too, Hen," I said, a smile taking over my face. "Me too." There was a moment of quiet, all of us standing there together, not quite sure what to say next. Before it got truly awkward, Joel and Tristan made their way up the walk. Tristan was carrying several bags of what appeared to be pastries, and Joel had a half-gallon jug of coffee in each hand. "Morning, y'all. We brought goodies," Tristan said, his words trailing off as his eyes zeroed in on Ren's arm around me. The second he understood, his eyes crinkled up into half moons. Joel tilted his head back and laughed, long and loud. "Lost boys coming in clutch."
My cheeks had been pretty hot ever since Wren walked up to me, so it was nice to see him flush from the attention, too. "Why don't we take this inside?" Beckett said, if for no other reason than to avoid stomping all over the garden. We'd all been very careful with where we were standing, but he did have a point. We went inside, where we were met by Ginger and Leo. Leo sent me finger guns. "Finally." Sawyer looked at him. "You knew before we did?" Leo snorted. "I live with him. Of course I knew. He was a mess and a half, and he kept bringing Wren jars and jars of jam." I buried my face in my hands while Wren cackled and pounded my back. I glanced through my fingers at Holden, who was laughing so hard he'd practically fallen against Beckett. Rue held out his hand, and Leo high-fived it, and that set everyone off all over again. Ginger came up and gave me a big hug. "You know Mr. Page would love all of this, right?" "Of course he would," I said. Of course he would. Once the novelty of our announcement wore off, we set about cleaning up the meeting house. Everyone took to their list of chores with extra vigor, and within a few hours the place was sparkling. I'd always admired the way that the architecture brought in the outdoors, creating a welcoming vibe for any and all visitors. But now this location held something extra. It had been made possible by Robert's donation of land and my purchase of the lot on which my business now stood, as if the two of us had colluded across time and the ethereal realm to make sure that the Lost Boys and people like us would always feel safe and welcomed. It was hard to describe, but I felt a strong sense of acceptance in the very fabric of this space. More than just the acceptance of my friends. This felt elemental, spiritual, blessed. We washed up and sat down for lunch, this one sponsored by the local VFW, which looked like it doubled as a motorcycle club. Older men and a few women in leather vests and faded bandanas served us world-class barbecue, baked beans, and potato salad. Not only was the food delicious, but the strong, sweet tea also had enough caffeine and sugar in it to power the entire town of Seguin. Puzzled at the interesting mix of people this Saturday, I leaned over to Beckett. "The VFW? How did you get them to volunteer?" He shrugged. "They came to me. They're trying to do good in the community, and they love to support anyone else who has the same goal. Also, if you look close enough, you'll see that some of these folks are sporting rainbow bandanas." I looked again, and sure enough, they'd been bleached by the sun and worn thin by hard riding. Those were definitely rainbows. Another mark of Seguin moving forward and embracing acceptance. While Wren and I were the talk of lunch, I was surprised at how easily people got over their shock. Everyone was just so happy for us. In fact, I was starting to understand why Robert had carried himself with such pride. To catch the eye of someone like Wren and to have the acceptance of our loved ones. It was the world's most joyful ego stroke. It also turned out that some of the gentlemen from the VFW had known Robert before he'd met Wren. Based on the looks we were getting, that knowledge had been biblical. They seemed a little worried when we made the connection, but then Wren cracked a joke about how Robert had always wanted to buy a bike, and now he knew why. The biggest guy, a grizzled old-timer with pure white hair and beard, went a little red, then shrugged. "Robert was a good guy." The Lost Boys all looked at each other when he said that. As a general statement, it didn't mean that much. But to us it did. Robert had been a good guy. He'd been an excellent teacher, but I was lucky to understand that he'd been an even better husband and father. I still had moments of insecurity when I thought about trying to live up to his legacy. But I reminded myself that I wasn't trying to live up to his legacy. I was working to build my own. Thankfully, I'd had a good mentor. Chapter 28. Wren. I woke up sad and couldn't pin down why. The last time I'd sobbed, was a few weeks ago when Major had moved his mattress and bed frame into our room. After coming out to the Lost Boys, the timing had felt right for that step, even if it did end up being emotional. Major, who always seemed to know exactly what I needed, had taken me into the shower at the end of move-in day. He'd washed me gently and then given me a sweet blowjob as I'd spent the rest of my tears. The urn had been judgmental, of course, but I'd maintained coming while crying had its merits.
Both had offered release. I suspected the down feeling had to do with Robert, though I couldn't put a finger on why. Sure, it was weird that I woke up next to one of his former students, but as I nuzzled against Major for comfort, I couldn't think of anything sweeter. While I'd known that his easygoing, peaceful manner would make for a pleasant living arrangement, I'd not anticipated how much joy I'd feel watching him integrate his life with mine. Whether it was the furniture, the paint, or the way he treated my son and grandson, Major brought a lightness to this family that we'd been missing for far too long. This morning's melancholy, then, was a reminder that, as my therapist had told me, sometimes I'd get walloped for no reason at all, and I'd just have to process it. I sighed, annoyed that grief could have its way with me whenever it wanted, but I wasn't going to let it take over my life. Since I couldn't get back to sleep, I decided that I might as well work in the garden. I pushed up Major's shirt and nosed at his nipple, which was still a little puffy from last night's activities. Major muttered, shifting under me like my own personal mountain. Thankfully, my restlessness hadn't fully woken him, and his breathing quickly returned to his usual soothing rhythm. I rolled over and checked my phone, then nearly dropped it as reality punched me in the gut. It was later than I'd realized, but that wasn't the most pressing issue. I'd somehow made myself so busy I'd forgotten that today was the 2nd anniversary of Robert's passing. For the 1st anniversary, Holden and I had kept our observance small because we were still too gutted to do anything other than hold on to each other and weep. Maybe we could do something a little more positive today. I pulled up my messaging app. Me. Today is a tough day. Do y'all want to come over for brunch to celebrate Pops' life? Holden. I was thinking we could do something a little more official. I narrowed my eyes at the screen. Why do I have a feeling that you've already planned something? Hey, don't look at me. Blame the big guy. I looked down at the big guy in question, my chest feeling warm as his sleepy cock and balls peeked out of the leg of his loose boxers. But you should be ready and dressed, ahem, by noon. Just saying. Considering it was 10:30, I was grateful for the heads up. Okay, but we're going to have a family discussion about springing things on the widower at the last minute. I miss him too, Dad. I set my phone on the side table inside, then squawked as Major pulled me from my seated position to lie back against the wall of pillows. He laid his head on my chest, adorably warm in his stretched-out t-shirt and boxers. Chuckling, I buried my fingers in the thick, soft hair at the back of his head. That's better, he murmured, kissing my chest. He tugged at my t-shirt, removing it before scraping his plump lips across a sensitive nipple. In light of my nipple obsession, he'd become quite the student and loved teasing me in the same ways I teased him. Was it wrong to feel horny today? I knew what Robert would say. They don't call it a celebration of life for nothing, my dear. Though, is it appropriate to play grab-ass on a day that should be all about me? You do know that Robert would be highly offended that you're pawing me like this on the anniversary of his death. It's true, Major said, interspersing deep, almost painful suction with soft, velvety licks. He'd want all the attention on him. Still, this is kind of his fault, so I don't feel bad about it. Fair enough, I replied. My breath hitched as Major pulled down my sleep pants and nudged my legs apart, muttering, damn right, fair enough, and we can get each other off whenever we damn well please. To be clear, Major wasn't ignoring the importance of the day. We discovered that fooling around helped me get through the sad parts, and now every time I got sad, I also got a little horny for my man. Once he was finished removing my clothes and complaining about his old shop teacher, Major adjusted himself, his eyes roving my body before he shifted into my space. Pressing his warm, cozy weight on me, he latched onto my other nipple, drawing it out from flat disc to peaking, pleasured nub. My cock swelled between us, and I couldn't help the groan that left my lips. He rocked up and back, trapping my leaking cock under his belly, trailing kisses up my chest and across my collarbones until he was sucking on my neck. It was gentle, not likely to leave a mark, but eye-rollingly good all the same.
"You're gonna make me come," I gasped, gripping the back of his head and pressing him against me. He nipped my earlobe, whispering, "That's the goal, baby." I shivered as his deep rumble spilled down my neck and chest. I brought my knees up to either side of his belly, rolling my hips in time with his movements, drowning in his kisses as the slow-moving but powerful orgasm surged through me. My belly tightened, and my taint pulsed as cum fought to reach escape velocity under the pressure of Major's body. I shouted as everything about him, his scent, his weight, his love, enveloped me, making everything better. After my orgasm peaked and faded, he rose to his haunches and pulled off his cum-stained t-shirt. His steely length pushed through the part in the cotton fabric of his boxers. I brought both hands to it, stroking him carefully as he settled his knees outside of my hips. Knocking my hands away, he took the shaft in his massive grip, shuttling his hand up and down so fast I could barely make it out. Grunting, he shifted forward and gripped the back of my head, angling it closer to his cock. "Open," he demanded, and I complied, dropping my jaw as he pushed his dripping head past my lips, stretching them. At first he kept it shallow, but the urgency in his powerful hips couldn't be denied. With a few deep thrusts he came down my throat, pressing in all the way as his shouts and curses filled the room. He stayed there as he pumped out the last of his pleasure, unwilling to leave my mouth. The soft cotton of his boxers pressed against my face, filled with his musky scent. When he moved, his heavy, wet cock dragged along my chin and chest before he tucked it in and scooted down enough to collapse on the top of me. After a few deep breaths, he kissed me gently, licking into my used mouth, grunting as the taste of his spend hit his tongue. He'd admitted that he loved to taste himself on me, and I loved these post-fuck kisses for that reason. While we were cozy and satiated, the reality of the day could not be ignored. Tears leaked down to my temples as he deepened the kiss. He wasn't going for another round. He just wanted to connect. That fact made me cry harder until I sniffed and hitched. He pulled back far enough to look into my eyes. "Baby," he whispered, kissing my tears. "Cry all you need to. I can move if you want me to." I sniffled again, shaking my head. "Don't you dare. Keep kissing me." He kissed my forehead and my wet eyelashes, then reached a long arm over to the nightstand for some tissues. "Maybe after we clean off your face." My cheeks flushed hot with embarrassment. "You're not gross," he said, reading my mind. "You're at the intersection of love and grief, and it's emotional." He gently dabbed my eyes, then swiped at my nose. I took another tissue from him, turning my head to blow my nose a little better, then set the tissues aside. "And now I've got a red nose and puffy eyes. I am, no doubt, the picture of sexy," I said, joking to keep from sobbing again. "I hate it when you're sad, but I love every part of you, including your red nose. Also, your eyes are barely puffy, and that's probably just old age." He winked at my outrage, and I smacked his meaty shoulder. "How dare you, sir? How very dare you? Just the other day I managed to get into scorpion pose, so how's that for old?" He said, dropping another velvet-rich kiss to my lips. "I do enjoy how bendy you are." "Even if I'm a hot mess?" I asked, another tear finding its way out of the corner of my eye. "Especially then." I surrendered then to his healing kisses, loving how he surrounded me in this safe, sexy bubble, letting me grieve and fall in love with him at the same time. Finally he pulled away, and despite my protests, kissed my nose. "We've got to clean up because we're going somewhere." "I'm still not thrilled that y'all planned something without me." "That's because if we had asked, you would have waved us off and acted like you didn't want to make a big deal of it. So Holden and I colluded with Beckett and did something we think you'll love." I narrowed my eyes at him. "You all know me far too well, and I don't know how to feel about that." "Accept it. Let us love on you." I could almost hear the urn mocking me from the bathroom. "Fine. Take care of me." My pout, which he never took seriously, gave way to a smile as his lips found my cheeks and hair. "Why are we at the meeting house?" I asked, taking off my seatbelt. "You'll see." Beckett pulled up next to us, and he, Holden, and Hikaru got out of the car. Rue was nearly vibrating with excitement, so I knelt in front of him. "You gonna tell your Gigi what this is all about?" Rue's eyes widened, and he looked up at Beckett, who shook his head. Rue wrinkled his nose. "Sorry, Gigi." It was worth a try. I followed them as they made their way to the meeting house's garden. I was not prepared. Standing in the shade of the pecan trees with my family, I held my hand over my mouth, shocked. According to the signs standing over the rows and rows of raised beds, the entire Lost Boys crew had gotten together and built an enormous community vegetable garden next to the flower gardens. "How did you do this?" I asked, trying to take in all the details. Holden smiled, twining his arm with mine. "We had a lot of local help, and some very wealthy benefactors." He slid his eyes to Sawyer and Hendricks, who smiled proudly. "But I've been here nearly every week. How did you hide this from me?" "We took shifts over the last few days and worked together," Holden explained. He pointed to raised beds that already held rows of small green things. "We decided to go all in with things that were in season right now, growing them from plantings instead of seeds." Beckett came up on my other side and put his arm around me. Pointing to the neatly furrowed rows of black dirt between the raised beds, he said, "We also planted a Three Sisters garden that will come in a little later." "What does that mean, Three Sisters?" "Several of the peoples indigenous to Texas would plant corn, beans, and squash together, and the combination would sustain families when meat was unavailable." I blinked. "You're going to have stalks of corn out here?" He nodded, grinning. "I double-checked, and it falls within the county and city ordinances. We also worked with a horticulturalist and created a calendar so people should be able to have fresh vegetables and fruits all year round." "So this is truly going to be a community garden?" I asked, trading looks with Holden, who knew how much his pops had wanted to start a community garden once he'd retired. "Yes, we're still working out some of the details," he said as a cardinal landed on one of the garden stakes. "But a certain percentage will go to Lupe, another will go to the local food bank, and the rest will be for anyone who needs it. We put out feelers to see if anyone wanted to sign up to volunteer to maintain the grounds, and now there's a waiting list. And you think you'll be able to feed that many people?" Joel pointed at the naked ground to the left of us. "Absolutely. In fact, we've just gotten started. Ozzy and I are going to sponsor this next bit so that we can have homegrown vegetables at the restaurant as well." Ozzy nodded, pulling Walker close to him and kissing the top of his head. Beckett still had his arm around my shoulders. "According to the horticulturalist, we can turn all this space around the meeting house into arable land. We can rotate crops and feed a number of families." The cardinal rose from its perch on the stake, flew a short distance, and landed on a branch close to my shoulder. The others weren't really paying attention to it, but I couldn't pull my eyes from it. It seemed to be watching me, tilting its head. I wondered if it was the same cardinal I'd seen a few times over this last year. Probably not. "What are you looking at?" Major asked, nudging Beckett out of the way so that he could take his place at my side. Beckett sent him a cheerful finger as Holden untangled from me and wrapped his colorful priest in a sweet hug. I smiled at their easy affection as I answered Major's question. "I feel like I keep seeing the same cardinal over and over again." "I've noticed it too. Maybe it's the same family." "Maybe. Do you know what cardinals represent?" He squinted at the cardinal in question, which seemed to stare back. "They can represent a lot of things, but sometimes they're thought to signal the presence of a loved one who's passed." That's what I was thinking. I turned my attention back to Beckett and the Lost Boys as they explained their plans for the rest of the year. I nearly startled out of my skin when I felt something land on my shoulder. Without looking, I knew it would be the cardinal. Wild birds up close sort of freaked me out, but I was strangely unafraid of this one. I knew it wouldn't poke my eyes out or otherwise try to injure me. Slowly, I turned my head and made eye contact. The cardinal blinked at me a few times and let out a rapid two-tone chirp. "Hey, sweetheart," I whispered, biting back emotion. I did what you said. I let myself fall in love again. Only Major was close enough to hear me. He blinked a few times, his eyes going red as he kissed my temple. Hey there, Robert. I promised to take care of him. The cardinal let out another rapid set of chirps, then leapt into the air, circling us before disappearing. Seconds later, Major looked down at his shoulder. That motherfucker shit on me. I couldn't help it. I burst into laughter. Fucking Robert Page. Cheer up, love. I hear it's good luck. Epilogue. Major. All of the Lost Boys were getting married. That wasn't hyperbole. One by one, they'd gone to Beckett and asked to schedule their weddings at the meeting house. Beckett, Holden, and Rue had joined us for dinner tonight, and Beckett was stressing about the fact that his friends had basically booked back-to-back-to-back weddings in December. Would it be insane to propose a group wedding and reception at the meeting house? Not at all, babe, Holden said readily, spooning green beans onto Rue's plate. I think that's a great idea. Beckett shot Wren and me a look. I was hoping you'd say that. Holden's head snapped up, and his eyes widened as Beckett's smile broadened. Are you? Beckett answered Holden's question by pulling a simple gold band from his pocket. Holden plucked the ring from his grasp and slid it down the all-important finger. No take-backs. Rue blinked, a string bean hanging out of his mouth. What just happened? Wren said something in Japanese, and Rue climbed up on his chair, waving his arms wildly, shouting in a mix of Japanese and English. His words needed no translation. They were pure joy. While Beckett, Hikaru, and Holden danced around the kitchen in celebration, Wren glanced at me. I winked, and a smile bloomed across his pretty face. Having all our friends get married at once was the perfect plan, save for the fact that it meant all our friends were stressed and preparing for their weddings at the same time. Still, it made me emotional every time I thought about it. All of us falling in love, all of us doing something really good with our lives. It was the dream that Robert had always had for us. The rehearsal at the meeting house was a hot mess, literally. We were all dressed in shorts and t-shirts because for some reason December in Texas had come with bug spray and temperatures in the upper 80s. Thankfully, Beckett had cranked up the AC right before we arrived, and we all stopped sweating about a half an hour in. Since Beckett was among those getting married, his father had volunteered to perform the ceremonies. When asked if he'd get in trouble for marrying a bunch of gay couples in a non-denominational church, being a Catholic priest and all, he wrapped his arm around Beckett. If they want to kick me out for officiating at my son's wedding on my own time and in his church, they can go right ahead. Beckett was usually a smirking, jokey guy, but on this occasion he had no witty retort. He simply swallowed thickly, blinking fast as he looked up at his dad. His dad pulled him into a hug, and we all got a little choked up. Father Wainwright, it seemed, was exactly the right person to herd the massive wedding party, even though Hendricks did his level best to drive the poor man insane. Of course, just as we got Hen in order, Ozzy's phone went off with the news that he and Walker had been waiting for. Ozzy's cousin was pregnant. She'd been inseminated with Walker's sperm, so the baby would be related to both of them. We cried and hugged and eventually got back into formation. Wren cried again when he had to practice giving Holden away, but thankfully I was escorting Beckett down the aisle, so I was able to go to his side and comfort him. Y'all might as well get married tomorrow with everyone else, Leo cracked as he walked Ginger down the aisle, and the whole group laughed. Hard. Wren and I shared a furtive glance and ignored his commentary. Honestly, it was good to see Leo in a joking mood. Lovett was buried in their studies at vet school, and Leo had been looking forward to them flying in for the rehearsal and the wedding. Love had canceled the trip at the last minute, though, and when I checked in with Leo, he said he didn't want to talk about it. I could tell he'd been crying. While I'd respected his wishes and let the subject drop, I'd be finding out the details after we were past all of this wedding business. It had been harder to keep up with him since I'd moved into Wren's house, but given that he was now sharing my place with Ginger, he couldn't exactly hide from my inquiry.
By the end of the rehearsal, all four couples, Joel and Tristan, Beckett and Holden, Ozzy and Walker, and Sawyer and Hendricks, were ready to go, and Father Wainwright only looked a few years older for his efforts. We then went to Kiana's, which Ozzy and Joel had closed for the rehearsal dinner. Kiana herself was in the kitchen helping Shanna, the head chef, pull together tonight's feast. The restaurant manager, a hot ticket named Atlas, kept everything running smoothly, and none of us had to worry about a thing. Each family had their own table, and it was touching to see everyone enjoying themselves. Tristan's and Ozzy's moms got on like a house on fire, and I had a feeling a new friendship had begun. Similarly, Ozzy's dad kept bringing Joel and Walker into his conversations, and they looked to be having as much fun as everyone else. Joel's and Walker's parents still disapproved of their sinful lifestyles, which I suspected hurt more than they let on. While it was hard to strike the right tone about their families deciding that they wouldn't be part of the wedding festivities, the extended families of the Lost Boys were intent on making sure that everyone felt like they belonged. I'd been surprised when my mother had texted me to say she would attend tomorrow's ceremony. Her religious belief still kept us apart more often than not, but this was apparently one of her exceptions. I initially wasn't sure how I felt about that, but in the end I decided it was a good thing. We ended the night early, wanting to make sure that we were all fresh and ready for the big day. As Ren and I walked arm in arm from Kiana's to our car, I was sure I was the luckiest person in the world. Ren.
Gigi, why are you so nervous?
Rue asked, looking absolutely adorable in his tiny tuxedo. The garden outside the meeting house had a proliferation of peonies, so that was the boutonniere of choice. While the pink fluffy flowers contrasted well with all of the men's suits, the large bloom looked ridiculous on my grandson. Ridiculous and perfect. I'm nervous because I'll be walking my son down the aisle. Also, I have a bit of a surprise for him, and I'm a little apprehensive about his reaction.
Daddy doesn't always like surprises, but if it's from you, I'm sure he'll love it,
Rue said, taking the flower basket from Atlas, who was serving as the wedding coordinator. He was dressed for the occasion, wearing one of his more festive bodysuit and shimmery overdress outfits. He and Father Wainwright were the only ones in on our little secret, and he'd been an amazing help in coordinating everything. Honestly, I don't know how you do it, I told Atlas as he pinned the peony to my lapel. How did you keep all these couples in line?
It helps that most of them were pretty chill to start off with, and that Hendricks has a handler.
True, I smiled, fondly remembering the night of the housewarming.
I did bring backup just in case.
He slid a fifth of tequila from his bag, waggling the bottle at me. I darted a look at Rue, who was fussing with the buttons on his suit, and sent Atlas a quick nod. Seconds later, a shot glass appeared in my hand, and I threw the fiery liquor down the hatch before anyone else was the wiser. Returning the bottle to its hiding place, Atlas took my hands in his and looked into my eyes.
You have nothing to worry about, Ren. This is going to be an amazing day, and you're an amazing dad and grandfather.
He whipped out a tissue and a tear slipped down my cheek, sweetly wiping it away before shouting, "Places, people!" at the top of his lungs. We were waiting in the hall outside of the main meeting room. I'd forgotten how beautiful this place could be, with the floor-to-ceiling windows looking out over the community gardens. The vaulted space and the bright skies outside gave me a sense of calm. Atlas had us lined up beautifully. Hikaru led the procession, carrying a box Hendricks had made and filled with flowers. He was followed by Leo and Ginger, who both looked sharp. Major had filled me in on the Leo love drama, but I was more worried for Ginger. Jules had arrived a few moments ago with her family, and she was stunning in her Audrey Hepburn-inspired outfit. When Ginger spotted her, she fled to the bathroom, only to return a few minutes later with red-rimmed eyes. God, I hoped they could work it out. Just past Ginger and Leo, the couples and their families lined up, Tristan and his mom, then Joel and Tristan's dad, Ozzy and his mom, Walker and Ozzy's dad, Sawyer with his mom and dad, and Hendricks with his parents. Major took Beckett's arm with a grin, and I stood at the back with Holden. I was holding it together pretty admirably, if I did say so myself. Holden bent over and kissed the side of my head. Look, Pops decided to join us. I jerked around, staring him in the eyes.
Seeing my distress, he lifted his chin toward the window where a cardinal sat on a nearby bush. He was peering inside, deeply intrigued by the proceedings. My hand went to my chest as my throat constricted. "You always did have a sense of timing, Robert," I said, the depth of my emotions lightened by my son's laugh. Now that Holden was a dad, he understood how a parent lives and dies with their child's happiness. Just like that, his happy sound transported me from nearly sobbing to laughing along with him. We waved at the cardinal, who tilted his head at us, then took off. "I swear," I said, wiping away happy tears. "That man." Major and Beckett turned back, brows furrowed as they pondered us. Holden waved them off. Just Pops being Pops. Atlas shot us a blistering glare, and we all shut up and stood a little taller. Satisfied that no one was going to ruin his vision for the day, he opened the door with a flourish. "Time to get this show on the road." I took a deep breath, and we tightened our hold on each other as everyone marched at a steady tempo into the meeting space. The processional was played by Hendrix's bandmates and was one of his new acoustic hits slowed to fit the occasion. The guests rose, smiling and commenting on our unique parade. The joy in the room eased the final bit of sadness from my chest. This was a beautiful moment, something Robert would have loved for each and every one of his lost boys. We made our way down the aisle, with Tristan, Joel, Ozzy, and Walker stepping to the left, while Sawyer, Hendrix, Beckett, and Holden went to the right. Each of the parents hugged and kissed their adult children, and Major waited for me as I did the same. "Thank you, ladies and gentlemen," Father Wainwright began, spending a moment to share a warm look with each of the betrothed couples. "The procession went far better than I expected it would," he said, quirking a brow at Hendrix. Hendrix, who was wearing suspenders, slid his thumbs under them, popping them out, which netted a laugh from the attendees, especially his parents. Father Wainwright cleared his throat, quieting the assembled and participants alike. "I understand, however, that there is a last-minute addition to the proceedings." A gasp went through the room as he smiled at Major and me. Atlas had set up the couples in a horseshoe arrangement, leaving space for us at the top. Major's mother stepped out from the pews to hug Major and kiss my cheek. "You take good care of my son," she said, gently squeezing my arm. "I will." Major, beaming with pride, linked arms with me, and we stepped forward to join the other couples. Holden and Beckett were more shocked than anyone else, and to my immense relief, Holden dragged me into a hug that set off a few tears in the eyes of the people around us. "Best wedding gift ever," he said, turning to give Major an equally tight hug. Hikaru, who was standing with Leo and Ginger, looked confused. Ginger bent down and explained what was happening, and he turned to us, letting the box of flower petals spill to the floor as he thrust his fists into the air. "My Gigi is getting married!" he shouted, then ran over and wrapped his arms around my legs. The attendees lost it at that, and it took Father Wainwright a few minutes to settle everyone down. Before he started, he gave Beckett the biggest hug and whispered how proud he was. I didn't know how he was keeping it together because I surely wasn't. "Sorry I'm crying so much," I whispered to Major. He thumbed away a few tears even as new ones took their place. "You are beautiful when you cry," he said, a tear of his own tracking down his face. Once we were all able to focus, Father Wainwright began. He did not follow the typical marriage ceremony script. Instead, he started off with funny stories about his late wife and about Robert, which surprised me, along with anecdotes about each of the lost boys. As overwhelming as the day's emotions were, I could spare a few thoughts for the amount of personal reflection and growth it had taken for Beckett's father to be here today with his son. Father Wainwright also talked to the couples who were planning on having kids, warning them that they might end up with one like Beckett. The audience laughed, and Beckett sent a salute to his father, who cleared his throat and looked at his notes. "Oh no, that wasn't supposed to say warning. It was a hope that you would end up with children half as wonderful as my son." Now Beckett was openly weeping, and that made us laugh, and cry even harder. The good father also had some encouraging words for the men who stood here without their family support. "These lost boys," he said with a radiant smile, "they're all the family you'll ever need, and the best one you could hope for." Tristan cupped Joel's face, and Ozzy kissed Walker's temple. The rest of the Lost Boys nodded solemnly. I'm also told that some of you have families that have come back together, having learned and grown, and that is such a blessing, he said, nodding toward Sawyer and Hendricks. Sheriff Kavanaugh sniffled loudly, and another warm laugh went around the participants. The rest of Father Wainwright's words were equally lovely and poetic, and when it came time for the vows, he went one couple at a time. He joked that he was starting with Beckett and Holden to get the crying out of the way, though we all needed an extra minute when he tearfully admitted how fervently he wished Beckett's mom could have lived to see this day. Everyone kept their vows short and sweet, but their words were no less moving. It was an unbelievable privilege to witness how much each of these couples loved each other and to be a part of the celebration. Major and I went last. With a slight hitch in my chest, I moved my original wedding ring to my right hand. As Major slid a new band in place where the old one had rested for so many years, he said, "Wren, I vow to love you with everything I have, just as I vow to always make room for Robert in our relationship, as well as Holden and his family. And as long as he promises to never call me Grandpa, I'll have Hikaru's back." I had to laugh. Rue, not quite knowing what to call Major, had come up with Moji, a combination of Major's first initial and the Japanese word for uncle. When it was my turn, I took a deep breath, calming myself by looking into Major's warm brown eyes. You could have given me 1,000,000 guesses as to how my life would go, and this wouldn't have even cracked the top 100. I took another breath, my heart fluttering in my chest. But during the worst year of my life, I found solace in a beautiful man. You have been my rock, and you've shown me that there is life and so much love after grief. Thank you. I vow to be here for you as much as you have been here for me for the rest of our lives. After that, Father Wainwright said a few final words, then told us we could kiss. I stood up on my toes as Major bent down, his kiss soft and sweet, his beard gentle against my skin. Did Atlas sneak you a shot of tequila too? He asked, amusement lighting his eyes. You know it. A whoop went up around the room, and we craned our necks to see Sawyer dipping Hendricks in the world's most romantic kiss ever. Show-offs. Smiling, Major and I led the procession back out to the hall, where Beckett and Holden took me, Major, and Rue into a huge group hug, spinning us, laughter filling the space all the way to the vaulted ceilings. Gigi and Moji got married, Rue shouted, his smiley eyes and palpable joy a picture I'd never forget. So did your dad's, I said, opening my arms as he launched himself at me. Yeah, he said dismissively, but they were always going to get married. His fathers exchanged knowing glances. Honestly, we're just Rue's innkeepers. He belongs to you. You all belong to me, I said, and we came together in a far, gentler family hug. Our friends stood at the edges, watching us with soft smiles on their faces. I looked forward to celebrating with them, but right then, right there, with the man I loved and the family we'd built for ourselves, I couldn't imagine a more perfect moment. This has been The Steady, Lost Boys Book 4, written by Kelly Fox, narrated by Declan Winters. Copyright 2024 by Kelly Fox. Production copyright by Kelly Fox.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.